Chapter 827. The policewoman's face flushed from Gu Nianji's sharp question. She clenched her fists and said, "I didn't convict him. I was talking about the possible facts. Unfortunately, there are no ambiguous facts or irresponsible conjectures in court." Gu Nianji's voice became cold. "Since you've spoken, I can ask you now. Ask." The policewoman who had shouted earlier raised her head. "I'm not lying. I'm not afraid of you asking." Gu Nianji nodded and invited her to sit at the witness stand before beginning the interrogation. Gu Nianji looked down at the policewoman's information in her hands and said, "Officer Tao, did you go to Hepingli Hospital 8 days ago to provide legal aid to the defendant, Gu Yanran?" "Yes." Officer Tao was very emotional. She was very frightened at the time, but still refused to call the police, so colleague Qiu and I persuaded her. Gu Nianji asked again, "You said she was very frightened. May I ask if you did a psychiatric evaluation on her at the time?" Officer Tao was confused. "No. Since there was no psychiatric evaluation, how can you be sure she was very frightened?" Gu Nianji's expression was calm as she asked the questions slowly. However, each question was sharper than the last, and the pressure was suffocating. Officer Tao blushed slightly. "She was already in the hospital because of the beating. She cries when she sees people, and she's afraid of light and people. We think." "You think? May I ask if you are professional psychologists or psychiatrists?" Gu Nianji interrupted her rudely and pointed at Gu Yanran, who was covering herself with her arm. "Look, she still cries when she sees people. She's also afraid of light and people. If this was very frightened, then she should have broken down a long time ago. I think she should go to a mental hospital and not sit here and fight an estate dispute lawsuit with me." Gu Yanran was about to cower when she heard Gu Nianji's words. Everyone in the courtroom looked at her. She froze, and her expression became very unnatural. Jean Wani quickly stood in front of her and coughed lightly. Gu Yanran took the opportunity to look down and pretend to be speechless. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She averted her gaze and looked at policewoman Tao sternly. "I thought that as a police officer, when encountering this kind of situation, you should act according to the law. You should examine the injury first, then provide legal aid." Seeing that Gu Nianji was denying her actions, policewoman Tao panicked and quickly said, "No, we are indeed acting according to the law. But domestic violence cases are different from other cases. We can't sue on her behalf. She must be willing to sue." Therefore, what they could do was to dispel the victim's doubts and stand up to testify against the habitual domestic abusers. Gu Nianji snorted and closed the folder in her hand. She placed it behind her back and stood ramrod straight in front of the witness stand. She said with a half-smile, "Even so, you can insist that she was beaten up by Yi Xian? Did you see him hit her with your own eyes? Or do you have video evidence?" Policewoman Tao shut her mouth. Although she looked indignant, she didn't say anything. "Since you don't have any evidence, how can you conclude that Yi Xian did it based on Gu Yanran's one-sided story? Where's the evidence? Where's the witness, the evidence, and the logic?" Gu Nianji pressed on, causing policewoman Tao to blush with questions. She looked at her colleague, policewoman Qiu, helplessly. Policewoman Qiu was obviously calmer and hadn't said a word. Her expression was calm, and she wasn't angry when Gu Nianji caught policewoman Tao's loopholes and repeatedly questioned her professional ethics as a police officer. Walking over from her seat, policewoman Qiu stood next to policewoman Tao and said calmly, "Miss Gu Nianji, my colleague's statement just now has factual evidence. According to statistics, the rate of domestic violence in our country is 30 to 35%. That means that out of every 10 families, 3 families experience domestic violence. And among the 30 to 35% of domestic violence cases, 90% of them are women who suffer from violence from men. Also, 99% of women who are victims of domestic violence are unwilling to actively seek legal aid. Or rather, when the law intervenes, they will actively lie to the police to hide the violence from men. My colleague's statement is also a reasonable inference based on data." Gu Nianji was stunned by policewoman Qiu's words. although she had a way to refute policewoman Xiao's statement. In the face of such shocking data, all logical rebuttals were pale and would make her appear cold-blooded and heartless. And this was probably the starting point for Gu Yanran to use this method. The person behind her had chosen this angle to frame Yi Xian, so it was definitely not without reason. What kind of person would be so familiar with the data on domestic violence and be able to immediately use it to build support for Gu Yanran? It would probably be someone related to the law, right? Either a law enforcement officer, such as the police, or a lawyer from a legal aid agency. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed, and she said very seriously, "Thank you, policewoman Xiao, for the data. I retract my question." As she spoke, she even bowed to policewoman Tao and policewoman Xiao to express her apology. Policewoman Tao saw that Gun Yinji's attitude was humble and didn't pester her endlessly. Her impression of Gun Yinji improved greatly. She hesitated for a moment and remembered that what she had just said was also inappropriate. So she said, "I was also in the wrong. I really shouldn't have said what I said just now. We don't know who actually abused Miss Gu Yanran, so we can't really say it was Yi Xian based on just one side of the story. I also retract my words." She then added, "Our report didn't say who did it." Gun Yinji's heart was filled with joy, and she respected the two practical policewomen even more. She quickly said, "Thank you for your suggestion. Then can I conclude that you confirm that the defendant, Gu Yanran, had marks of abuse on her body, but you don't know who did it? Is that correct?" "That's completely correct." Policewoman Tao was now completely convinced by Gun Yinji, so she simply said what had happened before. "Miss Gun Yinji is very correct. We only saw the marks, and because Miss Gu Yanran pinched herself again the next day to cover the previous marks, we couldn't do a forensic examination because we couldn't examine the finger marks." "Oh." Gun Yinji turned to look at Gu Yanran meaningfully and walked over to say, "It looks like the marks on your body were really fake. In order to frame Yi Xian, you first injured yourself all over, then purposely let the doctors and nurses find out. After the police came, you were worried that they would do a finger mark examination, so you pinched yourself again and claimed that you did it yourself. That way, you could frame Yi Xian and clear your name of being a fake, right?" The corners of Gu Yanran's mouth twitched. She also didn't expect that Gun Yinji would be able to guess what she had done and her motive so accurately, even though she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Her expression became even worse. She steeled her heart and covered her face to cry. "I said I did it myself, but they didn't believe me. What could I do? I don't have the face to say what Yi Xian did to me. It's all my fault for being unlucky. I don't blame anyone." Everyone fell silent again after she cried. After all, everyone would rather believe that something like this happened than not. The two female police officers on the other side pitied Gu Yanran even more because they had seen too many pitiful women like her. They almost hated her misfortune and were angry at her for not fighting for it. Gun Yinji understood how the two female police officers felt. The truth was, if she didn't know what Gu Yanran had done when she went missing in Germany, she might have also been deceived by her. Not to mention the two female police officers who specialized in handling domestic violence cases. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and silently handed a tissue to Gu Yanran. As Gu Yanran sobbed quietly, Gun Yinji's voice softened. "Gu Yanran, I read your injury report and have a few questions. I wonder if you can help me answer them." Gun Yinji's attitude suddenly became so good that alarm bells went off in Gu Yanran's heart. She didn't look up or speak. Gun Yinji looked at Jean Wani helplessly. "Lawyer Jean, is your client planning on not speaking in court? If that's the case, why don't you speak on her behalf?" Jean Wani glanced at Gu Yanran and was about to speak, but Gu Yanran had already looked up and wiped her nose with a tissue. She choked out, "You just want to see me make a fool of myself. Fine, I've already made a fool of myself. I don't care about one more. Ask away." Gun Yinji spread her hands helplessly. "I just want to find out the truth. After all, my important witness is being accused of domestic violence. It's very difficult for me as well." Gu Yanran snickered in her heart, but she maintained a bitter expression on her face. "I know this is very difficult for you, but Yi Xian is not a good person to begin with. Little sister, I don't want you to be deceived by him. Really? Yeah, you see, aren't you tempted by him to sue my client? Actually, how can there be a grudge between the two sisters? You can sit down and slowly discuss the inheritance. Why do you have to go to court? Jinwani took the opportunity to persuade Gunyinji to settle out of court. Gunyinji didn't fall for it. She flipped through her own trial documents and said nonchalantly, "Lawyer Jean, I asked you if you were speaking on behalf of Gu Yanran just now, but you didn't say. Now that I'm asking Gu Yanran, why are you interrupting?" Jinwani was embarrassed by Gunyinji's rebuttal and returned to her seat next to Gu Yanran. Gunyinji finally flipped to the first page of the document and said to Gu Yanran, "Gu Yanran, can you repeat the incident of you being abused and beaten up again?" Gu Yanran composed herself and prepared a script in her mind before slowly narrating. That night, Yi Xian came to find me and asked me to sign an agreement to transfer my assets. I refused, so Gu Yanran bit her lower lip and looked embarrassed. She looked like she had something to say, but was too embarrassed to say it. Gunyinji quickly stopped her. "Please get to the point. When, where, and how did he abuse you?" Gu Yanran frowned. "I don't remember which day it was." Gunyinji was speechless. "He hit you on the head?" Gunyinji asked in return. "Did he mess up your memory?" "No." "Then why can't you remember which day it was?" "It's been so long. How could I remember?" Gu Yanran retorted. "I'm not like you. You have a good memory and hold grudges. I've always forgotten things after they've passed and never take it to heart." Gunyinji looked at everyone in the courtroom with amusement and said, "It's only something that happened 10 days ago, and Miss Gu Yanran can't remember it. It looks like you should be testing your IQ and not your mental state. If your IQ is below a certain level, you'll also be considered disabled. It's the same as mental illness, and you won't have legal capacity." Gu Yanran glared at Gunyinji. "What do you mean? You're saying I'm mentally retarded?" "I didn't. You deduced it yourself." Gunyinji looked down and flipped to the second page of the document. "I don't remember the time, but do you remember the location?" Gu Yanran froze and said angrily, "In my house on my bed." Gunyinji was speechless. "Yeah, and then?" "What method did he use to torture you?" Gu Yanran rubbed her temples and said, "He used his fingernails to pinch me and his fists to hit me. He only hit me in places that were not supposed to be seen. He never hit my face. I remember you just claimed that those scars were caused by yourself. How did it become Yi Xian torture you now?" Gunyinji closed the document and rubbed her chin. She suddenly changed the topic. "Gu Yanran, which part of what you said was true and which part was false? Should I give you a lie detector test?" "Objection. According to the law, a lie detector cannot be used in normal civil cases." Jinwani quickly stood up to refute Gunyinji. Gu Yanran panicked for a moment when she heard the lie detector test, but she calmed down after hearing what Jinwani said. She smiled wryly. "I want to let him off the hook, but I couldn't stop Lawyer Gu from pursuing him." After composing herself, Gu Yanran continued, "Although Yi Xian didn't treat me well, he was infatuated with you. He didn't even want the Gu fortune and gave it to you." Gunyinji chuckled. "Gu Yanran, you just said that Yi Xian's inventory of assets was fake. How did it become the Gu fortune being given away? Then you admit that the inventory of the Gu fortune provided by Yi Xian is complete?" Gu Yanran didn't expect Gunyinji to be so shrewd and be able to analyze everything she said. She secretly felt a chill run down her spine and clenched her fists. She warned herself not to admit defeat. If she lost, there would be nothing left. Jinwani quickly filled in the gaps and said, "What my client meant was that Yi Xian gave up his claim to the Gu fortune. It doesn't mean that the inventory of the Gu fortune provided by Yi Xian is correct. Plaintiff, please do not distort my client's original meaning." Lawyer Jean knows best whether or not I'm distorting. Gunyinji looked over without fear. Jinwani looked at her for a while before looking away as if nothing had happened. "May I ask if the plaintiff has anything else to ask?" Gunyinji raised a brow. "Of course." She turned to Gu Yanran and confirmed again. "I'll ask again. Was it Yi Xian who abused and beat you? The injuries on the photos provided by the hospital were caused by Yi Xian?" Gu Yanran nodded and said blankly, "Of course it was. You can summon Yi Xian if you don't believe me." Gunyinji had been waiting for Gu Yanran to say this. She immediately said to the judge, "Your Honor, I wish to summon Yi Xian as a witness. Whether it's Gu Yanran's accusation of abuse or the inventory of the Gu fortune that he provided as an important witness, it's all very important to this case." The judge allowed. "I agree to the summons." Jean Wani finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up with a smile. "Unfortunately, Your Honor, Yi Xian just went to the United States. He's already been arrested by the American police because he's suspected of murdering Mr. Gu's lawyer, the Vanderbilt family." She looked at Gu Nianji and mimicked her by spreading her hands. "You see, Yi Xian has a notorious record. Not only did he abuse and beat my client, but he also committed all sorts of crimes, including murder and arson. How can someone like this be a witness? How can anyone believe the evidence provided by someone like this?" The judge was stunned. Soon, court staff sent the information about Yi Xian's case in the United States to the judge. The judge read the relevant report expressionlessly and said to Gu Nianji, "Plaintiff, are you sure you still want to use Yi Xian as your important witness?" "I'm sure," Gu Nianji said calmly. "I request to extradite Yi Xian back to the Xia Empire for trial." "Extradite?" Jean Wani almost laughed out loud. "Lawyer Gu, oh Lawyer Gu, don't you know that our country doesn't have an extradition agreement with the United States, so we can't extradite criminals from the United States? Otherwise, why do you think all those corrupt officials run to the United States?" Gu Nianji also laughed and said, "We can't extradite people for financial and civil cases, but Yi Xian committed a criminal case. According to customary practice, the Xia Empire and the American police have signed a memorandum of understanding to cooperate on criminal cases and extradite criminals back to the Xia Empire. But the estate dispute case is a financial case." Jean Wani caught on to the loophole in Gu Nianji's words. "You just said that only criminal cases have the possibility of extradition." "Yes, but Yi Xian is suspected of abusing and beating Madame Gu Yanran. This is a criminal case, not a financial case." Gu Nianji changed the topic and actually returned to Gu Yanran's domestic violence accusation. Jean Wani found it even more hilarious. "Lawyer Gu, let me remind you again. Domestic violence cases are not settled without charges. My client has stated many times that she won't pursue legal responsibility against Yi Xian. May I ask where your criminal case came from?" Gu Nianji was still calm and said clearly, "Lawyer Jean, I think you have also forgotten what domestic violence is defined by the law." Jean Wani's laughter hadn't stopped when she suddenly heard Gu Nianji's words. She seemed to remember something, and her laughter stopped abruptly. It was very abrupt, like a goose that was stretching its neck and singing happily had its throat suddenly choked by someone. It couldn't breathe, and it almost caused internal injuries. As soon as Gu Yanran saw Jean Wani's expression, her heart skipped a beat. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. But after carefully thinking about the response from before and after, it shouldn't be wrong. The plan that person provided her was closely linked and extremely meticulous. Jean Wani really couldn't see how Gu Nianji could turn the tables. At that moment, Gu Nianji threw out her trump card. She looked at the two female police officers and said, "I think the two of you might have misunderstood. Yi Xian and Gu Yanran are not husband and wife, nor are they relatives in the general sense. They're not family. Therefore, Yi Xian being accused by Gu Yanran of abusing and beating her is no longer within the scope of domestic violence. It is considered a criminal injury case. According to the law, the police have the right and must prosecute criminal injury cases without the consent of the victim. Since the criminal injury case has been established and the evidence is conclusive, and Yi Xian's case in the United States is closely related to the estate dispute between Gu Yanran and me, I urge the police to quickly file the case and request the American police to cooperate with them in this case to extradite Yi Xian back to the Xia Empire." Gu Yanran's expression instantly became very ugly. If Yi Xian returned to the Xia Empire, what chance did she have of winning? She must not let him return to the Xia Empire. This is the first and second chapter of 2 chapters in one. It's 5,200 words long and includes 7,000 monthly votes and chapters. Today is the third chapter. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The third chapter at 7 p.m. should have 4,000 words. Chapter 828. The two female officers looked at each other and said to Gun Yinji guiltily, "We will pass on your words to our superiors and have our colleagues handling criminal cases take over the case. Thank you for your trouble." Gun Yinji was very polite to them. "This is not your fault. Someone deliberately misled you and took advantage of your kindness and kindness. Gun Yinji, don't slander me." Jean Wani saw that the situation was bad and immediately stopped Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji ignored her and winked at the two female officers with a smile. See? The two female officers also smiled at her and looked meaningfully at Jean Wani and Gu Yanran before getting up to leave the witness stand. The judge banged his gavel. After the second hearing, the court will cooperate with the police to extradite Yi Xian back to the Huaxia Empire. Court dismissed. The court staff surrounded President Zhan and left. Gun Yinji returned to her seat and began to carefully pack her things. She collected all the files and laptop that were scattered on the table and put them back in her laptop bag. General Ji's personal secretary, Secretary Chow, sat in on the entire hearing and admired Gun Yinji's eloquent and clear argument style. He also studied law and joined the army after his doctorate. Because he had a high starting point and was a civilian, he followed General Ji as his personal secretary and was promoted quickly. After the hearing, Secretary Chow was supposed to leave immediately, but he still walked up to Gun Yinji and praised her with a smile. "Miss Gu, today's hearing was very exciting." Gun Yinji saw someone complimenting her and looked up with a smile. She realized it was General Ji's personal secretary. She had seen him before when she was working for Hua Xiaoheng, but had never spoken to him. "You are Secretary Chow?" Gun Yinji was surprised. "You came to sit in?" "Yes, it was a worthwhile trip." Secretary Chow praised her again and patted her shoulder. "Keep up the good work." Gun Yinji was speechless. Although she wasn't familiar with him, she still had a smile. This was the personal secretary of Hua Xiaoheng's immediate superior, so she couldn't offend him. "Secretary Chow, you flatter me." Gun Yinji nodded politely. "There are still trials for this case. I will continue to work hard. Good luck." Secretary Chow looked at her with a smile again before leaving. As soon as Secretary Chow left, Speaker Long's assistant also received a call from Speaker Long Little Yang. Little Chow is already praising Gun Yinji. "Why aren't you going?" Speaker Long secretly called him from the hallway. The strategy and eloquence that Gun Yinji had displayed today were completely beyond Speaker Long's expectations. He was overwhelmed with emotions as he watched the entire trial. It had been many years since he had seen such a promising talent. As the Speaker of the Senate, Speaker Long had also been a straight-A student in B University's Faculty of Law. In fact, most of the members of the Senate had studied law. This was because the main function of the parliament was to enact laws. Without a legal background, it would be very difficult to be qualified for the job of a parliament member. Not only did the councillors need to be familiar with the law, but they also needed to have excellent eloquence and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. They also needed to have patience and strong logical thinking abilities. Gun Yinji's performance today had impressed Speaker Long. He suddenly understood why Hua Xiaoheng liked Gun Yinji and why General Ji supported Hua Xiaoheng to be with Gun Yinji. He was trying to keep the goodies within the family. Such good talents were all fished into his army. No way. Speaker Long couldn't sit still when he saw General Ji's personal secretary, Secretary Chow, take the initiative to chat with Gun Yinji on the big screen and even praised her. The assistant he had sent, Little Yang, sat indifferently in the gallery. No one knew what he was thinking about. Speaker Long had no choice but to personally call Little Yang and ask him to go and greet Gun Yinji. Little Yang immediately understood. "Don't worry, I'll go right now." Gun Yinji had just picked up her laptop bag and was about to leave when she saw a dignified man in his 30s walk over with a formal smile. "You're Gun Yinji, right?" Gun Yinji was speechless. She looked around. "May I ask if you're here to listen in?" The person who came to listen didn't know who the plaintiff was. Who was he trying to fool? "Yes, I just finished listening." You did well, but there are still areas that need improvement. Little Yang, who also studied law, was very good at teaching others. He began to teach Gun Yinji how to fight a lawsuit. Gun Yinji was a bit annoyed, but still listened to him politely as she walked out. Little Yang said a few words and noticed that Gun Yinji was absent-minded. He began to look down on her. He felt that she didn't have a high status, but was quite arrogant. She became arrogant after being praised by General Ji's secretary Chow. Gun Yinji was even more annoyed by his attitude. Seeing that he kept following her, she turned and asked, "May I ask how I should address you? You don't know who I am?" Little Yang looked at Gun Yinji with surprise. "My surname is Yang. Is your name Yanghua?" Gun Yinji asked seriously. "Of course not. Why do you say that?" Little Yang was very confused. "Yanghua? That sounds very familiar." "Oh, you're not Yanghua. Why would I know who you are?" Gun Yinji rolled her eyes again in her mind. Little Yang's face turned green. In Shi Xiang, who had been silently following behind them, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gun Yinji turned around and saw In Shi Xiang. Her eyes flashed. "Brother Xiong, you drove here." "Yes, I'll take you back to school." In Shi Xiang walked up and took the laptop bag from her naturally. He nodded at Speaker Long's assistant, Little Yang. Special Assistant Yang is also here to listen in. Special Assistant Yang finally regained some of his dignity. He looked at Gun Yinji and thought that her eyes were too big, her face was too beautiful, and her figure was too good. She was curvaceous even in a professional suit. She didn't look like a capable lawyer at all. She was more like a vase. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and nodded at In Shi Xiao. "Lieutenant Colonel In is also here to listen in? Why isn't Hua Xiao here?" "Hua Xiao is busy. He doesn't have time." In Shi Xiang smiled. Hua Xiaoheng was actually watching the live broadcast of the trial with General Ji and Speaker Long at the military headquarters. Special Assistant Yang smiled and turned to look at Gun Yinji carefully. He thought that there must be a reason why Speaker Long called him personally to say hello to Gun Yinji. He didn't know what Speaker Long's reason was yet, but he understood that Speaker Long valued Gun Yinji. However, in his opinion, Gun Yinji's performance in court today was most likely taught by someone behind the scenes. Perhaps it was the Special Operations Forces or Hua Xiaoheng himself. His focus had always been on the Senate and wasn't familiar with the military or the Special Operations Forces. He didn't know much about Gun Yinji's past achievements in court. Moreover, he was also a top student. He only felt that Gun Yinji's performance today was passable. He didn't understand why Secretary Chow had personally expressed his goodwill. However, he had to admit that even if Gun Yinji was a vase, it was a precious mutton fat jade antique vase. It wasn't a glass vase that cost 10 renminbi on the market. Having such a vase in the office was indeed pleasing to the eye. Gun Yinji didn't like the way Special Assistant Yang looked at her. She tugged at In Shi Xiang's arm. "Brother Xiong, let's go. I still have something to tell you." In Shi Xiang nodded and pulled her into the car. He stuck his head out and said to Special Assistant Yang, "We're leaving." "Goodbye, Special Assistant Yang." Special Assistant Yang smiled and nodded. He looked at them meaningfully as they left. "Brother Xiong, you sat in on today's trial, right?" Gun Yinji sat in the passenger seat and played with the 2 clay dolls in the car. "I did. Yinji is getting better and better." In Shi Xiang praised her with a smile. "If Brother Xiong needs anything in the future, I'll definitely hire you as my lawyer." No. Brother Xiong, don't talk nonsense." Gun Yinji quickly helped him knock on the wood. "The bad don't work, but the good do. Brother Xiong won't need me until the day I become a lawyer." In Shi Xiang knew that Gun Yinji was concerned about him. He felt very comforted and whispered, "Yinji, did you have the idea of extraditing Yi Xian from the beginning?" Gun Yinji smiled slyly. This was also because Gu Yanran and the others were so helpful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to return to this crucial point in the end. She then said, "Go back and ask Hua Xiao when you have time to see if this is feasible." In Shi Xiang laughed. "You don't say. When you said those words last week, I didn't understand what you meant, but Hua Xiao seemed to have understood a long time ago. He already asked us to call the police headquarters last week to monitor the progress of Yi Xian's case in the United States." "Oh, Really? Huashao thought of it last week. Gun Yinji was surprised and happy. She also felt that Huashao was really amazing. He immediately understood what she wanted to do and quietly helped her pave the way for the future. Yes, the people from the police headquarters should already be in contact with the American police to discuss cooperation on the case, Yin Shixiang said as he called Huashao. After the call went through, he said, Huashao, Nianji is in the car. Do you want to talk to her? Huashao was silent for a second before rejecting. No need. Tell her not to worry. Yin Shixiang snorted and turned off the phone. He turned to look at Gu Nianji. Nianji, Huashao said to tell you not to worry. Huashao had already made arrangements. As soon as Gu Nianji filed an extradition request in court, the police headquarters would immediately file the criminal injury case that Gu Yanran was suing Yixian. At the same time, they would quickly contact the American police to ask for cooperation on the case. Gu Nianji's eyes were a bit moist, and an unknown emotion accumulated in her chest. It was like the dark clouds rolling in the August evening sky, layer upon layer, blocking her thoughts. She nodded slightly. Thank Huashao for me. Nianji, are you still fighting with Huashao? Yin Shixiang looked at her in shock. Why are you angry for so long this time? Gu Nianji's heart, full of gratitude, immediately disappeared. She glanced at Yin Shixiang from the corner of her eyes. Brother Xiong, drive properly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll say bad things about you in front of Chi-Chi. How dare you? Yin Shixiang instinctively scolded Gu Nianji, only realizing that his reaction was too intense after speaking. He chuckled. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Gu Nianji was already covering her mouth from laughing so hard that her muscles were almost cramping. Brother Xiong, don't explain. Explaining means you're guilty, and being guilty means it's true. I get it. Yin Shixiang was rendered speechless by her. When they arrived at school and Gu Nianji got out of the car, she winked at Yin Shixiang and smiled. Brother Xiong, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. She returned his words to him. Yin Shixiang was relieved and patted her head. Go back. Why would I be angry with you? You're like my own sister. Gu Nianji pushed her head against Yin Shixiang's hand and went back in a good mood. Gu Yanran returned from the court feeling terrible. She locked herself in her bedroom in the Shanshan villa and didn't eat or drink. She also ignored the housekeeper, Mrs. James. She paced around the room anxiously, thinking of ways to stop Yixian from returning to the Xia Empire. Jin Wani had originally assured her that Yixian couldn't be extradited back to the Xia Empire. She didn't expect Gu Nianji to overturn Jin Wani's words in court and get the court to agree to the extradition. What should she do? She thought about it all night and finally decided to look for that person again. That person's idea not only didn't work, but it also seemed to have shot herself in the foot. Yixian couldn't stay. She had to quickly contact that person and get rid of Yixian. However, she called that person's phone countless times, but it was an invalid number. No one picked up at all. She vaguely felt that when that person said, "Don't contact me again," he meant it. But how could she not contact her? That was because her idea had screwed up. Gu Yanran thought about it all night and finally came up with an idea. Early the next morning, Gu Yanran found someone to post on the internet and was the first to expose the news of the police headquarters attempting to extradite Yixian back to the Xia Empire. She believed that as long as the news was heated up enough on the internet, that person would definitely see it and help her. Wouldn't that be the case? That person was more powerful than she imagined. Not only did she know the address of Gu Xiangwen's lawyer, but she was also able to burn his entire family to death in one night and frame Yixian. These things couldn't be done with money alone. What? The Xia Imperial Police want to extradite Yixian back? The sheriff of Little Rock Canyon, Utah, was very surprised. But he committed a crime here. How can they extradite him back? And his nationality doesn't seem to be the Xia Empire? The person who came to the Little Rock Canyon police station was an agent from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, also commonly known as an FBI agent. In the United States, interstate and international cases were all handled by the FBI. Of course, if the local police couldn't solve the case, they could also ask the FBI for help. Different from the Xia Empire's police system, The various police stations in the United States were all local. There was no superior and subordinate relationship, only the size of the jurisdiction. The only national crime investigation agency was the FBI. The FBI received a request from the Hua Empire's police headquarters to cooperate and specifically came to Little Rock Canyon to investigate Yixian's case. This was their request. We signed a memorandum before. The FBI agent patiently laid out the facts and reason with the sheriff of Little Rock Canyon. And the crime he committed here is closely related to a case in their Huaxia Empire. It's understandable for them to request cooperation. But Mr. Vanderbilt is one of our people. This person is the only suspect, so we can't let him go. The sheriff of Little Rock Canyon was very insistent. No way. You guys signed a memorandum with the Huaxia Empire, but I didn't. Don't blame it on me. The FBI agent also had a headache dealing with such stubborn people. But he had no choice. Because they weren't superior and subordinate, he couldn't order the sheriff of Little Rock Canyon to hand over Yixian and have a Huaxia Empire extradite him back. So their memo said collaboration, not necessity. Think about it carefully. This is a copy of a letter from the Huaxia Imperial Police Headquarters. I'll leave it here. Call me when you've thought it through. The FBI agent left a business card and left. The sheriff of Little Rock Canyon was a tough nut to crack, so he took on this matter and refused to let Yixian return to the Huaxia Empire. When Gu Nianji heard the news, she was very anxious and absent-minded in class. She wanted nothing more than to personally go to the United States and bring Yixian back. He Jichu noticed that she was restless, so he asked her to stay after class and kindly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something bothering you?" Gu Nianji didn't hide it from He Jichu and told him about the American police in Little Rock Canyon refusing to extradite Yixian back to the Huaxia Empire. She even complained, "The lawyer over there isn't good enough and won't speak up for him at all. I really want to go there myself and ask the sheriff why they're detaining Yixian. We're actually just looking for an excuse to send people to protect Yixian's safety. Otherwise, I can get him acquitted at any time and demand huge compensation. If they extradited him, of course, the police force would be sufficient, so Yixian's safety would be guaranteed." He Jichu silently took the tablet and began to look at all the circumstances of Yixian's case. His expression was still cold and aloof, and his thin lips were pressed tightly together. He quietly read all the information and walked to the kitchen to pour a glass of red wine. He swirled it in his hand. Gu Nianji saw that He Jichu wasn't saying anything, so she picked up her bag. "I'm going back now. Goodbye, Professor He." When she walked to the door, He Jichu seemed to have finally made up his mind. He downed the red wine in his hand and suddenly called out to her, "Nianji, I'm going to the United States to be Yixian's lawyer and bring him back to the Huaxia Empire." This was also the fourth chapter of 2 chapters in one. It was a big chapter of 4,700 words, so it could count as the fourth chapter today, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 829. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks at the door. She couldn't believe her ears. Pausing, she turned around to look at He Jichu and said in shock, "Professor He, did I hear that right? You're really willing to go to the United States to be Yixian's lawyer?" He Jichu's expression was still cold and aloof, and his tall nose made him look even more aloof and tall. He held a glass of red wine in one hand and put the other in his trouser pocket. His posture was relaxed, but his shimmering, sultry eyes were filled with determination and ruthlessness. It was just like the feeling he often gave people, full of contradictions and strong contrasts. Gu Nianji was a bit uncertain about He Jichu. Unlike Hua Xiaoheng, if Hua Xiaoheng told her he would do something, Gu Nianji believed he wouldn't go back on his word. But He Jichu, a faint trace of doubt and hesitation appeared in her eyes. It wasn't that she didn't want He Jichu to be Yixian's lawyer. In reality, no one was more suitable than He Jichu. In terms of the law, Gu Nianji knew that even if she went herself, she wouldn't be as confident as He Jichu. But what if He Jichu dropped the ball at a critical moment? Nothing could go wrong with Yixian's case. Gu Nianji couldn't bear the consequences. This was almost her last ray of hope. Hijichu was originally feeling a bit depressed, but when he saw her conflicted expression, a subtle smile appeared on his aloof face. He put down a glass of red wine and walked to Gun Yinji. Placing both hands on her slender shoulders, he said quietly, "Yinji, tell me, are you willing to stay here and live here for the rest of your life?" Gun Yinji tilted her head to look at him and asked in confusion, "Of course. I grew up here, so this is my home. I've never wanted to go to another country. Yeah, I've been to other countries, but I don't like them. I only like this place." "Okay, since you like it here, we'll stay here." Hijichu hugged her and let go before she could react. "Don't worry, I'll go to the United States and bring Yixin back." "Professor He, you're really willing?" Gun Yinji confirmed again. "This matter is very important to me. I don't want anything to go wrong. What is important to you is even more important to me." Hijichu stood in front of her, his hands in his trouser pockets as he looked down at her. His cold expression was tinged with warmth, and his entire being was filled with an enigmatic charm. Gun Yinji looked up at him and clenched her fists. Her palms were visibly sweaty. She heard herself say calmly, "Thank you, Professor He. When do you plan to depart?" Hijichu smiled slightly. "My private plane can take off tonight." Leave tonight? But the police HQ hasn't been settled yet." Gun Yinji was deeply worried. "You should go with the SWAT team from the police HQ, right? It's also safer." "You even know if it's safe?" Hijichu raised an eyebrow. "Are you worried about my safety?" "Of course I'm worried about your safety. Not only you, but I'm also worried about the special police who might go to the United States to extradite Yixin back to the Huaxia Empire." Gun Yinji said frankly, "But they are well-trained and have the support of the country. Most people would have to think carefully if they wanted to go against them." Hijichu was silent for a long time. His gaze was as cold as ice shards on a cold night, and there was also a bit of pain. "You don't trust my abilities?" "Professor He, it's not that I don't trust your abilities. In this world, you're the only lawyer I trust wholeheartedly. If you're willing to be Yixin's lawyer, it's better than me going myself." Gun Yinji spoke very urgently, and it was obvious that she was sincere. Hijichu felt slightly better and patted her head. "Then what are you worried about? What if we encounter those people's final struggles and desperate counterattacks?" Gun Yinji murmured as the worry on her face deepened. She had studied all the news reports on Yixin's case. Thanks to the sheriff of Little Rock Canyon, who liked to hold press conferences, Gun Yinji knew all the progress of the case like the back of her hand. When she learned from the press conference that the most elite FBI fire detection experts in the United States had already surveyed the scene of the fire, Gun Yinji couldn't help but hack into the Little Rock Canyon Police Department's website and find the FBI fire detection experts' report from their system. She learned a lot of insider information that hadn't been made public. In the FBI fire detection experts' report, it was confirmed that the Vanderbilt family had been executed before being set on fire. Not only were the Vanderbilt family members among the dead, but there were also about a dozen elite bodyguards. These bodyguards were equipped with very sophisticated weapons. There were even about a dozen semi-automatic submachine guns and several boxes of bullets. Unfortunately, these guns and bullets had been used on the lawyer's family by the murderer. Also, it turned out that the Vanderbilt family was secretly very rich. Everyone knew that lawyers in the United States were very rich, but it was very surprising that a very ordinary lawyer in Little Rock Canyon, Utah, who specialized in family matters such as divorces and wills, also had such a large family fortune. He was very low-key, but he hired expensive bodyguards for himself and equipped them with heavy weapons to protect his family. Although there was such strict protection, they were all dead. With such a deranged murderer behind the scenes framing Yixin, it was conceivable that anyone who attempted to bring Yixin back to the Huaxia Empire would be met with strong retaliation. From Gun Yinji's perspective, Hijichu wasn't like Hua Xiaoheng, who could rely on himself to fight against the enemy. Hijichu was smart enough, but if he really encountered a vicious criminal, Gun Yinji felt that he might not be able to escape. "You're actually worried about these useless things." Hijichu snorted. "It looks like you don't understand me at all. Is there anything else I don't know, Professor He?" Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she smiled slyly. She wasn't in a hurry to leave, so she put on her backpack and quietly closed the half-open door. Hijichu saw her small movements but didn't expose her. He turned to walk back to the living room and said, "There's a lot you don't know. Do I have to tell you everything? Do you still have the concept of privacy?" "I'm not going to pry into Professor He's privacy." Gunyinji followed him and said curiously, "I just want to know what Professor He is relying on to not be afraid of the murderer behind Yixian's case." Hijichu sat on the single-seater sofa, crossed his legs, and raised his hand. "Make me a cup of Colombian black coffee, and I'll tell you." "Really? You're not kidding me, are you?" Gunyinji was overjoyed and quickly put her backpack on the sofa. Before Hijichu could change his mind, she quickly ran to the kitchen to make coffee for him. The automatic coffee machine was very efficient, and in less than 2 minutes, Gunyinji had made a cup of fragrant and mellow black coffee. She presented it to Hijichu and said fawningly, "Professor He, your Colombian black coffee." Hijichu took the coffee cup and wasn't in a hurry to drink it. He only placed it on the coffee table in front of him and said to Gunyinji, "Do you know where Colombian black coffee is produced?" "Of course it's Colombia." Gunyinji didn't understand what Hijichu meant. "Is it really that simple?" "It's that simple." Hijichu placed both hands on the armrests. His handsome face was shaded by the light, and he was solemn and straightforward. He had an inviolable dignity. Gunyinji didn't believe him and blinked her dark eyes. "You have to at least give me some facts to support your opinion, right? Otherwise, I really won't be at ease." "You won't be at ease?" Hijichu finally smiled. He leaned forward slightly and gestured for Gunyinji to pick up the iPad on the coffee table. "Search it." 7 years ago, Colombia's most famous underground godfather, Francis, was destroyed. Gunyinji was speechless. How did this relate to Colombia's underground godfather? Gunyinji was even more confused. She looked at Hijichu with confusion and didn't use his iPad. Instead, she took out her phone and searched it on the mobile network. Looking at the news in front of her, Gunyinji's eyes widened. This person was so powerful. How did he get destroyed overnight? Gunyinji was extremely shocked. The news from 7 years ago was a hot topic in the Americas. Even the United States was scrambling to report on the case that happened in Colombia, and it was still an unsolved case. Francis was the infamous underground godfather of South America. His nest was in Colombia. In this country, even the president had the final say. The other countries in South America also had to respect him. From the description of the news, this person's status was quite similar to the He family's current status in South America. Gunyinji's expression was a little strange. 7 years ago, Francis, the underground godfather of South America, was suddenly killed. His family wasn't killed, but all his assets disappeared. Without money, the Francis family was like a wolf without teeth and was soon disintegrated by his men. There was no more Francis family in South America. Francis, who was so arrogant in South America that even the United States couldn't destroy him with mercenaries, died silently just like that. His body hung from a street lamp on the streets of Colombia. His heart was shot like a beehive, and his entire body was almost pierced. This case was still unsolved to this day. However, no one wanted to solve this case. Everyone tacitly agreed that the United States had sent special forces to do it, because Francis's security was comparable to that of a regular army. The army of a normal country couldn't even touch him, let alone private armed forces that could kill him, except for the United States. So what did Hijichu mean by bringing this case up? Gunyinji finished reading the news and looked at Hijichu inquiringly. Hijichu looked at her quietly. His eyes were calm and unruffled. He nodded. After Francis died, the He family replaced him. Gunyinji's long eyebrows jumped. "Professor He, don't tell me that the He family is now the big boss of South America?" This was absolutely unacceptable to her. If Hijichu's family was really in this business, Gunyinji considered dropping out of school. Hijichu shook his head. "No, my family doesn't touch drugs." Then what business does the He family do to be able to replace Francis's position? Gunyinji was still very doubtful. The politics of those countries in South America followed the jungle principle of the strong preying on the weak. They never talked about winning people over with virtue. Arms. Hijichu raised his head slightly. The He family's arms business is all over South America, Europe, and Africa. Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes and looked at Hijichu thoughtfully. She remembered now, when she was in the United States, Hijichu's relationship with the U.S. military was unexpectedly good. In fact, Hijichu's status in both the U.S. government and military was very high. If the He family was in the arms business, it would explain a little. But Gun Yinji grew up with Huo Xiaoheng and happened to be more knowledgeable about arms. She also leaned forward and stared into Hijichu's eyes. She said thoughtfully, arms business can give you that kind of status in the U.S. government and military? Don't lie to me. The biggest arms dealer in the world is the U.S. They sell arms everywhere, so why would they treat you like an honored guest? No matter how powerful the He family was, they were just a family. They couldn't compare to the U.S. as a whole. A family that sold arms had a high status in front of the U.S. military arms dealer? You're kidding me again. Of course I have what they need. Hijichu didn't think much of it. He leaned over and picked up his coffee cup to take a sip. It's right to have a spirit of skepticism, but when the truth is right in front of you and you still don't believe it, then that's stubbornness, not wisdom. Gun Yinji studied Hijichu's solemn expression and knew that if she asked again, it would involve his family's trade secrets. Hijichu definitely wouldn't say anything. She reluctantly agreed. Okay then, by saying this, do you mean that you have the conditions to guarantee Yi Xian's safety? It was the Whitewater Security Company in the U.S. that wiped out the Colombian underground godfather, Francis, and his 2,000-strong escort force in one night, Hijichu said coolly. I provided the money and provided the plan of action. This time, I will still use the Whitewater Security Company. Gun Yinji's pupils instantly contracted. Could the person behind Yi Xian's case this time be on par with the South American underground godfather? Even more powerful than him? Hijichu's voice was still calm, but his tone was unquestionable. However, unfortunately, they encountered me. They are destined to suffer a crushing defeat. This is the first chapter with 3,700 words. 2 chapters today, seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. The second chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 830. Gun Yinji wasn't encouraged by Hijichu's words and became even more worried. She frowned at Hijichu. Professor He, are you sure? Or do you know who did it? If you know, shouldn't you report it to the American police and provide them with clues? Did he want to personally arrest the mastermind? Hijichu stirred the small silver spoon in his black coffee and looked down as he replied dryly. How can I report it to the police? They're a bunch of outlaws. I don't know where they live and have no evidence to prove they did it. It's all my speculation, and you want me to report to the police? Gun Yinji was speechless at Hijichu's rebuttal. After a while, she found a way out of this embarrassing situation and said with a smile, I told you, Professor He is the only lawyer in the world that I respect. How many lawyers have you met who aren't embarrassed to say something like that? Although Hijichu said this, his face was full of smiles and much more relaxed than before. Don't worry, I'll be fine. When the time comes, I'll definitely bring Yi Xian back in one piece. Professor He, you must be careful. Gun Yinji bit her lip. You should wait for the police headquarters to send people over and go with them. You'll be responsible for Yi Xian's legal affairs. Leave the security issues to the police headquarters. Gun Yinji felt that Huo Xiaoheng would also send people over, but Huo Xiaoheng's work was done in secret, so she didn't tell Hijichu. It's best if the police headquarters don't send people to the United States. If they go, they'll just be cannon fodder and die in a foreign country. Hijichu said dryly, I'll go. It won't be good for you if they sacrifice themselves for your case. Gun Yinji gasped. Her lips slightly parted to reveal the edges of 2 snow-white teeth that contrasted with her cherry-pink lips. She looked confused and nervous. It's that dangerous? Then will it really be okay for Professor He to go alone? Hijichu thought Gun Yinji looked very cute when she was so worried about him. He smiled at her for a while, then got up and walked to the bedroom. He took out a pale, rose-gold phone and handed it to Gun Yinji. Take this. If you can't reach me through other numbers, use this phone. Gun Yinji curiously took it and turned it around to look at it. What's his phone number? Why did they only use this when they couldn't get through to the others? Professor He, you're also high-tech? There was nothing special about the appearance of this phone. It was just that the phone's material looked very high-end. The color of rose gold was very tacky, but this rose gold had a faint silver base, which made it look elegant. It felt good in his hands and was very close to him. Ijichu smiled. This phone doesn't have a number, so you can only call me. He pulled up his phone's contact list, and sure enough, there was only one number on it. The name Hijichu was written next to it. Gunyinji, a phone without a number could only call Hijichu? You're amazing, Professor He. Gunyinji's eyes darted around. It was obvious that she had a lot of questions but didn't dare to ask them. Hijichu patted her head and tucked her hair behind her ear. He said softly, "Take it first. I'll tell you when I have the chance." He paused before continuing, "It was my fault for putting you in danger in Germany last time. It won't happen again." He held Gunyinji's hand and wrapped the phone in her palm. "As long as you keep this phone on you, no one can intercept your calls to me." Gunyinji recalled the time in Germany where she had fallen into a situation where she couldn't even call for help. She felt a lingering fear and instinctively tightened her grip on her phone as she muttered, "Is this phone really that powerful? Yes, I have to keep it with me." Hijichu regretted not giving the phone to Gunyinji earlier. But then again, if Gunyinji hadn't been in danger in Germany, he wouldn't have known who was behind it. Gunyinji had suffered a great loss that time, but the person who set her up had also been exposed. However, Hijichu still hadn't figured out how to deal with it. Okay, Gunyinji chose to believe Hijichu this time. Current technology couldn't guarantee that the phone's signal wouldn't be intercepted. Hijichu's phone might really be special. As long as I'm here, my phone will always be on for you. Hijichu walked Gunyinji out. But if I have to go back and you run into trouble you can't solve, just call this phone. I'll definitely be able to get your call. Gunyinji nodded. Thank you for your concern, Professor He. If I don't care about you, who do I care about? Hijichu said with a half smile. Seeing Gunyinji blush, he sighed inwardly. However, he remembered that Gunyinji and Huashaoheng had already broken up, so he still had a chance in time. There was plenty of time in the future. Late at night, Hijichu's private plane soared into the sky and flew towards the United States. At that moment, Gu Yinran stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in her Xiangshan villa. Draped in a flaxen cashmere poncho, she crossed her arms and quietly looked at the night sky. Jean Wani walked in with an exhausted expression. Yinran, I heard that the police headquarters has already sent a letter to the United States requesting assistance in the case to extradite Yi Xian back to the Huaxia Empire for trial. Are you ready to confront Yi Xian? Gu Yinran's expression was calm. He hasn't returned to the Huaxia Empire yet. Why are you so anxious? How can I not be anxious? The idea you came up with was actually not bad, but unfortunately, Jean Wani shook her head. Hurry up and think of a countermeasure. Otherwise, we'll both be finished when he returns. Jean Wani left Gu Yinran's home very late. As soon as she left, Gu Yinran immediately used her phone to call the invalid number. Still, no one picked up. On social media, the topic of Yi Xian's case that Gu Yinran had gotten people to hype had already become a hot topic. She thought about it and leaked the news that the police headquarters was sending people to extradite Yi Xian back to the Huaxia Empire to those verified accounts. As expected, this news made Yi Xian's case even more popular on social media. With such a big commotion, that person would definitely see it, right? Gu Yinran felt sleepy, so she quickly went to the bathroom to wash up before going to bed. As soon as she laid down, she heard her phone ring. Then a random text message popped up. 3 blood-red exclamation marks were like 3 blood-stained rods, but also like 3 long swords. They were filled with anger. Gu Yinran let out a long sigh. She knew that person had gotten the news. She could finally have a good sleep. Hijichu's private plane couldn't directly stop at Little Rock Canyon Airport because it was a small place and didn't have customs. He needed to stop at Salt Lake City International Airport, where the state capital of Utah was located. It was a 4-hour drive from Little Rock Canyon to Salt Lake City, and he had to pass through a deserted interstate highway in between. When Hijichu got off the private plane, the leader of the Whitewater Security Company's operations team, Little A, was already waiting for him there. Little A was a Caucasian in his 30s and had joined the mercenary army since he was a teenager. Later, he joined the Whitewater Security Company and became a core member. "Mr. He, we meet again." Little A laughed as he opened his arms and pretended to hug him. He Chu didn't even look at him and walked forward expressionlessly. "Are you all ready? This time, it's even more dangerous than 7 years ago. Don't fail miserably." "TSK, I'm also better than 7 years ago. Mr. He, believe me, this is the United States. It's our Whitewater Security Company's world." Little A laughed very happily. The former vice president is a major shareholder. Why have we ever been afraid of anyone? He Chu stopped in front of his private car and turned to glance at him. He said calmly, "This time, you need everyone to be equipped with 2 semi-automatic submachine guns and 4 pistols. In addition, you also need to mobilize 2 armed helicopters and at least 6 bulletproof vehicles. Also, there are a total of 67 places along the interstate highway from Little Rock Canyon to here that can be used as sniping points. You don't need to send people to guard them, but you need to plant timed explosives. The bulletproof vehicles need to be equipped with the latest integrated mortars, and the performance of the bulletproof vehicles must be able to withstand mortar attacks." Little A was at a loss. "Mr. He, are you going to fight a limited local war in the United States? They usually only used so much wartime equipment on the battlefield in the Middle East." This is the second update. Tomorrow is the third. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Tomorrow, I'll add 7,300 monthly votes for my dear friends. Chapter 831. He Chu didn't care and directly opened the door to get in the car. After sitting in the car, the dark brown window slowly rolled down, and He Chu's face, as clear as an ice sculpture, appeared from behind the window. He looked at the dumbfounded Little A and chuckled. "You're scared?" "Scared. The word scared doesn't exist in my dictionary." Little A was so agitated he almost stomped his feet, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt he needed to remind He Chu. "But Mr. He, do you know where there are places nearby?" Little A didn't give up and grabbed He Chu's door. "There's the famous OV Air Force Base here. You want me to bring in this wartime equipment right under the nose of these Air Force soldiers?" He Chu's shimmering, sultry eyes flashed as he looked straight ahead and said dryly, "That's your problem, not mine. But this is the OV Air Force Base." Little A slammed the door hard and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "All the B-2 stealth bomber pilots train here. They're also the only flight squadron in the world to carry out atomic bomb missions. Fighting a limited local war here. Are you waiting to be wiped out by them?" "Mr. He, where's your rationality?" He Chu's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly gathered his thoughts and turned to look at Little A. His cold, thin lips curled into a mocking smile. "So you're still scared. Drive." With these 2 words, the driver in the front stepped on the gas, and his bulletproof Cadillac car immediately shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Little A almost tumbled from the car's instantaneous acceleration. He staggered forward a few steps before he steadied himself and stopped. The car couldn't catch up and instantly disappeared from his vision. Little A cursed as he took out his phone and dialed He Chu's number again. He said gruffly, "Mr. He, your request this time is a bit excessive. I need to ask my superior." "Whatever." He Chu wore a Bluetooth headset and opened his phone with one hand to browse the local news. "Very good. There hadn't been any special incidents in Little Rock Canyon, Utah recently, and the OV Air Force Base was also operating normally. The news of him coming to the United States was temporarily confidential, so Gun Yinji wouldn't tell anyone. Only when he went to the police station to request bail for Yi Xian would the news that he was in the United States spread. At that time, everything he required must be in place. The car window was not closed, and the salty wind blew from the wilderness, bringing with it an icy chill. He Chu took a deep breath. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and he gripped his gun. He had been a lawyer for so long that he had forgotten what he used to do. Uncle Gu was right. A person's potential was limitless. This sentence was not a figure of speech, nor was it a figure of speech. It was the literal meaning. Closing his eyes slightly, Ji Chu, who hadn't slept for a day and a night, fell asleep. Brother, I want to be a lawyer when I grow up. It was Gun Yinji's 12th birthday. She was wearing a pink diamond crown and a pink chiffon dress. Her chubby little face was round, and her chubby little hands were clutching the hem of his shirt. He could clearly see the little dimples on the back of her hands. Brother Ji Chu corrected her without batting an eyelid. That was when he was 22 years old, and he was even colder than he was now. He would only show a hint of warmth when he saw Gun Yinji. From a 6-year-old girl who would hide and tremble when she first arrived to the lively, cheerful, and lovable little girl now. His hard work over the past 6 years had not been in vain. Brother I want to be a lawyer when I grow up. I want to be as prestigious as Brother He's mother. The 12-year-old Gun Yinji insisted on her dream. Actually, it was only because she had watched the video archive of Ji Chu's mother defending herself in court. Yes, when you graduate from university, you can apply to law school and become a lawyer. Ji Chu stood beside her and bowed to push a birthday cake in front of her. He looked at her with a smile. My little princess, blow out the candles. Blow out the candles. Blow out the candles. The guests cheered in unison. I still have to wait until I graduate from university? I can't wait. I want to be a lawyer tomorrow. The 12-year-old Gun Yinji loudly announced her birthday wish. At the same time, she puffed up her chubby little face and blew out all the candles in one breath. The chandelier in the living room suddenly went out, and the room suddenly became very dark. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. The guests in the room held their breath, thinking it was a special program. It was the He family's only son's little fiancé's 12th birthday. Everyone was looking forward to a different program. After all, in the past 5 birthdays, everyone had been surprised every year. But the surprise of that year was just too great. When the lights came back on, everyone in the room was in the same place, except for Gun Yinji. Ji Chu stood alone next to the cake, and Gun Yinji, who had been next to him, had disappeared. A pink diamond crown had fallen to the ground, and under the chandelier, it emitted a dazzling rainbow halo. Screech! The Cadillac's bulletproof car suddenly braked and stopped in front of the largest 4-star hotel in the suburbs of Little Rock Canyon. Ji Chu's body swayed, and he woke up from his dream. His thoughts were still stuck on the day of Gun Yinji's birthday 7 years ago. From the time the lights went out to when they came back on, only 7 seconds had passed. And in those 7 seconds, Gu Xiangwen had stolen Gun Yinji from Ji Chu's side without anyone noticing. In the beginning, he didn't know who had stolen Gun Yinji from the crowd. He only remembered flying into a rage and immediately declaring martial law in the city. He sent a large number of soldiers to search every house. After 7 days and 7 nights, he finally received news, but by the time he arrived, it was already too late. All he heard was a loud rumble, and then he saw flames soaring into the sky and a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Gun Yinji's father, Gu Xiangwen, was laughing maniacally in the fire, like a real lunatic. Ji Chu rubbed his forehead and waited for the driver to open the door for him. Ever since he found Gun Yinji, he hadn't had this dream again. He didn't expect to have another dream in the car today. The door opened, and Ji Chu stepped out. His assistant from the American law firm, Smith, had been waiting on the steps of the hotel for a long time. Lawyer you're finally here. Smith happily came down the steps. What do you want me to do? Just tell me what to do. Ji Chu looked at him and curled his lips slightly. His aloof face was calm. Did you receive the message I sent you? I did. I already contacted Yi Xian's lawyer, and he agreed to hand Yi Xian over to us. However, he had one condition. Smith chuckled. I didn't think it was a big deal, so I agreed. What condition? Ji Chu didn't stop walking as he walked to the hotel lobby. He wants to see you and exchange business card with you, Smith said happily as he followed Ji Chu into the hotel lobby. In the hotel lobby, the lawyer Yi Xian had randomly found stood up excitedly and walked over to Ji Chu eagerly. He reached out his hand, and his voice was trembling with excitement. "Is this lawyer he? Nice to meet you." He Jichu's name was legendary in the American legal world. He rarely appeared in court, so when he took the initiative to contact him this time to be the lawyer for an arson and murder suspect, the lawyer almost thought it was a prank on a TV station and blurted out a curse at Smith. It wasn't until Smith used their law firm's work email account to send him an official email that the lawyer was dumbfounded. He quickly went to the police station to visit Yi Xian and told him about the matter. Yi Xian was slightly surprised, but he didn't object when he thought of Yi Jichu's relationship with Gun Yinji. The lawyer's transfer agreement was signed very smoothly. Now, he only had to wait for Yi Jichu to sign, as well to officially establish a client relationship with Yi Xian. Yi Jichu was also very polite to this sensible lawyer. He nodded. "Nice to meet you." The two of them chatted for a while and exchanged business cards. Yi Jichu said he needed to get used to the time difference and returned to his room to rest. Smith was left there to handle the handover with the lawyer. The lawyer returned happily after receiving Yi Jichu's business card. He framed the card and hung it in the most eye-catching position in his office. It also became one of his signboards. Yi Jichu didn't know any of this. Or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Right now, all his attention was on Yi Xian's case. After Smith sent the lawyer off, Yi Jichu called Smith. "Contact the Little Rock Canyon police station immediately. I'm going to visit Yi Xian and prepare for bail." "Okay, lawyer He." Smith immediately transferred the call to the Little Rock Canyon police station. When the Little Rock Canyon police chief heard that Yi Xian had changed his lawyer, and this lawyer seemed to have some background, he was even more unconvinced. He waved his thick fists and roared at Yi Jichu and Smith in the office. "Bail? Don't even think about it. Not unless you step over my dead body." Yi Jichu folded his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Mr. Sheriff, whether or not he can be released on bail is not up to you. I'm just reminding you. I don't have the final say." "Are you saying you have the final say?" The Little Rock Canyon police chief had worked here his entire life. He had started as a small police officer and had already worked in this police station for nearly 30 years. Here, his words were law and order. "Of course, I don't have the final say. The judge has the final say." Yi Jichu didn't mince words with this kind of tyrant sheriff. "I will apply to the judge to schedule the court hearing ahead of time." "What right do you have to do that?" The sheriff was furious. "There are rules for court scheduling. It hasn't been his case yet, so you can't have special privileges?" "Special privileges? I thought you were the one who had special privileges, Mr. Sheriff. You have been detaining my client for more than 72 hours. I will reserve the right to seek compensation from the Little Rock Canyon city government and police." Yi Jichu glanced at the sheriff coldly and picked up his phone. In front of the sheriff, he called the high court in charge of the Little Rock Canyon area in Utah. This was a first watch. Today was the third watch, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. "Where are the recommendation votes from your friends? You have to vote all of them." "Oh, for all, oh." At 1 p.m. The monthly votes were 7,300 plus watch. At 7 p.m., the third watch. P.S. Friends, it is indeed very interesting to guess the plot, but guessing is guessing. Don't hurt the harmony. If you guess correctly, you will be rewarded with a kiss. If you don't guess correctly, just treat it as an unexpected surprise. In short, don't get angry. Also, if you feel that the plot seems contradictory, express your impatience and continue reading. I usually don't give any hints about the plot direction because it will affect everyone's enjoyment of reading too much. Chapter 832. The sheriff of Little Rock Canyon didn't know about Yi Jichu's fame and only knew that he had a powerful background. However, the judge of the Utah Supreme Court knew that Yi Jichu's background wasn't just famous. Over the last year, Yi Jichu had provided an astonishing number of political donations to various senators and public officials. Coupled with his high status in both the political and military circles, he had attracted the attention of the legal profession. Upon receiving Yi Jichu's call, the judge of the Utah Supreme Court immediately said that he would schedule Yi Xian's case earlier. At the same time, he agreed to Yi Jichu's bail without another word. Half an hour later, The order, personally signed by the judge of the Utah Supreme Court, was sent to the Little Rock Canyon Sheriff's Office. What? Agree to bail? The sheriff was furious. I haven't even agreed yet. How dare he? Mr. Sheriff, I advise you to stop talking. If you continue talking, your public pension will be gone. Hijichu coldly interrupted the sheriff's complaints. What kind of public official didn't have a pension after retirement? A convicted public official. Are you threatening me? I didn't break the law. The sheriff of Little Rock Canyon began to get nervous. His red, round nose beaded with sweat. Using illegal means to obstruct my client's access to justice, the court will give a fair judgment. Hijichu didn't want to waste time with him anymore. He motioned for Smith to show the sheriff the high court's order approving bail. Okay, I want to take my client away. The sheriff stared at the piece of paper and suddenly said, "This requires a bail of $1 million US. Where's your money?" "I've already handed it over to the court." Hijichu's lips twitched. "Otherwise, do you think the court would sign a bail order for free?" Hijichu's forcefulness made the sheriff of Little Rock Canyon feel like his seniority wasn't enough for the first time. He began to miss Yi Xian's previous lawyer. He was really easy to talk to and listen to whatever he said. He never spoke from the suspect's standpoint. The sheriff of Little Rock Canyon had a very bad impression of Hijichu. He felt that Hijichu was the kind of greedy, blood-sucking lawyer who would defend anyone as long as he was paid. The iron door of the detention center opened. Yi Xian sat up from the single bed and instinctively used his arm to block his view. The light coming from the door was too dazzling. Yi Xian, who had been in the little dark room for several days, was not used to it. Hijichu stood at the door with one hand in his pocket and did not enter. He said coldly, "Let's go. You're bailed out." Yi Xian abruptly lowered his arm. "Really?" Hijichu turned around and left without another word. Yi Xian saw that the detention center's metal door wasn't closed again, so he hurriedly rushed out. The policeman at the door nodded to him and did not stop him. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had really been bailed out. He followed Hijichu out of the police station and back to the hotel. Yi Xian didn't speak the entire time. It wasn't until they entered the room that Yi Xian said, "Thank you, Mr. He. How much is the bail? I can give it back to you." Hijichu looked at his watch nonchalantly. "Your case is already scheduled. If there are no accidents, it will be in court tomorrow. Get ready. Go eat and shower first, then tell me everything." Yi Xian quickly agreed. 20 minutes later, Yi Xian arrived at Hijichu's room and knocked on the door. The door opened and Smith poked his head out. "Come in." Yi Xian nodded to Smith. "I'm lawyer He's assistant. You can call me Smith." Smith extended his hand to him with a friendly smile. Yi Xian shook hands with him before sitting down in front of Hijichu. Hijichu asked Smith to sit down as well and turned on the recording button on his phone. He raised his chin at Yi Xian and said one simple word, "Speak." Yi Xian recalled what had happened over the past few days and felt his mouth go dry. He licked his lips and carefully thought about what had happened before and after. He told Hijichu and Smith in chronological order. "I learned Mr. Vanderbilt's address from Gu Yanran, so I wanted to find him and ask if Uncle Gu had left a will with him. I observed him for a few days and felt that it was about time before I went to test him. I didn't expect him to be so vigilant and not reveal anything. I tried for 2 or 3 days, and he was finally about to give in. Then something happened. Yi Xian's fingers felt a bit itchy as he looked up at Hijichu. "Do you have a cigarette?" Hijichu didn't smoke in the past, but he gradually started to smoke in order to find Gunyinji. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took it and looked at it. His heart skipped a beat. This cigarette was a bit longer than normal cigarettes. It was completely white, and the tobacco had a faint fragrance. After smoking, it tasted very refreshing, unlike other cigarettes that smell bad after smoking. This kind of cigarette had another name. He only learned it after coming to the Huaxia Empire. It was called Special Supply Cigarettes. After Gu Yanran had gotten close to Prime Minister Tan, she had once gotten him a pack of Special Supply cigarettes. She had even proudly told him that this kind of cigarette couldn't be bought with money and that he had smoked it once. Yi Xian calmly took out a cigarette from the pack and tossed the rest back to Hijichu. He lit it and took a deep puff. The smell was indescribably strong and even better than the special supply cigarettes Gu Yanran had given him. He Jichu also took out a cigarette from the pack and looked down to light it. He took a deep puff and indicated for Yi Xian to continue. Smith didn't smoke, but he couldn't stand the two of them. He pointed at the smoke alarm on the ceiling. "Gentlemen, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the smoke alarm started ringing like crazy. He Jichu stood up and said to Yi Xian, "Let's talk outside." Yi Xian quickly followed him to the balcony. The two of them stood under the November sun in Utah, in the United States, and began talking about the Vanderbilt case. "You're saying that when you left the street where the Vanderbilt lived that day, your car had a problem on the way. You fixed it for a few hours and only returned to the hotel in the middle of the night?" He Jichu looked thoughtful. "Then you mean that you didn't have any witnesses to prove that you were fixing your car on the road during that time?" Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile. "They schemed to frame me, so of course they considered all of this." "Yeah, and then? You only returned to the hotel in the middle of the night to sleep, and then something happened to the Vanderbilt family during that time?" "I should say that something had already happened to his family before I returned to the hotel, but no one knew about it at first. Later, after the other party set the fire got bigger and was discovered." Yi Xian had investigated the street where the Vanderbilts lived for a few days, so he was very familiar with the area. "The Vanderbilt house is very remote?" He Jichu turned on the tablet in his hand to check the location. "Yes, their mansion is by the lake, so it's quite a distance from the other houses on that street." Yi Xian gestured to He Jichu. "If the fire started in the early morning, most people would be sleeping, so not many people would have discovered it." He Jichu nodded. The timeline all matched up, but the only troublesome thing was that Yi Xian didn't have any witnesses for a few hours that day. But this wasn't a particularly suspicious point. As long as he really didn't do it, the other party wouldn't have direct evidence that Yi Xian appeared at the scene of the fire. It was very difficult to convict someone without direct evidence in the American judicial system, which emphasized juries. The function of reasoning in court was not to be used as a direct basis to convict someone, but to provide logical clues to the chain of evidence. In Yi Xian's case, the chain of evidence was seriously lacking, so it was completely insufficient for the sheriff of Little Rock Canyon to use this to convict Yi Xian. Gun Yinji had probably thought of this as well, but in order for Yi Xian to return safely, she would rather use extradition than acquittal. Although the latter was easier, the latter was also more dangerous. He Jichu knew that if the people behind this were the ones he suspected, then their methods weren't something the Huaxia Imperial Special Police could handle. They would probably have to mobilize the regular army to be a match for those people. He Jichu held a cigarette in his mouth as he stared blankly at the red Rocky Mountains in front of the hotel. His expression was like an ice sculpture. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. He Jichu saw that it was Gun Yinji's number, so he answered it with his Bluetooth headset. As soon as the call connected, she quickly greeted him and asked about his progress. After He Jichu answered them one by one, Gun Yinji stammered for a long time before finally getting to the point. "Professor He, Yi Xian's case is currently being hyped up on social media. They even said that our country wants to extradite Yi Xian back to the Huaxia Empire." Gun Yinji paused before saying, "I was curious, so I went to investigate who started this topic. After following a few marketing accounts, I found out that Gu Yanran was the one paying the behind-the-scenes money. This was the second update, and the monthly votes had arrived at 7,300 plus updates. Today is the third update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Where are the recommendation votes from your friends? You have to vote for all of them. Oh, for all, oh. The third update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 833. When He Jichu heard this, he only grunted to indicate that he understood. Gun Yinji was still worried and wanted to warn He Jichu, but she was afraid of hurting his self-esteem. After thinking about it, she still said, "Professor He, you have to be careful. I think Gu Yanran's actions are a bit unusual." "What do you mean? Just say it." He Jichu noticed Gun Yinji was speaking carefully to him. His face was expressionless as he lowered his head to take a deep drag on a cigarette. Yi Xian studied He Zhichu and noticed there was an indescribable softness on his face when he answered the call. Although he looked expressionless, his aura was different. Gun Yinji saw that He Zhichu didn't mind, so she quickly said, "The topic she started is a bit strange. It's like she's writing an explanation. What time, where, what happened, and what's going on? She's just short of shouting and asking someone to go somewhere." He Zhichu narrowed his eyes and smiled darkly. "Your intuition is good. She's probably looking for help." Gun Yinji felt like her worst imagination had come true, and her face fell. "Oh, then Professor He, will you be in danger?" "I'm fine." He Zhichu's heart warmed, and his cold voice seemed to warm up. "You haven't told anyone that I'm in the United States, right?" Gun Yinji quickly said, "Not yet. The court is still communicating with the police headquarters, and the police headquarters is waiting for news from the United States. So as long as the United States refuses to cooperate, the police headquarters can't do anything for the time being. They won't send special forces to the United States to extradite Yi Xian." "That's good. Keep it a secret for as long as possible, and my side will be safer. Yi Xian has already been released on bail and will be in court soon." He Zhichu said it very simply, but Gun Yinji understood. "Okay, Professor He, then you and Yi Xian have to be careful." Gun Yinji's mood instantly improved when she heard that Yi Xian had already been released on bail. "You have to be careful, too," He Zhichu reminded her. "Keep the phone I gave you with you at all times." "Got it. I bring it with me every day." Gun Yinji quickly took out the phone He Zhichu gave her and waved it. He Zhichu couldn't see it, but he could imagine Gun Yinji's movements. The corners of his lips curled up almost imperceptibly. After hanging up, He Zhichu's mood was much better. He raised his hand to throw the unfinished cigarette into the trash can and said to Yi Xian, "Okay, go rest and get ready for court." Yi Xian glanced at him, threw his cigarette away, and turned to leave. He Zhichu stood alone on the balcony and stared at the brownish-red mountains in the distance, lost in thought for a while. He took out his phone and called the Utah Supreme Court. The Utah Superior Court, also known as the Circuit Court, would come to Little Rock to hear the case after it was scheduled. "I want to apply for privacy protection for Yi Xian's case. I don't want the Little Rock Canyon Police Department or any other government agency to release any information related to the interrogation to the media." This was an absolutely reasonable request, and the court actually did not like media exposure. Ever since the Vanderbilt family's case came out, the police station in Little Rock Canyon, especially the police chief, treated themselves as people from the entertainment circle. They wished they could hold press conferences every day. In reality, He Zhichu's request came at the right time. When the court order was delivered to the Little Rock Canyon Police Department, the police chief was planning to hold another press conference. At the conference, he would lash out at those vampire-like bad lawyers, especially scum like He Zhichu. The court order made the police chief break out in a cold sweat. What were they trying to do? Were they trying to restrict freedom of speech? However, the police chief only dared to criticize silently and did not dare to openly violate the order. Moreover, He Zhichu was invoking the Human Rights Protection Act of the U.S. Constitution and using privacy protection as an excuse. If he dared to violate this request, and the media exposed it, he would really not be able to receive his pension. The scheduled press conference was canceled just like that. The angry police chief was just about to give himself a vacation when he received a call from the city government. "Mr. Police Chief, an important person will be visiting OV Air Force Base tomorrow. Please arrange for personnel to do the security work." "Yes, Mr. Mayor." The police chief quickly stood up with the phone and was very respectful. "May I ask who this important person is?" It's said that for the sake of confidentiality, no one knows yet. "Mr. Police Chief, you just need to do your job well. Someone has already complained that you use too much taxpayer money to hold a press conference. Mr. Police Chief, you are the police chief, not someone from the entertainment industry." The police chief's face couldn't be any redder, and his dark, flushed face looked very awkward. He put down the phone and couldn't be bothered with Yi Xian's case for now. Anyway, it had already been handed over to the court, and whether or not he could be convicted depended on the city's prosecutor. At night, He had just finished showering and was holding a glass of red wine in the living room of his hotel suite, slowly savoring it. At that moment, someone rang the doorbell. He stood up and walked to the door to look through the peephole on the door. He saw that little A had arrived. There was no one else in the hallway except for little A. He opened the door to let him in. Little A carried a small suitcase and threw himself on a He-Jichu's sofa as soon as he entered. He howled, "Mr. He, your request this time is too much. I can't satisfy it." Then get lost. He left the living room without looking back. He didn't even look at little A once. Little A was only bluffing to get He to add some money, but he didn't expect He to directly ask him to leave. He awkwardly crawled up from the sofa and followed He to the bar. He made himself a tequila cocktail and presented it to He with a smile. "Mr. He, try the tequila I made. I haven't made a drink for Mr. He in a long time." He didn't move. His shimmering, sultry eyes turned to look at him from the corner of his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? What I want must be in place by tomorrow. If you can't do it, then get lost the way you came." "Mr. He, you don't know, do you? This matter is really more difficult than just the average kind." Little A assumed the posture of a long conversation and said earnestly, "If it were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal if it was a little difficult. What's so great about the Air Force Base? Us brothers can't compare to them investigating when we risk our lives. Get to the point." He took a sip of the tequila Little A made for him. His eyes slanted, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He shook off his usual elegance and modesty, leaving only a body full of murderous intent and hostility. "Sigh, I really can't hide anything from you. The point is, we just received news that the commander of the Pacific Fleet, Mr. Laris, will be visiting OV Air Force Base tomorrow. The security here in Little Rock Canyon has been increased by 3 levels. It's now the highest level." Little A spread his hands. "Look, isn't it even more difficult for us? The commander of the Pacific Fleet, Laris." He brows furrowed. "That Japanese-American? Yes, that's him." Little A chuckled. "This guy still has some skills. The Pacific Fleet is based at Pearl Harbor. Everyone knows what Japan once did to Pearl Harbor. To allow a Japanese-American to be the commander of the Pacific Fleet based at Pearl Harbor, the Americans were really extraordinarily ambitious. The commander of the Pacific Fleet is the commander of a navy. What is he doing at OV Air Force Base?" He took out his phone and searched the news, but there were no reports yet. Laris's arrival was rather sudden. Little A explained to He, "We received the news through special channels. Because of your commission, we had to do a lot of preparatory work, including intelligence gathering like this." He nodded. "It's a bit difficult, but I believe that with Little A's position and ability at the top of the Whitewater Security Company, you should be able to take proper security measures for your own clients." Little A was elated by He praise and proudly puffed out his chest. "Mr. He, you really have good taste. I really did do that. Before coming here, I applied for a wartime weapon permit from the Little Rock Canyon municipal government to protect the safety of my clients. Mr. He, your status is no less than that of the commander of the Pacific Fleet. We also gave you the highest level of security." Little A flattered He from all angles. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. He slowly blew out a smoke ring. "Did you bring the thing I asked you to bring?" "I brought it. Otherwise, why would I personally make a trip here? Was it really to mix drinks for you?" Little A laughed at himself and pointed to the living room. "It's in that small suitcase. You took it out from the bank's safe." "Yes, your serial number and returning it to He. What do you want to do with this thing?" He was suddenly interested and nodded at Little. "Do you want to see it?" "Of course." Little A was very interested in weapons. The thing He asked him to bring was a pile of components of all shapes and sizes. They were placed in a bank safe and were rented at exorbitant prices every year. Little A didn't believe these were just normal components. He walked to the living room and opened the small suitcase Little A brought. He poured out the separated components in transparent bags. "This is the 3rd update. Today is the 3rd update I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Where are the recommendation votes from my dear friends? You have to vote all of them. Oh, for all, for all. Oh, good night, dear friends. Chapter 834. Mr. He, do you need tools? Little A stretched his neck and peeked over He Jichu's back. He could tell that He Jichu was about to assemble something. Maybe it was a gun or a computer. He Jichu didn't make a sound. His slender and clean fingers skillfully picked up the various parts and quickly assembled them. He didn't use any tools, nor did he need any blueprints to refer to. It was as if this thing was already imprinted in his mind and flowed from his fingertips with great familiarity. All the parts of this thing worked together seamlessly, just like the furniture in the ancient legends of the Huaxia Empire that didn't use nails. Its structure was self-contained, and all the parts were designed using the best principles of mechanics. In less than a minute, there was a soft click. He Jichu's left thumb pressed down, and a strange-looking gun appeared. It looked like an anti-material rifle with half of its body cut off, but the diameter of the barrel and scope were even larger than the anti-material rifle. Little A was a weapons fanatic, so his eyes almost popped out when he saw this strange-looking gun. His face instantly flushed with blood, and his breathing quickened. He could even hear the gurgling sound of blood rushing against his eardrums. This was the covetous gaze of a glutton who saw supreme delicacies, or a playboy who saw a peerless beauty. He Jichu turned around to glance at him and single-handedly tossed the newly assembled gun to Little A. See for yourself. Little A's hands trembled as he caught the gun He Jichu tossed over. He turned it over and over as he measured it with his hands while muttering, "It's 60 centimeters long, weighs about 5 kilograms, has a caliber of 40 millimeters, and the scope on it." As Little A spoke, he couldn't help raising the gun and resting it on the crook of his arm. He squinted his left eye and looked at the scope that was the size of a magazine. WTF? Is this a scope? This is clearly a small, smart computer. Little A excitedly raised the gun and ran around the room. A scope that combines a laser rangefinder and a smart computer. This is an XM-40 grenade launcher. Where did you get it? The U.S. military's weapons laboratory has only just begun experimenting with the XM-25 grenade launcher. How did you get an XM-40 grenade launcher? I feel like I can go to heaven. He raised the gun and really ran around the room, laughing like a child. It was impossible to tell that this person was the leader of the Whitewater Security Company operation team, with the most kills equals _. He Jichu put one hand in his trouser pocket, his eyes following the gun as he said coolly, "This is the XM-40 CT system. We call it the Single Soldier Semi-Automatic Magnetic Storm System, or the XM-40 Magnetic Storm Grenade Gun. Give it to me." He Jichu spread his hands at Little. "Give it to me." Little A hugged his gun tightly, took a step back, and shook his head firmly. "No. You can't do it here. It's just for show. It's not like we're going to shoot. What are you afraid of?" He Jichu snickered and walked to Little A's side. He pushed and pulled with one hand, and somehow the gun returned from Little A's hand to He Jichu's. Little A looked at and looked to, then looked at to Little A to He to Little. He Jichu didn't look at him. He propped up the gun with one hand and stuffed a box of bullets into it with the other. He raised the gun and aimed in the direction of the door. Little A felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. It was as if some unknown beast was staring at his vitals. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He Jichu raised the gun and looked through the scope at Little A's heart. He moved the mouse button on the scope, and the pointer began to automatically search for a target with vital signs, according to the principle of thermal imaging. Little A's holographic image gradually appeared in the cross-shaped field of view of the scope. He could see the shape of Little A's heart, as well as all the bones and blood in his entire body, all at a glance through the scope. This gun, in addition to its lethality comparable to a small laser cannon, can paralyze all electromagnetic and radio shortwave communication systems within 10 miles with one shot. It especially has the ability to block counterfactual quantum communication. He Jichu's voice was cold and indifferent, and his shimmering, almond-shaped eyes revealed a cold expression. He was very cold-blooded. After little A heard this, his heart crumbled. He boasted that he was a weapons expert from the Whitewater Company, but he had never seen or heard of Ijichu's gun before. One shot could paralyze all electromagnetic and radio shortwave communication systems within 10 miles. In other words, it could also interfere with all network signals. Simply put, one shot could cut off the network and power. Also, what the hell was counterfactual quantum communication? This was clearly something that was still in the theoretical stage of the laboratory. It hadn't even been built yet, but Ijichu actually had a weapon that could block it. Little A's eyes uncontrollably revealed a hint of greed. Ijichu turned around to look at him and said coldly, "Don't even think about it. This isn't something you can have any ideas about." Little A wiped his face and pounced over shamelessly. He grabbed Ijichu's arm and half knelt on the ground on one leg to beg. "Mr. He, I won't have any ideas about this gun of yours, but you have to give me a low-spec version of this gun." He understood that he couldn't afford and didn't dare to ask for such a high-spec model. If Ijichu really gave him one, he would either have to give it to the company or flee to the end of the world. So he only wanted a low-spec version of the XM system to satisfy his cravings. Ijichu saw that Hua Xiaoheng was tactful and nodded. He took out a dusting cloth from his bag and carefully wiped the barrel and scope. He said expressionlessly, "As long as you can help me complete this task, I'll give you 2 low-spec versions of the XM25 CDT system and 100 magnetic storm bullets. It's a deal." Little A was completely in awe of Ijichu now. In order to achieve his goal, Ijichu understood very well what it meant to cater to someone's fancy. For someone like Little A, money alone wasn't enough to make him work for him wholeheartedly. Putting away the gun, Little A's attitude was much more proper. Not only did he actively analyze the terrain and propose many countermeasures, but he also took the initiative to immediately deploy everything that day. Ijichu sat down with one hand on the XM40 and said leisurely, "You only have one night. Tomorrow morning, this place will definitely be under martial law. Don't worry, I'll definitely have all the weapons in place before martial law begins tomorrow." Although Little A was talking to Ijichu, his eyes never left the gun in Ijichu's hands. "Go. I'll wait for your good news." Ijichu raised a brow and raised the gun to give Little A go for it. Little A, how envious, jealous, and hateful. The next morning, Ijichu ate breakfast and dismantled the gun to put in his briefcase. The gun was made of a very special metal. Its internal structure was close to plastic, but not plastic. The existing metal detectors in the United States couldn't detect its existence, so Ijichu could bring it anywhere he wanted, including to court. The security measures in the United States were very strict. Not only did people have to go through a metal detector inspection, but even their phones had to be stored separately in a cabinet outside the court and couldn't be brought inside. Early in the morning, Ijichu brought his assistants Smith and Yi Xian, as well as 4 Whitewater Company bodyguards wearing sunglasses to the High Court in Little Rock Canyon. Today, the Utah High Court judge was here to hear Yi Xian's case for arson and murder of the Vanderbilt family. The sheriff, who had personally arrested Yi Xian, appeared in court as a witness for the prosecution. He originally didn't want to come because the municipal government assigned him another security task. But the judge requested that he attend and warned him that if he didn't, the prosecution would be missing an important witness. This could lead to Yi Xian being acquitted on the spot. The sheriff wouldn't be happy if he found out. He had to go. So early that morning, he wore his new police uniform and appeared in high spirits in the witness stand in court. This case would be directly heard by the High Court judge, and because of the urgency of the situation, Ijichu agreed that the court would use a computer to randomly select jurors. They had no objections. If there was enough time, the jurors would usually be selected by the defense's lawyer. But this time was tight, and Ijichu didn't care who the jurors were, so it was an emergency. When he sat down in court, Ijichu saw 6 people sitting in the jury seats. 3 were women with curious faces, and 3 were men with serious expressions. He turned to look at them and nodded slightly in greeting. His charming peach blossom eyes flashed with a smile, instantly giving people a good impression. Then, Yi Xian, wearing a custom-made black Armani suit, sat in the defendant's stand. Dressed in the suit, he was tall and handsome, almost as tall as He Ji-chu. When the two of them stood together, they were like orchids and jade trees. In an instant, they outshone the short and fat prosecutor and the even fatter witness, the sheriff. The female jurors who liked to look at faces immediately tilted the scales in their hearts toward the defendant. The male jurors who were disdainful immediately drew a big X next to Yi Xian's name in their minds. The judge was already used to the turbulent undercurrents among the jurors. He banged the gavel and announced the start of the court. First, the prosecutor began to question the witnesses. The witnesses he called were the Vanderbilt family's housekeeper, cook, and a neighbor on the Vanderbilt family's block. The last witness was the sheriff. "Mr. Housekeeper, may I ask if you know the person who set the house on fire that day?" The prosecutor went straight to the point and didn't hide his intentions. He Ji-chu immediately raised his hand. "Objection. The prosecutor is using misleading statements to cause undue influence on my client." Objection sustained. The judge's face darkened as he looked at the prosecutor, who was about to retire. "Please pay attention to your words and actions." The prosecutor didn't back down at all and said loudly to the judge, "This is the witness's testimony. I am merely repeating the witness's testimony." "Mr. Prosecutor, you are a prosecutor, not a phonograph. If repeating the witness's testimony can determine a case, then why do we need judges? Why do we need jurors? Why do we need your brain?" He Ji-chu didn't hesitate to mock him. "Objection. The defendant's lawyer is slandering me." The prosecutor, who was about to retire, became even more agitated. Because they knew He Ji-chu would be Yi Xian's defense lawyer, almost no one in the Little Rock Canyon Judicial Department was willing to be the prosecutor for this case, because they felt they couldn't afford to offend or win. In the end, the case was pushed to a prosecutor who was about to retire, because he was about to retire anyway. Even if he offended He Ji-chu and lost the case, it didn't matter. The government's pension wouldn't be affected because of this, and his career was also over, so it didn't matter if it was affected or not. I am stating the facts. If you don't accept it, I won't take it back. He Ji-chu's attitude was very firm. "Please don't dwell on the details, Mr. Prosecutor. Your personal dignity is not as important as this case. The Vanderbilt family's spirits in heaven are waiting for you to find the real murderer and clear their names." This was the first update. Today, there were two updates, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Where are the recommendation votes from my friends? You have to vote for all of them. 7 p.m., the second update. P.S. Thank you to my leader Light Smile Light Gauze for the spiritual pet Fade Egg, 100,000 Chiden dollars, yesterday. Thank you to Xianyuan Yushin for the Heshabi, 10,000 Chiden dollars, yesterday. Moi. Chapter 835. The prosecutor from Little Rock Canyon was almost speechless from He Ji-chu's rebuke. His lips trembled rapidly as he made a string of meaningless syllables to express his anger. He Ji-chu only looked at him calmly, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes filled with cold mockery. The assistant next to the prosecutor quietly tugged on his sleeve, and the prosecutor finally snapped back to reality. He glared at He Ji-chu fiercely before continuing to interrogate the housekeeper. "Mr. Housekeeper, please tell us what happened on the day of the fire at the Vanderbilt residence." The housekeeper walked to the witness stand with a depressed expression and said bitterly, "That day was no different than any other day. Mr. Vanderbilt went out to walk his dog after dinner. Then, he suddenly turned around and pointed at Yi Xian sitting on the defendant's stand. He gritted his teeth and said, 'It was this bastard. He had been pestering our sir for several days. In the beginning, he secretly pretended to be a passerby to spy on our sir. Later, our sir found out, so he pestered our sir for some unknown reason. After sir rejected him, he became angry and set fire to the house, killing everyone in our sir's family. As soon as the housekeeper's words came out, the courtroom was instantly in an uproar. The 6 members of the jury all had different expressions as they looked thoughtfully at Yi Xian on the defendant's stand. The people in the gallery had already begun to angrily criticize Yi Xian. These people were all Vanderbilt's neighbors who lived on the street and had good relationships with the family. Seeing them die so tragically and innocently, including 4 children, made them hate Yi Xian even more. Someone even publicly stood up and called him a demon. You will have retribution. He Jichu looked back and coldly glanced at the person who had started the commotion. The judge knocked his gavel expressionlessly. No noise is allowed in the courtroom. Please ask the person who is shouting to leave. Several bailiffs walked over and chased out the person who had just stood up and called Yi Xian a demon. Everyone was much quieter now, and no one spoke carelessly anymore. The prosecutor appeased the agitated housekeeper and walked in front of Yi Xian. With a triumphant expression, he asked, "Mr. Yi, may I ask if you've been spying on Mr. Vanderbilt? You just have to answer yes or no." Yi Xian thought about it. He had indeed observed Mr. Vanderbilt for a few days before meeting him. He wasn't sure if Gu Yanran was telling the truth, so he had to confirm it first. But if he answered yes, it would prove that he was peeping. Voyeurism and observation are 2 completely different concepts that can seriously mislead a jury. Before Yi Xian answered, he looked at He Jichu. He Jichu was expressionless, as if it didn't matter how Hua Xiaoheng answered. He was calm and relaxed. This relaxed mood infected Yi Xian, and he calmly said, "No." "You lied." The prosecutor became even more excited. "Mr. Butler wasn't the only one who saw you peeping at Mr. Vanderbilt. Other people saw it too. The witness is here. How dare you quibble?" Yi Xian didn't say anything because He Jichu had already stood up to defend him. "Mr. Prosecutor, before you assert that my client is lying, please explain the definition of voyeurism." The prosecutor, "Mr. Prosecutor, please answer my question." He Jichu was unfazed as he requested for an answer again. Even the judge looked at the prosecutor. The prosecutor finally thought about it carefully and stuttered. "Voyeurism is the act of peeping at someone's private matters without their permission." He Jichu nodded and walked to the butler's side. "Mr. Butler, may I ask where my client was when you saw him peeping at Mr. Vanderbilt?" "On the street," the butler answered blankly. "Many people saw it. They can testify." He gestured to the neighbors on the block who were sitting in the gallery. Everyone nodded and agreed that the butler was right. He Jichu's expression was solemn as his cold gaze swept across everyone in the courtroom. Some people couldn't help but lower their heads and look away before turning back to the butler. Was it day or night at the time? Day. "Oh, I should say evening." The butler quickly emphasized. "At the time, I had just watched the cook clean up the kitchen and come out to take Mr. Vanderbilt home." "So your client exposed his private matters on the street in the evening." He Jichu's lips twitched. "May I ask what private matters he exposed?" "Objection. The defendant's lawyer is slandering the deceased's reputation." The prosecutor immediately stood up and pointed at He Jichu. "Lawyer He, you're so famous, yet you're asking such a question. I didn't expect you to be such a great lawyer, He." He Jichu stood quietly in the courtroom, his posture straight and solemn. His upright demeanor made the glossy-faced prosecutor next to him look like a clown. He slowly waited for him to finish before retorting. "Mr. Prosecutor already stated the legal definition of voyeurism. It's the act of peeping at someone's private matters without their permission. My client saw the deceased, Mr. Vanderbilt, on the street during the day. May I ask how my client was able to peep at the private matters of another person walking on the street under these circumstances, unless that person was exposing his private matters?" The prosecutor was confused by He Jichu's series of question marks. After a while, he finally realized he had slapped himself in the face. He Jichu had tricked him from the beginning. First, he had him explain what voyeurism was, then he used his own definition to defeat him. He was too cunning. The prosecutor glared at He Jichu and clenched his fists. "Peeping at someone without their permission is voyeurism." "Wrong." He Jichu shook his finger. "In the eyes of the law, It's only considered voyeurism if you peep at someone's private matters. Since both of them were on the street at the time, and the deceased did not do anything private, the prosecutor and the housekeeper's accusation of my client voyeurism against Mr. Vanderbilt is not valid. The judge nodded and banged his gavel. Prosecutor and witness, please watch your words. The prosecutor's first move was easily countered by He Chu. He continued to ask the cook angrily, "May I ask what you were doing that day?" The cook was not like the housekeeper. She was always in the kitchen or in her staff dormitory, so she had never seen Yixin. She had only heard the housekeeper mention it a few times, so she answered honestly, "I was cooking." After cleaning up the kitchen and dining room, the housekeeper came back first with the dog and said that Mr. Vanderbilt saw the man who was always following him. The two of them were talking and arguing. "Look here, is the man who was arguing with Mr. Vanderbilt here?" The prosecutor asked the cook to look for that person in the courtroom. The cook's gaze lingered curiously on Yixin's face for a while before finally looking away. She said, "I've never seen that person, nor have I heard that person's voice. I only heard the housekeeper mention that there was such a person, so I can't identify anyone." The cook refused to identify Yixin, so the jury members immediately looked at each other. The prosecutor's expression was a bit dark, so he interrogated the neighbors on the same street. Some of these people had seen Yixin and remembered him because they thought he was particularly handsome, but what they saw was no different from what the housekeeper had said. They only saw Yixin and Mr. Vanderbilt on the street and seemed to have argued, but they didn't know what they were arguing about. The last witness to be questioned was the sheriff of the Little Rock Canyon Police Department. He was calmer and more valiant than the other witnesses. As soon as the prosecutor saw him, he was extremely happy. "Mr. Sheriff, may I ask if you arrested a Barbadian man suspected of arson and murder in the early morning hours of October 29th? Is he in court?" The sheriff glared at Yixin and said in a low, muffled voice, "Yes, he is in this courtroom. It's him." He pointed at Yixin as he spoke. Yixin looked down at the table in front of him and didn't even look at the sheriff. "May I ask why you arrested him?" "Because he is suspected of arson and murdering Mr. Vanderbilt's family. Extremely vicious and evil. Extremely sinful," the sheriff said resolutely. His face was full of righteousness and was very infectious. Two jurors were almost brainwashed by his words and began to lean towards Yixin's guilt. He Chu raised his hand. "Objection. Mr. Sheriff's words are only subjective assumptions. Without any witness or material evidence, you arrested my client and detained him for more than 72 hours without reason. We reserve the right to seek compensation from the Little Rock Canyon Police and Mr. Sheriff." "What did you say? Compensation?" The sheriff was furious. He leaned out from the witness stand and roared at He Chu, "Are you questioning my professional ability? I've been a sheriff for 30 years, and I've never been questioned by anyone. There's a first time for everything, Mr. Sheriff. You have to get used to being questioned in the future." He Chu spread his hands and glanced at everyone in the courtroom before finally resting his eyes on the sheriff's face. "Mr. Sheriff, please tell us first why you think Yixin is the primary suspect." "It's very simple. He previously had an argument with Mr. Vanderbilt, and after the argument, he disappeared for 4 hours. It was during those 4 hours that Mr. Vanderbilt's family was brutally murdered and set on fire. This heinous crime was committed by this person." The sheriff's words reverberated inside and outside the courtroom again, and everyone couldn't help but listen. Scrutinizing eyes looked at Yixin. Yixin's eyes were still lowered as he sat ramrod straight on the defendant's stand. After the sheriff finished speaking, the prosecutor stood up and proudly read the charges against Yixin. Barbadian male, Yixin, is accused of setting fire to the Vanderbilt residence in Little Rock Canyon, Utah, and murdering 12 members of his family on October 28th. The judge and jury are requested to consider the seriousness of the case and decide on the appropriate punishment. The prosecutor simply stated the charges, and then it was up to the defendant's lawyer to cross-examine the witnesses and review the evidence to refute the prosecution's charges. Because time was tight and he didn't have time to explain the key points to Smith, Hijichu was worried that Smith wouldn't be able to adapt to the situation and mess up the trial, so he chose to appear in court to defend himself. He calmly stood up from the defendant's stand and walked to the center of the courtroom. He nodded to everyone in a graceful manner. Almost everyone in the courtroom had a good impression of him as soon as they saw him. Only the sheriff looked at him coldly. Hijichu pretended not to see the sheriff's gaze and walked straight to the prosecutor. He spoke in fluent English with a perfect Oxford accent. "Mr. Prosecutor, may I ask what direct witnesses and evidence are you relying on for your charges? I didn't see you mention any direct witness or evidence at all earlier." "The direct witness is the housekeeper, and the evidence is the scene of the fire. What questions do you have?" The corners of the prosecutor's mouth twitched mockingly. He no longer thought much of Hijichu. Hijichu calmly walked in front of him. He stroked his chin with one hand and propped up his other elbow with the other. He said thoughtfully, "So in the eyes of the prosecutor, a person seen 4 hours before the murder can also be considered direct evidence. No wonder you only won 10% of the cases and lost 90% of the cases in the 30 years you've been a prosecutor. You're slandering me." The prosecutor didn't expect Hijichu to know about his work performance ratio. He was instantly furious. "You're invading my privacy. I'm going to sue you." "Mr. Prosecutor, as a public official, your work performance is not your personal privacy. The taxpayers have the right to know the actual content." Hijichu's voice grew cold. He turned to look at the agitated sheriff. "And Mr. Sheriff, you're using subjective assumptions instead of objective evidence to arrest people. This is a serious abuse of public power." As soon as the prosecutor heard Hijichu linked this matter to the problem of the police abusing public power, his heart skipped a beat and he cursed inwardly. As expected, the expressions of the jury members immediately changed. Including the 3 men who had originally been dismissive of Yi Xian, they all began to consider Hijichu's question of the police abusing public power. "Members of the jury, Mr. Vanderbilt's murder case is very complicated. However, the case my client is involved in is very simple. To put it simply, he accidentally appeared in an inappropriate place, so he was used and framed. But this sheriff didn't arrest the real murderer and only arrested my client based on hearsay, without any direct witness or physical evidence. He even refused to release him on bail. If this is allowed, then where is the dignity of the law? Where are the personal rights of citizens?" Hijichu's clear voice was loud and clear. Every word was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the hearts of everyone in the courtroom. The sheriff was sweating profusely from Hijichu's words. He quickly stood up to defend himself. "I didn't abuse public power. I have evidence." "What evidence?" "A housekeeper saw my client talking to Mr. Vanderbilt on the street in the evening." "You call that direct evidence?" "If you infer that, then Mr. Housekeeper is even more suspicious because he and Mr. Vanderbilt spoke countless times, and I'm guessing there was an argument. More importantly, Mr. Vanderbilt's entire family was killed, but Mr. Housekeeper and the cook were safe and sound. If you infer that, then you two are also suspects." Hijichu pointed at Mr. Vanderbilt's housekeeper and cook. The 2 of them were terrified and cried out in unison. "No, we didn't do it. You have no evidence." "Now you know I have no evidence?" "Mr. Housekeeper, then you keep saying that my client committed murder and arson. May I ask where's your direct evidence? I remember you said in your statement at the police station that you didn't see who did it because you were already asleep at the time." Hijichu narrowed his eyes and raised his chin slightly. He looked coldly at the sweating housekeeper. "According to Mr. Sheriff's logic, you didn't have anyone to prove that you were asleep at the time. So you're also a suspect and even more suspicious. Because statistics show that this kind of family murder case is 99% committed by insiders." The housekeeper stared at Hijichu with his mouth agape. He didn't understand how he had suddenly gone from an important witness to an important suspect. This is the 4,300-word second chapter. 2 chapters today, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. What about the recommendation votes, dear friends? You have to vote all of them. Oh. P.S. Big chapter. Good night, dear friends. The book review section is under maintenance. It said that it can't be used normally until after 10 p.m. Also, I posted a 500-word rant on Sina Weibo. If you want to see it, you can follow my Sina Weibo, Writers Cambrian. Chapter 836. Objection. The defendant's lawyer is making unreasonable inferences and slandering the prosecution's witness. The prosecutor quickly stood up to object to He Jichu continuing. These two situations cannot be compared. The housekeeper has served the Vanderbilt family for over 20 years without making any mistakes, but this Mr. Yixian had a dispute with Mr. Vanderbilt a few days after coming here, and then Mr. Vanderbilt's entire family was killed. I would like to ask this Mr. Yixian, what dispute did you have with Mr. Vanderbilt? Yixian sat at the defendant's stand and said nothing. He didn't answer the prosecutor's question. He Jichu also didn't want everyone to know about Gu Xiangwen's matter, so he interrupted the prosecutor's question. The prosecutor's question is beyond the scope of this case. Also, the argument of a dispute is only Mr. Housekeeper's account. Is there anyone who can prove that they had a dispute on the street? He Jichu looked at the neighbors on the street where the Vanderbilt family lived. These people were a bit hesitant when faced with He Jichu's solemn expression. If this was an online fight without any legal consequences, they would have said without hesitation, yes. Moreover, they would fabricate some sensational content to gain more clicks on the internet. But now in court, every word they said would have legal consequences, and lying as a witness was a crime in itself. Therefore, they hesitated for a moment before shaking their heads. Indeed, they had only seen Yi Xian and Mr. Vanderbilt talking, and they seemed to be a bit agitated, but no one had personally heard what they had said. Only the heavens, the earth, and Yi Xian knew what they talked about. Yi Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want everyone to know about Gu Xiangwen's will. He Jichu calmly made a helpless gesture to the prosecutor. It doesn't matter what my client said to Mr. Vanderbilt. What's important is whether or not he had the conditions and motive to commit the crime. If he does, please prove it to the prosecutor. If you can't produce evidence, please don't continue to detain my client. According to the principle of presumption of innocence in the American judicial system, if the prosecution had no evidence to prove the defendant's guilt, then the defendant was innocent and should be acquitted. The prosecutor glared at the chief officer with a dark expression. Collecting evidence should be the responsibility of the police, but the sheriff was clearly only satisfied with arresting Yi Xian and didn't collect any further evidence. This caused him to be passive in court. The chief's expression was uncertain, and he felt a little regretful. To be honest, the difficulty of this case was not something that a sheriff of a small place like him could handle. The right thing to do was to contact the FBI immediately and let them take over the investigation. However, the sheriff was momentarily blinded by greed and wanted to use this opportunity to increase his reputation and leave a strong mark in his career. Therefore, he had selfish motives and wholeheartedly locked up Yi Xian, hoping to find important clues from him. She hadn't expected Yi Xian to be able to invite He Jichu to be his defense lawyer. Not only could he immediately schedule the trial, but he also seemed to have introduced a new important suspect to them. The sheriff's gaze fell on the butler. He sneered but didn't say anything. Seeing this, the prosecutor knew that there was nothing he could do. He threw out two harsh words. God knows whether he did anything or not. He knows it himself. He Jichu didn't comment on the prosecutor's harsh words. He turned to look at the judge and made his closing statement. Your Honor, my client has no motive or condition to commit murder and arson. In fact, he didn't even set foot in Mr. Vanderbilt's home. Just because he said a few words to him on the street, he is charged with murder and arson. The prosecutor and the sheriff's behavior of ignoring the law and knowingly breaking the law is outrageous. On behalf of my client, I solemnly request an acquittal to the court. I hope that the Little Rock Canyon police will cooperate with the FBI as soon as possible to find the real murderer and seek belated justice for Mr. Vanderbilt's family. He Jichu's words shocked the jury. They discussed behind closed doors for half an hour and came to the conclusion that Yi Xian was not guilty of murder and arson. Coming out of the conference room, they presented the jury's decision to the judge. The judge looked at it and had similar thoughts to him. Although Yi Xian's sudden appearance in Little Rock Canyon and then Mr. Vanderbilt's family's misfortune were very suspicious, there was no direct or indirect evidence to link Yi Xian to this case. The hearsay of passersby and the butler's side of the story were not enough for the jury to conclude that Yi Xian was guilty. Also, when the Supreme Court judge looked through the file, he discovered that Mr. Vanderbilt's family still had a suspicious case. More than a decade ago, when Mr. Vanderbilt was still living in New York State, his eldest son suddenly drowned in the sea when he went out to sea. His eldest son's wife insisted that he was killed, but the local police ruled that he committed suicide. Mr. Vanderbilt had a very bad relationship with the local police, so he moved away from New York State and settled in Little Rock Canyon, Utah, in the middle of nowhere. Since then, Mr. Vanderbilt spent a lot of money to equip his entire family with bodyguards, but he didn't expect that they still wouldn't be able to protect his family's lives. More than a decade ago, Yi Xian wasn't even 10 years old, so it couldn't have been related to him at that time. Because of this, the judge didn't insist on keeping Yi Xian. Also, He Zhiqiu had a lot of influence, so the judge announced in court that Yi Xian was not guilty of murder and arson and would be released on the spot. As soon as the judge announced the verdict, the people He Zhiqiu brought cheered. Yi Xian also revealed an expression of relief. However, He Zhiqiu's expression didn't relax at all. He still had a cold expression as he watched Smith go forward a hand over work to the bailiff. The sheriff of Little Rock Canyon turned around to glare at He Zhiqiu and Yi Xian before quickly chasing after them. He asked the Vanderbilt family's butler to go back to the police station to assist in the investigation. After the prosecutor finished packing, he thought about it and still went to He Zhiqiu. He extended his hand and said sincerely, "Lawyer He, I apologize for offending you today. You're too kind, Mr. Prosecutor. This is your duty." He Zhiqiu bowed elegantly and shook his hand before leaving with Yi Xian. Walking out of the courtroom, Yi Xian squinted at the bright blue sky and sighed deeply. One only knew how to cherish the feeling of freedom after losing it. "Thank you, Mr. He, for your help. If it weren't for you this time, I wouldn't have escaped danger so quickly." Yi Xian sincerely thanked He Zhiqiu. He Zhiqiu glanced at him and snorted. With his hands behind his back, he said, "You think you've escaped danger? No, your danger has just begun." Yi Xian was speechless. What did He Zhiqiu mean? Why didn't he understand? He Zhiqiu quickly walked down the steps and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's leave this place immediately." Yi Xian followed him down the steps and was extremely shocked. "Mr. He, what do you mean? Is there still danger?" But the Vanderbilt family was already dead. Yi Xian had wanted to stay a few more days to investigate who would inherit the Vanderbilt family's inheritance now that they were all dead. In modern society, the inheritance of these rich people wouldn't be gone once their house was burned down. Bank accounts, safe deposit boxes, trust funds, documents, and outside companies had too many places to hide a will. He didn't want to leave Little Rock Canyon at all. He Zhiqiu stopped in front of his car and said simply, "The Vanderbilt family is all dead. Their target now is you." Me. Yi Xian was even more confused. "I don't know anything about Uncle Gu." The corners of Yi Zhiqiu's eyes twitched imperceptibly when he heard Yi Xian also call Gu Xiangwen Uncle Gu. "Get in the car." Yi Xian followed him into the car and drove to the interstate highway from Little Rock Canyon to Salt Lake City International Airport. He Zhiqiu and Yi Xian both sat in the back. It was a luxurious bulletproof Cadillac sedan. The interior was very spacious, and there was a soundproof and bulletproof glass wall between the driver and passenger seats in the front and the back seats. This glass wall was erected to ensure the safety and privacy of the passengers in the back. He Zhiqiu finally studied Yi Xian a few times. The corners of his shimmering, sultry eyes tilted up, and the hesitation in his eyes was very obvious. Yi Xian uncomfortably shifted to the side and tried to stay as far away from He Zhiqiu as possible. "You call Gu Xiangwen Uncle Gu?" He Zhiqiu seemed to be suddenly interested in his relationship with Gu Xiangwen. Yi Xian didn't hide it from him and nodded. Uncle Gu sponsored me to study in the United States. I'm very grateful to him. So when he was in trouble, he wanted to help protect the Gu family. Ijichu snorted softly and said coldly, "It's too easy for him to sponsor an orphan's education. A little money from his fingers can create a millionaire. Is there a need for you to be so grateful?" He was practically doing his best until his death. Yi Xian pursed his lips and turned to look at him. "Mr. He, I don't take others' kindness to me for granted, especially when Uncle Gu is not related to me. But he's willing to do so many things for me and change my life. Of course, I'm grateful to him and am willing to do anything for him." He Jichu didn't comment and looked coldly at Yi Xian. "That's it? As far as I know, Gu Xiangwen doesn't care much about you. He left you in the United States for so many years and didn't care about you. Aside from sending money, what has he done for you?" Yi Xian didn't like hearing this. He stiffened his neck and said angrily, "Uncle Gu did it for my own good. Although he didn't allow me to return to Barbados all these years, I've always been in contact with him online. Not only did he keep in contact with him, but he also kept in contact with that weird little girl. But when he thought about how the person he was chatting with anonymously was actually Gu Yinji and not Gu Yanran, Yi Xian's heart was filled with mixed emotions. His aura also dimmed. I met her a few times when I was in the orphanage, but we were still young. She was arrogant and bossy. She was a bad-tempered little girl and didn't like to talk much. But when I fell into the sea, she didn't hesitate to save me. I knew it. How could Uncle Gu's daughter be that kind of person? I actually believed everything Gu Yanran said about her." Yi Xian smiled bitterly and clenched his fists. He hated himself to the core. He Jichu was slightly taken aback. His heart tightened. "Bad-tempered little girl? You mean Yinji?" This is the first update. Today is the third update. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Where are the recommendation votes from my dear friends? You have to vote all of them. Oh. At 1 p.m., the monthly votes are 7,600 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to my dear leader Light Smile Veil for the second spiritual pet Fate Egg, 100,000 Chilean dollars, yesterday. Thank you to Fwy001 for the Heshabi, 10,000 Chilean dollars, yesterday. Moi. Chapter 837. Yes, it's Gu Yinji. Yi Xian lowered his voice and didn't dare look at He Jichu's expression. He quickly turned to look at the mountains outside the car window. The mountains surrounding Little Rock Canyon were actually large canyons. The red rocks had been eroded by the wind, revealing the iron mountain within. It was very pleasing to the eye against the blue sky and white clouds. He Jichu only snorted quietly. Gu Xiangwen treats you so well, but what about her? Yi Xian frowned and turned to look at He Jichu. What does Mystery mean by that? Nianji is his biological daughter, so he can only treat her better. In fact, I've never seen a father treat his daughter so well. The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched as he rested a hand on the side of the car window. That's because you've seen too little. Really, Yi Xian didn't want to hear people talk badly about Gu Xiangwen, and he was even more unwilling to hear people say he treated Gu Yinji badly. Gu Yinji is very smart, but she has a bad temper and gets angry very easily. Once she throws a tantrum, no one can calm her except Uncle Gu. One time, I saw Gu Yinji hit Uncle Gu with a rock and made his head bleed, but he comforted her in a very good manner until she wasn't angry anymore. Only then did he carry her back. He Jichu was speechless. Who was he talking about? Are you sure the bad-tempered little girl you saw was really Gu Yinji? He Jichu couldn't help but ask. He thought what Yi Xian was saying was too ridiculous. Yi Xian nodded firmly. I remember what she looked like when she was young. Although she's completely different from now, the age matches. Also, her current appearance is similar to Uncle Gu's, especially the nose. She didn't look like Uncle Gu at all when she was young, but she looked like Annie Gu. He had originally thought Gu Yinji would look like Gu Yanran when she grew up, but he later found out that wasn't the case. You see her often? He Jichu actually wasn't interested in listening to Yi Xian, but Gu Yinji cared about Yi Xian and Gu Xiangwen so much, so he had to ask around. Not often. Yi Xian sank into the past. When Uncle Gu came to the orphanage, he would sometimes bring her along. At that time, she always wore a big white wide-brimmed hat and a pink princess dress, and Uncle Gu always held her hand. It was so many years ago, yet he could still remember it so clearly. It was clear that he had a deep impression of it. Yi Chu didn't know what to say, so he could only listen quietly. Yi Xian was silent for a while, then said shamefully, "After that, I fell into the sea and was saved by her. She got sick because of this, and I was sent to a boarding school in the United States for many years. If I go back, I'll recognize the wrong person." Yi Chu's other hand rested leisurely on the car seat. His fingers tapped lightly as he said dryly, "How could you mistake her for someone else? It's obvious that your impression of her is only SOSO." Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile. "Yes, most of my impression of her came from chatting with her online all those years ago. After that, we got to know each other better, and I found out that she had always been sick. Uncle Gu was very worried about her health and took good care of her." "Sick?" Yi Chu was surprised. His fingers stopped tapping. "Nianji was sick when she was young? Are you sure?" "That's what she said on the internet. She said that her health wasn't good and that she was sick when she was born. Her parents were very good to her, but they didn't know if they could cure her." Yi Xian propped his head up with his hand and leaned against the window on the other side. His deep-set features softened because of his longing. It was as if the sharpness of a knife had suddenly been wrapped in a scabbard. Now, it was Yi Chu's turn to frown. Who was Gu Ninji's mother? Yi Chu shifted uneasily as he looked over with his long, narrow eyes. Yi Xian wasn't familiar with Gu Ninji's mother, so he thought about it and said, "I think her name was Grace. I heard Gu Ninji mention it on the internet once. Her mother and Uncle Gu used to be classmates, and they had a very good relationship. It sounded like a normal, peaceful, and beautiful family. Unfortunately, the family was almost broken up now." Yi Chu was a bit lost in thought. It was really different now. Both of them were lost in their own thoughts, so no one spoke in the car. Then the driver in front suddenly spoke to Yi Chu through the car's intercom. "Mr. He, I just received news that the road ahead has been cordoned off. We have to take another route." Yi Chu sat up straight and asked, "What is it?" "The radio said that the commander of the Pacific Fleet's motorcade is here, so we have to make way for him." The driver was a local, so he seemed a bit indignant as he hit the steering wheel. There was a pfft from the intercom. Yi Chu narrowed his eyes and thought about it. "Are we on Route 95 yet?" "Not yet. We have to get off the highway here to get to Route 95. Route 95 was an interstate highway that traversed across the United States. They were still driving on the Little Rock Canyon Highway. If we take a detour, how long will it take?" "It depends. Everyone can't leave now, so it won't be easy to turn around if we're stuck here." The driver was also very helpless. He turned on the GPS and repositioned himself to find the way. Yi Chu rubbed his forehead as he pondered what to do. Yi Xian heard that the commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet had arrived and was very surprised. "What is this person doing in Little Rock Canyon?" "I heard that he's here to inspect the OV Air Force Base here." The mockery on Yi Chu's face grew stronger. "He thinks he's important too." Yi Xian had attended boarding school in the United States, so he was no stranger to American political news. When he heard that it was the commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, he couldn't help but laugh. Did he want to come of his own accord? Or is someone deliberately trying to mess with him? "What do you mean?" Yi Chu put down his hand and pondered whether to take a detour or wait until the curfew was over before leaving. The commander of the Pacific Fleet is Japanese, and the OV Air Force Base is the training base for the B-29 stealth bomber. The planes and pilots who dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki left from here. But this Japanese commander specifically came to inspect this Air Force base. Do you think this commander is too careless? Or is someone deliberately causing trouble for him? As Yi Xian spoke, he looked around to find out where they were. Yi Chu laughed. "Maybe it's neither. The Japanese have a problem, and that is, they fear power and do not have virtue. To put it simply, it's useless to use virtue to win people over. You must beat them to the ground before they will be respectful to you. Therefore, although the Americans had taught the Japanese a lesson in the past, the Japanese didn't hate the U.S. military. Instead, they had an indescribable feeling for them. Yixin seemed to understand something after hearing it. You mean this commander doesn't think of himself as the person from that day? No, it's the exact opposite. He thinks of himself as the person from that day. Hijichu finished speaking and smiled. He had also made up his mind. Take a detour to 95. Not far ahead, they could already see the commander of the Pacific Fleet's motorcade heading over in a grandiose manner. At the very front were 7 or 8 motorcycles clearing the way, followed by 4 identical Ford bulletproof limousines. And behind the limousines were 2 trucks. In the back of the truck sat 100 or so armed guards, all of them wearing hoods that covered their faces. This was the second update. Sorry, dear, I have to go back on my word today. I can't even keep my eyes open. I have to sleep early today and update again tomorrow. P.S. The first few chapters have been edited. Chapter 838. It was November in Utah, and the weather was good. The sun shone on the brownish-red stone mountains in the distance, making them look even more spacious and distant. The layers of the stone mountains overlapped one another, giving off the wildness of a vast yellow desert. From time to time, fighter jets would take off from the OV Air Force Base, dragging long trails of white smoke behind them as they wandered in the blue and transparent sky. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of lilies. Utah wasn't a bustling place, and Little Rock Canyon wasn't a city with a lot of people either. But today, because of the visit of Laris, the commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet, this somewhat desolate little city suddenly became lively. The highway entrance, which used to be empty, was now crowded with police cars with flashing siren lights. They blocked the highway entrance, waiting for Laris' fleet to pass. Hijichu and Yixin sat in the custom-made bulletproof Cadillac sedan and were waiting for the driver to turn around and detour to Route 95. At this moment, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. A bomb that had been shot out of nowhere landed on the motorcycles in front of Laris' convoy with a loud bang. Thick black smoke immediately rose, appearing especially abrupt and glaring under the clear blue sky. Report: Admiral Laris' convoy had been attacked. Admiral Laris' convoy had been attacked. Admiral Laris' convoy has been attacked. The messenger of Admiral Laris's motorcade shouted at the top of his lungs to the office of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff through the special line. The Joint Chiefs of Staff was a group composed of the top leaders of the U.S. military. The chairman of this organization was second only to the President in the United States. He was the second in command of the United States military, while the first in command was the President. However, everyone knew that the President was only a nominal title. The real leadership group of the United States military was the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Admiral Laris was the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet and one of the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This position was absolutely at the top of the U.S. military and enjoyed the highest level of security qualifications. His convoy being attacked meant that someone had attacked Admiral Laris, and it also meant that this was a declaration of war against the entire United States of America. It didn't matter if it was an individual organization or a national organization that launched the attack. For the U.S. military, there was only one result: annihilation. Annihilate at all costs. Immediately, the entire military of Little Rock Canyon was mobilized. Fighter jets, bombers, and armed helicopters immediately took off from OV Air Force Base. The entire city was under a no-fly order. Apart from the fighter jets of the OV Air Force Base, no other planes were allowed to take off. Be it civil or military planes with permits, nothing was allowed to take off. The soldiers wearing helmets immediately jumped out from the back of the 2 military trucks behind Laris' convoy with their guns raised. They were on high alert as they approached the vehicles in front of them step by step. The gunshots and bombs that had attacked Laris' convoy had come from this direction. Get off. Raise your hands. Lean against the door. The hooded U.S. soldiers violently grabbed the people in the cars one by one. Some people tried to reason with them, but the U.S. military seemed to have no patience at all. They shot at those people's heads. In an instant, 3 or 4 people died under the guns of these people. The rest of the people didn't dare to reason with the soldiers anymore. They did whatever they were told and didn't dare to resist. In the beginning, He Ji-chu and Yi Xian still sat in the car and didn't move. They were only waiting for the sudden commotion to pass before detouring. It wasn't until they saw the aggressive U.S. soldiers charging over that the corners of Yi Ji-chu's eyes suddenly twitched. His car's soundproofing and bulletproof functions were very good, so they didn't hear the gunshots. However, the power of the bombs could be felt through the heavy car. Yi Ji-chu narrowed his eyes and felt that something was wrong. He took out his phone and was about to call Little A when he discovered he was already calling. "Mr. He, the other party has an expert," Yi Ji-chu said in a low voice. "Stop talking nonsense. What happened?" There were gunshots outside just now, and the news has already confirmed that Admiral Lair's convoy was attacked by terrorists. Now the U.S. military has fully activated their emergency plan and is requesting everyone to quickly evacuate. The military wants to pursue the attackers to the death. Little A's voice was very low, but his anger could be heard. "You guys didn't do it, right?" Yi Ji-chu couldn't help but ask. Although he knew the possibility was very low, what if Little A found a group of idiotic teammates? Of course not. Our people had just gotten into position, and the angle of the gunshots and bombs wasn't from our direction at all. Now all of Little Rock Canyon is banned from flying, and the military helicopter permits we applied for are invalid. Little accursed viciously, "WTF," and said before hanging up, "We'll be on the highway first. Mr. He, get out of the car quickly. I saw them coming in your direction." There was no sound from the Bluetooth headset, and Yi Ji-chu looked out the window expressionlessly. Groups of soldiers with live ammunition and helmets covering their faces were searching the cars one by one. They were about to arrive in their direction. "The thief is calling the thief." Yi Ji-chu sneered and pulled out his small briefcase containing the XM-40 magnetic storm grenade gun from under his seat. He tossed a pistol to Yi Xian. "Take this for self-defense." Yi Xian froze. "What's going on? We didn't do it. So why are we running? Can't you tell? This is a trap. The other party is using this chaos to kill us." Yi Ji-chu said casually as he lowered his head and quickly assembled the magnetic storm grenade gun. A minute later, the gun was assembled. "Get out of the car." Yi Ji-chu took off his suit jacket and put it on inside out, turning it into a hunting suit. There were several helmets in the briefcase, and Yi Ji-chu put one over his head to cover his face. It was the same as the ones used by the soldiers in Lair's convoy. He tossed one to Yi Xian and said, "Put it on." The driver was dumbfounded, but he still held onto a sliver of hope and refused to get out of the car. He waved at Yi Ji-chu. "You guys go. I'm fine." Yi Xian took the helmet and put it on. Holding the pistol, he followed Yi Ji-chu out of the car and quickly hid in the mountain on the side of the road. He and Yi Ji-chu hid behind a large rock on the mountain and focused on watching their car at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, U.S. soldiers wearing helmets were forming several square formations and heading in their direction. Their driver raised his hands at the soldiers from inside the car to indicate that there were no criminals here. However, a soldier wearing a helmet walked over with a gun and fired at the driver. A round, bloody hole appeared on the driver's forehead, and he collapsed in the car with his eyes wide open. He didn't understand how this had happened. Then the soldier suddenly opened fire into the car. With a burst of gunfire, he even threw a grenade before leaving. There was a loud bang, and the Cadillac Yi Ji-chu and Yi Xian had just been in was instantly blown into a pile of scrap metal. Yi Xian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He looked at Yi Ji-chu, then at the U.S. soldiers who had just attacked their car at the foot of the mountain. He mumbled, "What are they doing?" Someone on Lair's side wrote and directed this themselves. They used the excuse that their convoy was attacked by terrorists to give the death order of kill without mercy. The U.S. military would do something like this for the safety of the commander, Yi Ji-chu said quietly. "Now, shut up and follow me." Yi Xian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He followed Yi Ji-chu up the mountain trail. Little A's car was on standby on Highway 95. The U.S. military had now blocked the intersection of Upper Highway 95. So if Yijichu and the others wanted to go over, they would have to traverse the mountains on foot and bypass the checkpoint. Fortunately, it wasn't far. They didn't dare use the mountain highway, but the trail was still passable. Yijichu ran quickly in front, and Yixian often worked out, so his body was strong and could keep up with Yijichu's pace. However, there were more and more soldiers chasing after them, and the helicopter in the sky began to shout. Everyone, return to the Little Rock Canyon Highway entrance. The military will conduct carpet bombing on the terrorists entering the mountains. Please return to the Little Rock Canyon Highway entrance. The military will conduct carpet bombing on the terrorists entering the mountains. The quiet Little Rock Canyon stood silently among the mountains and faced the attack of a small-scale local war for the first time since its establishment. In order to grab the headlines, the TV station here couldn't wait to publish this news. However, the military quickly took over the TV station and other news media organizations, so there was no more news to be published. Only sporadic news was sent out from the Twitter and Facebook accounts of some people in Little Rock Canyon, along with some pictures. However, because there was no official confirmation, there wasn't much circulation. Boom! A string of black smoke rose from the mountains. The military set up a mortar base at the foot of the mountain and began to carry out targeted elimination of targets in the mountains. Yijichu and Yixian had just escaped an airstrike when they saw the road in front of them had been blown into a large crater by a bomb. Fortunately, they weren't driving, so it didn't matter if the road was cut off. However, the military's armed helicopters and fighter jets constantly circled the mountains and used thermal sensors to search for humanoid targets in the mountains. They constantly pinpointed their positions and transmitted them to the mortar troops in the rear. Yixian couldn't take it anymore. He raised his gun and wanted nothing more than to shoot at the armed helicopters that were relentlessly chasing them in the air. Yijichu pressed down on his hand and smiled faintly. Let me. He raised the magnetic storm grenade gun in his hand and suddenly jumped out of the call they were hiding in to run forward. Yixian clenched his fists and jumped out of the call to chase after him. The armed helicopters and fighter jets in the sky sensed the direction they were moving and followed them. Yijichu ran through a narrow cliff valley. This valley was like a pair of scissors. As long as they blocked this place, it wouldn't be so easy for the people behind to catch up to them. He dodged and jumped behind a large rock on the side of the valley. He raised the magnetic storm grenade gun and aimed at the fighter jet that was chasing them the most closely and was constantly shooting at them with its machine gun. With a soft bang, a magnetic storm bullet whooshed out like an arrow and hit the belly of the fighter jet. It looked like it had only pierced a small hole that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. But in just an instant, the fighter jet was like a toy plane that had been flattened by a giant. It naturally disintegrated in the air, and the pilot didn't have time to parachute in. He was tied to the pilot's seat and fell from the sky. There was a loud bang, and countless dust flew into the air. This magnetic storm bullet simultaneously disintegrated the electromagnetic and shortwave radio communication system within a 5-mile radius. The radar signal of the Air Force Base and the signal of the network base station were also completely blocked. In an instant, this place became an isolated land with no power, internet, or communication. Only Yijichu's phone was an exception. His phone had an anti-jamming device, so his phone's signal wasn't affected. Yijichu calmly turned on his phone and used his Bluetooth headset to contact Little A. I turned on my phone's GPS. Can you see my direction? This is the first watch. Today is the third watch. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. At 1 p.m., monthly votes for 7,600 plus watch. At 7 p.m., the third watch. P.S. Thank you to my great leader Heaven's Beggar for his gift yesterday of Heshabi, 10,000 Chidian coins. Moi. Chapter 839. Little A's voice came from the Bluetooth headset and was full of surprise. Mr. He, your phone works? I saw it, And I also turned on my phone's GPS. Hijichu looked at his phone to determine the location between the two and quickly found the shortest route. He pressed the Bluetooth headset. Got it. He then said, listen to my orders. If the enemy continues to pursue later, wait for us to meet up, and we'll have a big one. Little A gasped, and his voice began to tremble. Mr. He, what are you going to do? It couldn't be what he was thinking, right? Hijichu didn't say anything else and ended the call. He looked up at the sky. It was still a rich blue, and the brownish-red mountains looked like they were drenched in blood against the backdrop of the blue sky, drawing their own thick and heavy color imprints. The fighter jets, bombers, and armed helicopters that had been buzzing around like flies earlier were now nowhere to be seen. Without electromagnetic and radio shortwave communications, and without radar guidance, these planes didn't dare to continue taking off. The orders issued by Admiral Laris's convoy, after a period of fermentation, began to arouse suspicion in the U.S. military. At the moment, in Admiral Laris's private car, his expression was also very ugly. Several of his capable subordinates sat awkwardly in front of him and mumbled, Mr. Admiral, do we still want to continue? So many U.S. soldiers, so well-equipped and so quick to react, yet they still hadn't caught the terrorists causing the incident and even allowed them to escape into the mountains. They originally thought it would be a quick battle without any suspense, but they encountered unexpected resistance and delays. Admiral Laris closed his eyes and crossed his arms as he leaned against the back seat without saying a word. His deputy was also a Japanese-American, so he understood what he meant and sternly said to the officers, someone attacked Admiral Laris's convoy, so they must be targeting Admiral Laris. You have so many people, yet you can't even catch a few terrorists. Do you want to go to the military court to admit dereliction of duty? This can't all be blamed on us. The officers began to complain. Who knew Little Rock Canyon's power system would be so fragile? With the sudden power outage and internet outage, communications were also cut off. Fighter jets can't take off, and we don't dare to send soldiers into the mountains to search for now. The U.S. soldiers all used so-called high-end equipment, but it was actually a full set of electronic equipment. This kind of equipment was good, but it relied heavily on electromagnetic communication. There were even more advanced equipment that completely relied on satellite guidance. During a battle, if the satellite was destroyed by the enemy, then they would be like a blind and deaf man with no chance of winning and could only surrender. The U.S. military stationed at Ovi Air Force Base in Little Rock Canyon didn't have sophisticated equipment like satellite navigation, but they did have electronic equipment. Now that communication had been cut off, how could they dare to let these U.S. soldiers enter the mountain? Admiral Laris opened his eyes at this moment and said with an expressionless face, I thought our American soldiers were all experts who could fight 1 against 100. Without these advanced electronic devices, would they not know how to fight a war? Ridiculous. When Admiral Laris said that, those officers immediately blushed and hurriedly said loudly, Yes, Admiral Laris, we will immediately send people into the mountain. Without the pursuit of the helicopters and fighter jets, the pressure on Hijichu and Yixin instantly lessened. They began to run towards where A and the others were. The mountain road was rugged and narrow. Many times, the goal seemed to be right in front of them, but in order to reach that goal, they had to take a long detour. The two of them ran nonstop for the whole day, stopping only to find some water to drink. The night of winter in North America came very early. It wasn't even 5 o'clock in the evening, and the sun had already completely set. The valley gradually darkened, and the bright moon climbed over the mountain. The stars twinkled in the night sky as Hijichu and Yixin silently hurried through the night. Utah had 4 or 5 national parks, and these kinds of national parks protected the local natural topography and wildlife. The valley that Hijichu and Yixin were passing through was also part of one of Utah's national parks. At night, all kinds of wild animals came out to forage. Hijichu and Yixin dodged along the way and tried not to shoot at the wild animals to avoid attracting people. But when they went around a valley and faced a pack of wild wolves in front of it, they had no choice but to shoot. Don't shoot, Hijichu glanced at the pistol in Yixian's hand. That's for you to deal with people, not wild animals. Yixian nodded, but still held the gun and stood back to back with Hijichu. Hijichu slowly took out another kind of bullet from the bullet bag and pressed it into the box of the magnetic storm grenade gun. He raised the gun and looked through the scope of the infrared night vision scope to look in the direction of the pack of wolves in front of them. The AI identification system in the scope began to work, and the wolves scanned one by one before quickly locking onto the location of the Wolf King. The most important thing in fighting a pack of wolves was to find the Wolf King and kill it with one shot. There was a crisp bang. Hijichu's bullet cut through the cold night air and hit the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King didn't even have time to howl before collapsing to the ground. When the other wolves saw this, they howled before running away with their tails between their legs. But after the wolves left, their howls really did attract people. Yixian's eyes flickered as he saw a light flash behind them a few times before quickly disappearing. "Someone is coming," Yixian said quietly as he raised the gun and aimed it at the place where the light had flashed. "Don't shoot. Let's go first." Hijichu looked back. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to exchange fire with the U.S. Army. "Mr. He, I want to know why they're making such a big fuss. What is it for? Is it for me? I really don't think I'm that important." Yixian finally asked Hijichu the question on his mind as they hurried along. Hijichu wasn't a patient person. When he was a professor, he mostly taught by inspiration and let the students search for the answer on their own. He didn't teach by explaining the answer directly and then explaining why it was the correct answer. But tonight was special. Perhaps it was the situation of being chased through the mountains that made him think of Gunyinji when she was alone in danger in the German Alps. His heart softened a little. He laughed and said with some mockery, "They're chasing terrorists. What does that have to do with you? Are you a terrorist?" "Of course not." The corners of Yixian's mouth twitched. "But they're clearly using the excuse of chasing terrorists to kill the two of us." Hijichu gripped the gun and looked around before replying nonchalantly, "They want to kill you, but they don't necessarily want to kill me." He was certain that the mastermind still didn't know he had come to the United States to bring Yixian back to the Huaxia Empire. If they knew, they wouldn't bear to reveal the important power behind them. "Yes, why?" Yixian shook his head in confusion. "I'm not a member of the Gu family. I'm just an orphan sponsored by Uncle Gu." Hijichu was also thinking about this. He turned to look at Yixian. "Then what do you know? They want you dead because you know something, but they don't want you to disclose it or tell Nianji." "What can I know?" Yixian was flabbergasted. He was about to say, "I was still in the United States when Uncle Gu got into trouble," but he suddenly thought of Gu Yanran and immediately swallowed his words. Hijichu saw that Yixian didn't speak and chuckled. "Now you know, right? Your lover doesn't want you to go back and wants your life." "You mean Gu Yanran?" Yixian pursed his lips and silently followed behind Hijichu for a while before saying, "She doesn't have that much power. I'm sure she can't mobilize these people." When Gu Xiangwen got into trouble, Gu Yanran relied on herself to support the Gu family and couldn't even take care of herself. Later, when Yixian came back to help her, she slowly gained a foothold. Not long after, Gu Yanran had an impressive lawyer, and the Gu family situation took a turn for the better. Yixian glanced at Hijichu. "Doesn't your assistant, Miss Wen, know best what Gu Yanran is capable of?" In the night, Hijichu's expression was normal as he said, "When Shuyi is Gu Yanran's lawyer. I might not know what she knows." He had no interest in the Gu family and only revealed that the Gu family in Barbados was Gu Nyinji's home later on in order to give Gu Nyinji a legitimate identity. Yixian was confused, but seeing Hijichu's impatient expression, he didn't ask any more questions. While they were talking, the UA squad that was chasing them had arrived not far behind them. Hijichu suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Get down." He yanked Yixian, and the two of them fell onto a pile of small rocks in the valley. Not long after they fell, the sound of bullets came from behind them. The sound echoed through the valley and startled a bunch of birds. This is the second update. Monthly votes of 7,600 plus updates have arrived. Today is the third update, requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. Third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 840. The bullet practically flew past their scalps and landed not far away, kicking up a cloud of dust. He Ji-Chu and Yi Xian lay motionless on the ground as if they had never been there at all. The pursuers waited for a while before gesturing to each other. Raising their guns, they slowly surrounded the place where He Ji-Chu and Yi Xian had fallen. He Ji-Chu lay on the ground with his ear close to the ground, so he could hear the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. From the subtle and cautious footsteps, he could tell that there were probably 7 soldiers, but they didn't seem to be tall because the sound of footsteps landing was proportional to their weight. The pursuers got closer and closer to the point where they could hear the sounds of quiet conversation. Because they didn't have wireless communication equipment, these people had no choice but to raise their voices to communicate. What he could hear intermittently was actually English with a Japanese accent. These people couldn't be regular soldiers of a U.S. military. The corners of He Ji-Chu's eyes twitched uncontrollably again. He turned his head and gestured to Yi Xian to don't move. Then, just as the pursuers were about to reach him, he suddenly leaped up from the ground and kicked the large rock beside him. Using the force of this kick, He Ji-Chu's entire body flew up diagonally like a bolt of lightning. He tightly pursed his thin lips and narrowed his shimmering, sultry eyes. Raising his arm, he held the gun in one hand in midair and aimed at the 7-man squad chasing after him. From left to right, he fired one shot at each person. Even more crisp sounds of bullets being fired rang out in the valley. Those people let out short screams and quickly fell to the ground dead. Yi Xian lay motionless on the ground until He Ji-Chu indicated for him to get up. He only got up then. He Ji-Chu was still half kneeling on one leg as he crouched in front of the pursuers he had just shot dead. He waved at Yi Xian. "Come over and see who the people chasing you are." He pulled off the hoods of those people, and under the moonlight, Asian faces were revealed. Or more accurately, they were Japanese faces. Japanese facial features were easy to recognize and generally wouldn't be confused with people from other Asian countries. When Yi Xian saw this, he also froze for a moment before asking, "Are there many Japanese Americans in the U.S. military?" No matter how many there are, they can't be assigned to a small team to carry out the mission, He Ji-Chu said coldly as he took out his phone and took photos of the dead pursuers. If possible, he really wanted to take a sample of these people's blood as well. Then, he might be able to make an American general step down. He Ji-Chu thought coldly, but it was a pity that he had only brought a gun with him to escape, so it was impossible to collect a blood sample. Yi Xian walked around those people a few times and rubbed his nose with one hand. These people aren't U.S. soldiers. You only notice now? He Ji-Chu glanced at him mockingly. Would I have shot you otherwise? Yi Xian frowned and was a bit unhappy, but He Ji-Chu was his savior after all. Now that He Ji-Chu was in danger because of him, he deserved to be mocked a little. He Ji-Chu put away his phone and turned to continue walking. Not long after, he stopped again and listened attentively for a while. He pointed in the direction of a fork and said, "That way. Let's go in first." Not long after they hid inside, a group of pursuers wearing the same attire as the ones He Ji-Chu had just killed ran past in front of the fork. These people weren't tall and couldn't compare to most U.S. soldiers. Yi Xian realized at that moment that these people were probably also Japanese, right? Carrying weapons and pretending to be U.S. soldiers on U.S. soil to commit a major crime was really the style of Japanese people. The aircraft carrier that had been sunk in Pearl Harbor was still there for people to pay homage to. He Ji-Chu didn't like the sight of them. After waiting at the fork for a while and calculating the time, He Ji-Chu finally brought Yi Xian out of the fork after the other party had already run for a while. Not far ahead, the lights flickered a few times before going out again. They still have to use flashlights at night. Do these people have night vision? He Ji-Chu muttered quietly as he chased forward. This time, they were at the back, but the pursuers had run ahead of them. He Ji-Chu held his gun and carefully counted. Then, he fired a burst of bullets at the target. He used normal bullets to shoot these people and didn't use bullets with the magnetic storm effect. The pursuers who ran ahead didn't expect that the people they were chasing had actually circled behind them. A night of pursuit made these people somewhat tired. Just as they were about to put down their weapons that weighed more than 10 kilograms and rest for a while, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their backs. They all fell to the ground and were also killed by He Ji-chu. Yi Xian also participated in the battle this time. He personally fired and killed at least 2 of the pursuers. He Ji-chu patted his shoulder as a silent compliment. After this time, the 2 of them cooperated even better and quickly got rid of the remaining pursuers. They circled around the hill a third faster than expected and arrived at the side of Highway 95. The phone's GPS showed that little A was not far away. Little A also heard the phone's warning from inside the car and saw that the little red dot representing He Ji-chu was almost at the car door, so he quickly opened the door and got out. The cliff was steep, so He Ji-chu and Yi Xian finally slid down from the top of the mountain. Little A quickly led a few people to where He Ji-chu and Yi Xian had slid down to catch them and help them up. Mr. Was the mountain road difficult to walk on? Little A squinted at He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu shook his head. The mountain road was difficult to walk on, and there were also pursuers. They finally had a power outage and internet connection, so we were able to escape. As they spoke, the sky suddenly brightened. A red sun burst out from the horizon, and the gorgeous and brilliant sunlight instantly bathed Utah's mountains and rivers. It's another day. Little A sighed emotionally. He urged He Ji-chu and Yi Xian to quickly get into the car. They had to rush to the international airport in Salt Lake City, the capital of Utah. Little A's mission was to safely escort He Ji-chu and Yi Xian from Little Rock Canyon to Salt Lake City International Airport. After entering the car, He Ji-chu shook his head at Little A and said, "You didn't do the first step well." Little A knew he was in the wrong, so he groaned and tried to salvage his dignity. "Mr. He, we really didn't know the other party had so much power this time. They were actually able to mobilize the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet to cover for them. I reminded you," He Ji-chu said dryly. "You were working for money anyway. If you didn't succeed, of course the money would be reduced proportionally." There was nothing wrong with what he said, so Little A didn't even have the intention to argue. He quickly nodded and said, that's right. It was our mistake, so you should receive effective compensation." He Ji-chu grunted and said, "Hurry up and start driving." The motorcade immediately set out, and there was a bulletproof car of the same model and color in front to open the way and clear the obstacles for him. "Where's the armed helicopter I asked you for?" He Ji-chu propped his head on the edge of the window and glanced at the sky that had just brightened. Little Rock Canyon issued a flight ban, so the permit is invalid, Little A muttered. "It's fine. Let them fly over to cover us." He Ji-chu ordered expressionlessly. "The other party's plane will catch up soon." Although his magnetic storm bullet had blocked the other party's electromagnetic communication system and paralyzed the radar, the other party should have recovered after a night of maintenance. Realizing that He Ji-chu and Yi Xian had already escaped the valley, those people would immediately use fighter jets to chase after them. As soon as He Ji-chu finished speaking, the sound of fighter jets' engines rang out in the sky. Those people had arrived here faster than he had expected. This is the 3rd update, and today is the 3rd update, seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 841. The United States had more than 12,000 fighter jets in total. Just the number alone was already the number 1 on the entire blue planet, but they were distributed among the 3 armed forces. Each military branch was equipped with about 4,000 to 5,000 fighter jets. OV Air Force Base had about several hundred fighter jets. Because this base was inland, there weren't many fighter jets deployed, and they weren't the latest models. This time, it was an F-22 Raptor fighter jet. Although it wasn't the latest model of the U.S. military fighter jets, it was still the most powerful fighter jet currently in service. It was a fifth-generation, single-seat, twin-engine stealth fighter jet and was known to have absolute air superiority in the theater of operations. Of course, the so-called stealth was relative to radar and not the human eye. Fighter jets that could become invisible to the human eye had yet to be born. This type of fighter jet was relatively large, so the strong winds it created when flying at low altitudes could basically cause cars on the ground to go askew. Fortunately, the bulletproof cars He-Ji-Chu had little A prepare were all large and heavy, so the tragedy of people falling and cars flipping didn't happen in front of the F-22 Raptor fighter jet. Hearing the sound of the fighter jet, little A's expression turned cold. "Mr. He, what do you want to do?" He-Ji-Chu looked at the approaching fighter jet and knew it wasn't the Japanese in disguise, so he raised his finger and said to little A, "Tell them that I'm in the car. If they get any closer, we'll shoot down their fighter jet." "You want to report your name?" Little A knew He-Ji-Chu's position in the U.S. military and political circles. This was something their Whitewater Security Company's board of directors had warned repeatedly. Didn't you want to keep a secret? He-Ji-Chu had never thought about keeping his whereabouts a secret. He wanted to keep it a secret to give the other party the wrong impression. If the other party knew he was coming, then their deployment wouldn't be like this. He came here to pick up Yi-Xian because he wanted to see how many trump cards the other party had. Also, whether the other party was what he thought they were. Now that Yi-Xian had already come out and the other party's fighter jet had been dispatched, wasn't it suicidal for him to keep it a secret? "Yes, I want to see just how domineering that Admiral Laris can be." The corners of Yi-Ji-Chu's lips carried a hint of a sneer and mockery. He held his magnetic storm grenade gun with one hand and aimed it at the F-22 Raptor fighter jet that was about to fly over. With one hand on his knee, he lightly tapped it and actually started to beat the beat with the music in the car. Yi-Ji-Chu's calmness and nonchalance made everyone relax. Little A picked up the communicator and tested it. He discovered that communication had indeed been restored, so he ordered the pilot of his armed helicopter, "Drive over here and shout to the fighter jet. Tell them that Mr. He-Ji-Chu is here and ask what they want." The Black Hawk helicopter of the Whitewater Security Company quickly took off from the mountain and met the F-22 Raptor in the air. The pilot shouted over the air channel, "This is Black Hawk. This was the Black Eagle. We are Mr. He-Ji-Chu's security personnel and belong to the Whitewater Security Company. Please let us through. Please let them pass." The pilots in the F-22 Raptor were U.S. Air Force soldiers. They had received orders to pursue and kill the terrorist who had attacked Admiral Laris. Originally, the order they had received was to kill without mercy, but the other party actually had a Black Hawk attack helicopter escorting them. Furthermore, it was the Whitewater Security Company that even U.S. soldiers on active duty knew about, so they could not help but hesitate. The Whitewater Security Company employed many retired soldiers as security personnel, and they were famous among the active soldiers. Moreover, the Whitewater Security Company was a security company with a military background, and the company's major shareholder, Enrich, was the former vice president. With such a background, could it be a terrorist? The pilot of the F-22 Raptor sent this information back to the base to verify its authenticity and request further instructions at the same time. The OV Air Force Base was also a bit surprised when they received the information. They followed procedure and sent the information to Admiral Laris, who was in command at the local base, while also sending the information to the office of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. "What? You heard it clearly. It's really He-Ji-Chu." When Admiral Laris heard He-Ji-Chu's name, his unwavering expression cracked for a moment. His pupils abruptly contracted, and his hands trembled slightly as he grabbed a cup of coffee to hold in his hands to conceal his shock. That's what the other party said, but the person was in the car, so our pilot did not see it with his own eyes. Laris's subordinate reported to him in detail. But according to the records of the Little Rock Canyon Police Department and the information sent by the court, the Whitewater Security Company did indeed apply for a security clearance a few days ago and requested permission to bring wartime weapons and armed helicopters into Little Rock Canyon to protect an important client of theirs. The court confirmed that Ji-chu just happened to end a lawsuit in court yesterday, and his client was acquitted on the spot. He wanted to take him away from Little Rock Canyon. Laris' left cheek twitched uncontrollably twice. He rubbed a round gold coin between his two fingers before finally slamming it on the table with a bang. He said in a methodical manner, "Just say we've offended them. Have them get off the car and accept military control. We're currently pursuing terrorists, so we'd rather be wrong than let a terrorist go." His subordinate and the person in charge of the OV Air Force Base looked at each other and nodded before saluting Admiral Laris. "Yes, Mr. Admiral." Ji-chu sat in the car and waited for a while before swiping open his phone to send Gun Yinji a message. Yi Xian has already been acquitted and will be brought back to the Huaxia Empire. Don't worry about him. He had just put away his phone when he heard Little A, who was sitting across from him, jump up. His head hit the roof of the car with a loud thud. Little A rubbed his head and cursed at the phone. He blurted out a string of F words and brandished his fists. Do they want to die? Get out of the car and accept military control. Do they think we're idiots? Laris, that old B*TCH, is tired of living. Ji-chu understood, and his expression was both surprised and expected. He looked at Little A with a complicated expression. They're asking us to get out of the car and accept military control. This idea wasn't bad. As long as they got out of the car and accepted military control, Ji-chu knew he would definitely be fine, but Yi Xian would definitely die from an accidental death. His goal in coming to the United States was to bring Yi Xian back to the Huaxia Empire. He would be crazy to accept the so-called conditions. However, Laris had used the cheap trick of being ambushed, so it really wasn't easy to resolve. Ji-chu closed his eyes and thought for a while before saying, "Tell them that I think that Admiral Laris being ambushed is very likely a trap. The target is actually me and not Admiral Laris. For the sake of my own safety, I can't trust Admiral Laris, so ask him to contact the Joint Chiefs of Staff and have them send someone to pick me up to Salt Lake City." Little A laughed heartily when he heard that and slammed his fist on the car's seat. "Okay, we'll make this old B*TCH's shameful thoughts very clear. Let's see if he still has the face to ask us to accept military control." Little A had the pilot of the Black Hawk armed helicopter pass this message to the pilot of the opposing fighter jet. At the same time, he also sent a message to the higher-ups of his Whitewater security company. Ji-chu's commission this time was worth a lot, so he didn't want to screw it up and cause the company to suffer losses. Because if the company suffered losses, it would be his personal loss, and he wouldn't be able to get his commission. When Admiral Laris heard his subordinate relay Ji-chu's words, he was so angry that he almost lost his composure. His chest heaved up and down, and he used all his self-control to suppress his desire to curse as well. Ji-chu really said that. What evidence does he have? Admiral Laris spat out from between his teeth and brandished his fists. It was clearly an attack on my convoy. So how did it become targeting him? What kind of arrogant person would say something like that? Laris's subordinate and the person in charge of OV Air Force Base were embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Was Mr. Admiral arguing with Mr. He about who was the terrorist target? Why did it seem like this was a great honor? Mr. Admiral, what do you think we should do? How about we let them go? Aren't the terrorists in the mountains? We can just continue searching the mountains, the person in charge of OV Air Force Base carefully suggested. He didn't understand either. How did the pursuit of terrorists end up in Ji-chu's name? This person in charge was also a major general, so he had a good understanding of Ji-chu's famous name in the U.S. military. Would the guest of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff be a terrorist? Even if he was it necessary to use such clumsy weapons and methods to deal with Admiral Laris? Admiral Laris understood the meaning behind the words of the person in charge of the Air Force Base, so he suppressed his anger and asked, "Are you questioning my decision?" "I wouldn't dare." The person in charge of the Air Force Base quickly saluted and said loudly, "I will definitely obey the Admiral's orders." "Good." Admiral Laris nodded, and his expression softened a little. "Send someone to invite Mr. Ji-chu over to speak." Tell him that this is an urgent matter, and this is a critical time. When we capture the terrorists, I will personally go to his house to apologize." Laris's words reached He Ji-chu, but he didn't let anyone pass the message. Instead, he spoke directly into the microphone to the U.S. military pilot. "I am He Ji-chu. Laris wants to apologize? Fine, let him commit seppuku on the spot. Not committing seppuku is insufficient to express his sincerity. We have already informed Washington that I still have matters to attend to, so I won't accompany him to play the game of soldiers catching thieves. Goodbye." As He Ji-chu spoke, he indicated to Little, "Order your subordinates to leave this place immediately." This Admiral Laris had the typical personality traits of a right-wing Japanese person. He was paranoid and arrogant, as well as a bit of a tortoise's attitude of those who submit will prosper, and those who oppose will perish. Unfortunately, He Ji-chu didn't fall for it. Little A had obtained permission from the company's higher-ups, and with He Ji-chu backing him up, he immediately used a chicken feather as a token of authority. He especially enjoyed the pleasure of going against Admiral Laris. "Attention, all personnel. Attention, all personnel. Leave Little Rock Canyon immediately. Destination, Salt Lake City International Airport. Roll call at the airport in 4 hours." This was the first night watch. Today was still the third night watch, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes at 1 p.m., 7,900 plus night watch. It seems like it's already the end of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Third night watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Heaven's Beggar, Lavender Mimi, and Momo Moshi for their tips yesterday. 10,000 Chidian coins. Moi. Chapter 842. Under the watchful eyes of the U.S. F-22 Raptor fighter jets, He Ji-chu's Whitewater Security Company fleet started up one by one and drove forward. The U.S. fighter jet pilots didn't dare to open fire without permission and continued to report to Admiral Laris' temporary command center. Reporting. He Ji-chu's fleet has left Little Rock Canyon. He Ji-chu's fleet has left Little Rock Canyon. Admiral Laris sat cross-legged in the temporary command center of OV Air Force Base with a low coffee table in front of him. On the coffee table was a cup of water and a pot of orchids. It was very zen-like. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes. His nostrils flared continuously, indicating that his anger could no longer be suppressed. Their cars left just like that. "Yes, Mr. Admiral." Mr. E said they already asked Washington, so... The person in charge of OV Air Force Base didn't have any intention of continuing the pursuit, but Laris was a Navy admiral. Although they weren't in the same military branch, his military rank was much higher than his. It was frightening to be one rank higher, and in the military, there were clear boundaries between ranks. This was especially important. So the person in charge made up his mind to do whatever Laris said, but Laris had to leave a handwritten order. But Washington didn't give me an order. Admiral Laris opened his eyes, and the expression on his face was especially wooden. He looked like an honest, reliable, and loyal Hokkaido farmer, but the glint that flashed in the depths of his eyes indicated that this person was not ordinary. Fighter jets forced Mr. He's vehicle to stop. If he doesn't comply, open fire. The corners of Admiral Laris's eyes twitched. He didn't believe that He Ji-chu would really dare to cross swords with the regular U.S. military. Laris knew about He Ji-chu's transcendent status in the U.S. military. Not only did he know, but he had also previously put in a lot of effort to improve his personal relationship with He Ji-chu. He even used his identity as an Asian in an attempt to get closer to He Ji-chu through race. He didn't expect He Ji-chu to not only refuse to have any personal contact with him, but he also turned a blind eye to all of Laris's goodwill and pretended he didn't exist. Laris had long since categorized He Ji-chu as an untouchable person in his heart. He had long since disliked him. Not long after He Ji-chu and Little A's fleet drove away, the pilot of the Black Hawk helicopter responsible for the rear discovered something was wrong and quickly shouted to the front. "The Air Force Base's fighter jets are chasing us again." They insist that we stop. Warning is starting, counting down. If you don't stop, you'll open fire. The veins on Ijichu's forehead bulged as he listened. He took command from little A and said calmly, "Then you open fire first. What are you waiting for?" "Yes, Mr. He." The pilot received the order and immediately turned on the onboard radar, locked onto the fighter at the Air Force Base, and pressed the button. A howitzer on the armed helicopter ejected and shot straight at the opponent's F-22 Raptor. The pilot was startled. Because the distance was too close, there was no time to pilot the fighter jet to escape. He made a prompt decision, pressed the emergency button, ejected himself, and jumped down to save himself. An F-22 Raptor fighter jet, known as the Overlord of the Skies, with absolute air supremacy, came spiraling down from the sky, emitting black smoke, and smashed into the mountains near Little Rock Canyon. The fire quickly spread, burning the entire fighter until only the frame was left. When Admiral Laris received the news, he flew into a rage and kicked over the small Zen-like coffee table in front of him. The water and orchids on the coffee table rolled onto the floor. "Mr. Admiral, do we continue the pursuit?" The person in charge of the OV Air Force Base already had an ugly expression. Their base had a limited number of fighter jets. How would they write the report if they lost one for no reason? "Chase, continue the pursuit. I'll go personally." Admiral Laris was now completely embarrassed. He didn't expect Ijichu to not give him any face at all. The resentment in his heart had accumulated to a peak, and he was already in a state where he didn't care anymore. "Admiral Laris, the Joint Chiefs of Staff called and requested you to let Mr. E go." His subordinate came over with an urgent top-secret telegram and whispered in his ear, "I have my own judgment, and I will explain to the Joint Chiefs of Staff." Laris stood up with a dark expression and strode outside. He boarded his personal car and ordered, "Catch up to Ijichu's car in front." Admiral Laris's fleet immediately advanced at full speed and chased in the direction Ijichu and Little A's fleet had left. Ijichu's fleet also used maximum horsepower and drove at maximum speed, but Laris could use even more resources. Finally, at a highway toll station, Ijichu's group was stopped. "Mr. He, do you want to charge over?" Little A asked Ijichu quietly while discreetly studying the structure of the checkpoint to search for a place to break through. Ijichu looked at the time and saw there was still an hour before they would arrive at Salt Lake City International Airport. He shook his head, his arms still propped up with his magnetic storm grenade gun, and said, "Then we'll wait. Admiral Laris has determined that I'm a terrorist, so I have to give him an explanation." 10 minutes later, Admiral Laris's fleet arrived at the checkpoint. Ijichu sat in the car and didn't come out. He merely lowered the window and nodded at Admiral Laris, who was standing nearby. "Admiral Laris, nice to meet you." Admiral Laris saw Ijichu's arrogance and didn't even get out of the car. The anger in his heart was like boiling water in a boiler and was already on the verge of exploding. "Mr. He, if you have a clear conscience, why are you running?" Admiral Laris couldn't even maintain his calm expression. He took 2 steps forward and spread his hands. "Or must I personally invite you before you will get out of the car?" "Admiral Laris, I'm a lawyer. Lawyers pay particular attention to presumption of innocence. If you believe that I'm the terrorist who attacked your fleet, then please produce evidence. Randomly arresting people and killing people without concrete evidence. Do you think you're still living in the great Japanese empire from over 100 years ago? Your orders are the law?" Ijichu said mockingly. His gaze shifted indifferently, and he didn't even look at Admiral Laris. "This is a period of military control. Mr. He, you're a lawyer. Don't tell me you don't know what military control is?" Admiral Laris was embarrassed by Ijichu's mockery. As a Japanese American, he was often questioned about his loyalty to the United States. He believed that he was loyal to the United States, but loyalty to the United States and serving Japan's interests were not contradictory to him. That was because in his heart, the United States and Japan were allies, and America's interests were Japan's interests. Similarly, Japan's interests were also America's interests. "Ha ha, Admiral Laris, Just do your job as a Navy admiral and have a bright future. Don't try to argue with a lawyer about the law or what military control is. He Ji-Chu's expression darkened. I already have authorization from the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, so I'm sure you've received the orders well. You repeatedly disobey orders like this, and it really isn't like a soldier. Similarly, it's not up to you to question whether I'm a soldier or not. Admiral Laris waved his hand. Everyone get out of the car. Take them away. Behind him, the 100 or so U.S. soldiers wearing balaclavas to cover their heads and faces surrounded them with guns. Cries of alarm instantly rang out at the checkpoint at the toll station. The ordinary citizens waiting to pass the checkpoint were so frightened that they got out of their cars and looked at each other blankly as they witnessed the scene. They weren't sure who this general was talking about, whether it was all of them or the people in the convoy across from him. The current situation was that the ordinary citizens had all gotten out of the car, but none of Ji-Chu's group had gotten out. That was because they didn't listen to Laris's commands. They only listened to Ji-Chu and little, "Do you want to disobey orders?" Admiral Laris strode towards Ji-Chu's car. "Stop." Ji-Chu's cold and clear voice floated out of the car. "I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, I'll shoot. You dare? You're on U.S. soil. You dare kill a Navy admiral in front of so many people?" A hint of viciousness flashed through Admiral Laris's eyes. He wouldn't be threatened, and the noble blood of the great Japanese empire flowed in his veins. He wouldn't bow his head to this person. 1. Ji-Chu set up the magnetic storm grenade gun and moved his eyes closer to the scope. "I'm walking over. Shoot." 2. Ji-Chu's finger rested on the gun bolt, and a small red suddenly appeared where Admiral Laris's heart was. Admiral Laris only felt a dull pain in his chest, as if someone had used a sledgehammer to hit him in the chest. It was so painful that he almost couldn't breathe. This is the second update, and the monthly votes have been delivered at 7,900 plus updates. Today is still the third update, requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. It seems like it's already the end of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Dear friends, did you eat zongzi on the Dragon Boat Festival? Mwah. Chapter 843. Admiral Laris stopped in his tracks and covered his chest with his hand as he bent over in pain. His subordinates quickly ran over to support him. "Mr. Admiral, don't tell me you've already been shot. You haven't counted to 3 yet." Admiral Laris only had one thought in his mind. Ji-Chu was telling the truth. He would really shoot him. The moment he lowered his head, he saw the small red dot locked onto by the other party's scope where his heart was. Ji-Chu didn't know what weapon he was using, but just locking onto a target was enough to exert great pressure. Admiral Laris felt like his heart was suddenly beating extremely fast, and his blood vessels were about to explode. He didn't dare to move a single step, and just like that, he was conveniently carried back by his subordinates. Ji-Chu put away his gun and raised his voice to say, "Admiral Laris knows how to adapt to circumstances. I will make things difficult for you. Goodbye." He raised his chin at little A. "Drive and let the toll booth let us through." The staff at the highway toll booth were scared silly. They would do whatever little A's people told them to do, trembling with fear that the other party would raise his hand and shoot if he was unhappy soon. Ji-Chu's motorcade passed through the checkpoint at the highway toll booth and quickly drove to Salt Lake City International Airport. Admiral Laris slumped in the car. His chest no longer hurt, but now that Ji-Chu had humiliated him, he might as well continue to be in pain. An hour later, when Little A's motorcade sent Ji-Chu and Yi Xian to Salt Lake City International Airport, Ji-Chu received news that Admiral Laris had a sudden heart attack and was urgently sent to the Johns Hopkins Hospital near Washington for treatment. He sneered and shook his head as he said to Little, "This Admiral Laris has a lot of drama. Be careful. He's even narrower than the tip of a needle." Little A waved his hand disapprovingly. "Forget about it. It's not like he knows I'm the one escorting you." Little A didn't show his face from beginning to end, and only his subordinates met with Admiral Laris's people. He Jichu felt that little A was too careless, so he gave him a sidelong glance and said dryly, "I really don't know how you can become a mercenary. If it's like this, you'd have died 100 times already." Mr. He doesn't need to worry about that. Little A snapped his fingers. Mr. He, get on the plane. He hoped that He Jichu would leave as soon as possible. Actually, he was also very anxious. He hadn't expected He Jichu to actually go head-to-head with Admiral Laris this time. Although He Jichu didn't take it seriously, Little A couldn't ignore it. He still had to work in the United States and couldn't afford to offend these big shots. He Jichu didn't make things difficult for Little A. He turned around and said a few words to Yi Xian before taking him to the customs area. Yi Xian's passport and visa had been taken away by the court before. After he was acquitted, they were returned to him. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't have anything else, but he always had his passport and visa with him. With his connections at the Whitewater Security Company, He Jichu and the others quickly passed through customs and arrived at their private plane. The departure time and route had already been coordinated with the airport's air traffic control. They desperately rushed to the airport, even if they offended Admiral Laris, just to catch up with this coordinated time. If they missed this time, the next time they could take off might be 12 hours later. The longer they stayed in the United States, the more trouble there would be. Little A, thank you for this time. He Jichu made an exception and shook Little A's hand. I'll leave this gun for you. He gave the magnetic storm grenade gun to Little A. Little A quickly declined and said, I don't dare to use this high-spec version, and I can't afford it. Just give me a low-spec version. He Jichu smiled. I already took out the chip inside and destroyed it. This gun now is the low-spec version, so it no longer has the magnetic storm shielding function. It's just a normal grenade gun, but it's slightly stronger than the grenade guns in the U.S. military laboratory. Oh, that good. Little A was overjoyed and excitedly took the gun from He Jichu's hand before putting it in the box. He stood in the airport's air traffic control building the entire time and watched with his own eyes as He Jichu's private plane took off before leaving the Salt Lake City International Airport to report back. Gun Yinji hadn't been sleeping well the past 2 days. She kept dreaming of bloody scenes, and her heart kept pounding. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she received He Jichu's text. Although there wasn't any big news coming from the United States, Gun Yinji still kept an eye on the news from Little Rock Canyon, Utah. From the Twitter and Facebook she followed, she learned about a small riot in Little Rock Canyon 2 days ago. Those people only posted a few photos and said that the convoy of Admiral Laris, who was visiting the Air Force Base in Little Rock Canyon, had been attacked. They then condemned the terrorists. There were very few people who retweeted it, and the mainstream media in the United States, such as ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, and Fox, didn't report it at all. Gun Yinji carefully analyzed the photos and believed that they were real. The mainstream media didn't report it, so it was possible that it had been harmonized by the relevant authorities. Yes, there was also harmonization in the American news. This news made Gun Yinji ponder it for a long time. In the end, she still felt that the terrorist attack this time had nothing to do with He Jichu and Yi Xian. However, it still felt a bit strange for a Navy admiral to visit the Air Force Base in the inland continent. Gun Yinji was curious, so she looked up Admiral Laris's life story. What she saw was incredible. It turned out that this person was a Japanese-American who now commanded the entire U.S. Pacific Fleet. Not long ago, he had caused many disputes in the South China Sea and caused a lot of trouble for the Huaxia Empire. During dinner, Gun Yinji told Ma Chichi about this person and even commented, "The Americans are really quite sinister. Look at how they used this admiral to stir up trouble in the South China Sea. It's really a bit like using barbarians to control barbarians." Ma Chichi looked at it casually and wasn't very interested. She frowned as she plucked at the food in her bowl. Holding her chopsticks in her mouth, she mumbled, "Who cares? He didn't get any benefits anyway. Why did you start investigating an American admiral out of nowhere?" Gun Yinji picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork from the plate and tasted it. "You think I like investigating him? I was paying attention to my own case, so I accidentally found him. He suddenly went a little rock canyon. Don't you think it's strange? A Navy admiral going to inspect the Air Force base is practically having ulterior motives written all over his forehead. Ma Chi-Chi was amused by her and put down her chopsticks to drink some water. Yeah, what about Professor He and the others? Are they back? Goon Yinji was about to shake her head when she suddenly heard her phone ring. Glancing at it, she saw that there was a text message. She quickly swiped it open and smiled. Chi-Chi, you really are the law when you say it. Professor He and the others have arrived at the Imperial Capital International Airport. This is the third watch. Today is still the third watch, requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. It seems like it's already the end of the month. Dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Dear friends, good night. Mwax. Chapter 844. You're back. Ma Chi-Chi beamed with joy and began tapping her chopsticks on her plate. You're back. You're back. Let's see how Gu Yanran will quibble this time. Yi Xian could be said to know all of Gu Yanran's secrets. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and smiled. Although she was very happy, she still pretended to be reserved. Well, it's good to be able to come back safely. We'll leave everything else to fate. You're still pretending in front of me. You're doing this on purpose, right? Ma Chi-Chi laughed as she pinched Gun Yinji's lips. Let me see what ivory comes out of that dog mouth of yours. You're the one with the dog mouth. Gun Yinji was originally joking with Ma Chi-Chi, so she was in a good mood and began to play with her. However, the two of them only fooled around for a while before Gun Yinji stopped. I have to go to Professor He's place and wait for them to come back. She couldn't wait to see Xian all right and get first-hand information. He Jichu had always lived in the professor's building at B University. This time, he brought Yixin back because he was worried about his safety, so he wanted Yixin to stay with him. Ma Chi-Chi quickly grabbed her hand. You're going alone? It's already dark. It's fine. We're on campus anyway. Why are you worried about safety? Gun Yinji giggled and went to her room to wash up and change. Ma Chi-Chi thought about it and secretly sent In Shi Xiang a text. Professor, he brought Yixin back, and Yinji wants to go see them. At the same time, in the small conference room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, Hua Xiaoheng, General Ji, In Shi Xiang, and Zhao Yangza were listening to the American Special Operations Forces field agent describe the case regarding Yixin. This field agent had watched He Jichu's actions the entire time, including when He Jichu and Yi Xian were pursued by Admiral Laris with the excuse of a terrorist attack. Other than not knowing what happened that night in the mountains between He Jichu and Yi Xian, he personally witnessed He Jichu using the power of the Whitewater Security Company to confront Admiral Laris. He even used a pinhole camera to record the entire thing. He Jichu brought Yi Xian back to the Empire on a private plane, and the field agent returned to his own city, New York, to contact Hua Xiaoheng from there. Hua Xiaoheng listened to him, explained the gist, and called General Ji over to listen to his detailed report. They used the Nandu satellite system's encrypted channel for the video conference, so they didn't have to worry about being eavesdropped. General Ji listened attentively and watched the video that the person had recorded very carefully. When Admiral Laris, the commander-in-chief of the Japanese Pacific Fleet, appeared, General Ji's face darkened. He was all too familiar with this person. He had caused a lot of trouble for the Huaxia Empire during the South China Sea dispute. Laris was so domineering that he didn't even listen to the orders of the President of the United States. He simply put Japan's interests first. Not to mention that the Pacific Fleet was an American fleet. It was actually a Japanese fleet. This Laris has really gone too far. General Ji pounded the table and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, does your department have a record of this person? Yes. Hua Xiaoheng nodded absent-mindedly. His gaze was not on Laris. His attention was completely drawn to the strangely shaped gun in He Jichu's hand. Then do you have any rules? How can we allow this slut to use her connections to intimidate others? Although it was now an era of peace and relations between China and Japan had normalized, most people in the Huaxiao Empire had not forgotten that humiliating and bloody period in human history. Someone once said that people who liked war were brainless, and people who forgot history were heartless. In the entire Huaxiao Empire, Japan was the most vigilant country, and Japan had never given up on their ambitions for the Huaxiao Empire. Even though the war had already been lost in the hearts of the Japanese right wing, they would never admit that they had lost to the Huaxia Empire. They only believed that they had lost to the United States and the atomic bomb. Hua Xiaoheng snapped out of his reverie, and his handsome eyes flashed. His expression was calm and collected as he gently tapped his fingers on the conference table and closed the video conference. He then sent Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang out to stand guard. Only he and General Ji were left in the conference room. He whispered, "Don't worry, General Ji. Our net has already been cast. The tip-off that the American Whitewater Security Company received this time was from our people." Although the Whitewater Security Company had former Vice President Enrich as a major shareholder, Enrich had already stepped down and his influence in the government was gradually declining. Most of the time, he could not immediately obtain the most confidential intelligence information. At this time, Hua Xiaoheng's field personnel in North America could be put to use. They tried their best to avoid appearing directly. That way, if something went wrong, they would have a roundabout excuse. Little A was able to immediately know that the Japanese 4-star Admiral Laris had visited Ovi Air Force Base in Little Rock Canyon because the Huaxiao Imperial Special Operations Forces field personnel had leaked the information. General Ji nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Well done. That's how it should be. Let him argue with his superiors. Achieving our goal without bloodshed is the highest standard." "Yes, Chief." Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. "Our field personnel are very attentive and hardworking. Their work is very effective. The consequences caused by Mole's defection last time have finally been made up for." General Jean knew that he was talking about Bai Yuxing from the Bai family. He was the former deputy director of the Secret Service and was in charge of work in North America. This person's defection to the United States had been a devastating blow to the Huaxia Empire's front line in North America. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng's response was effective. After 2 years of rest, a new network had been established. And for the sake of confidentiality, the domestic agencies had also strengthened mutual supervision and checks and balances to avoid a repeat of the previous situation. "Xiaoheng, I trust you to handle things. Your focus should be on Laris. We can't let this kind of person sit in the position of Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet." General Ji was very afraid of him because the Huaxiao Imperial Navy was the weakest among the 3 armed forces. Although it had developed greatly, it was still a far cry from a veteran naval power like the U.S. However, Hua Xiaoheng had a different opinion. He purposely turned off the video call because he wanted to tell General Ji his thoughts. "I think that Laris's fate should be decided by the U.S. military. It's not good for us to interfere. If anything goes wrong, the other party will use it against us and say that we are interfering with the internal affairs of other countries. Given that the U.S. often does things that the enemy opposes, they will definitely support. What the enemy supports, they will definitely oppose. So to deal with Laris, we should do the opposite." "You mean?" "I will have our personnel spread the word that Admiral Laris's actions in the South China Sea. The more we praise him, the more the Americans won't be able to sit still," Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. He was very good at sowing discord by doing the exact opposite. General Ji thought about it for a while and suddenly burst into laughter. He slapped the table and said, "Good, really good, good. Praise him. Praise him as much as you can. Just say that we hope Admiral Laris will always be the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet and claim that his retention will strengthen the cooperation between the 2 countries in the South China Sea." Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he took notes and wrote down the main points. He took the opportunity to flatter General Ji. General Ji has great foresight. General Ji knew that Hua Xiaoheng was sucking up to him, but he couldn't help being in a good mood. Once he thought about how Admiral Laris was going to be embarrassed by their fierce praise, he was so happy that he wanted nothing more than to drink 3 big cups of wine. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi stood guard outside the conference room. Neither of them spoke. Actually, their attention was also on the strangely shaped gun in He Jichu's hand. Little Zay, do you think it's a coincidence? In Shixiang couldn't help but quietly discuss with Zhao Yangzi. Why does Professor He have that kind of gun? Did you see the footage of that fighter jet falling from the sky like it was made of paper? I saw it. Zhao Yangzi's gaze was especially deep. No wonder Hua Xiao was worried about Nianji. Think about it. Such a person obviously has such a powerful background and such excellent methods. But he put down everything at hand and went through so much trouble to find Nianji. Then he ran here to guard her. At this point, people like them who knew more inside information no longer treated He Jichu as a normal lawyer. In Shixiang pondered for a while and suddenly shivered. Nianji and Professor He really do have a history. That's for sure. But Professor He has never done anything to harm our country's interests. On the contrary, he has protected our country's interests. Zhao Yangzi looked more closely. Did you see his attitude towards Admiral Eris? That kind of disgust is practically undisguised. He doesn't think anything of him at all. In Shixiang couldn't understand it no matter how much he thought about it. He was about to ask again when he felt his phone vibrate. He took it out to see that it was a message from Ma Chichi. Professor He is here. He glanced at it, then his eyes widened. Nianji is going to Professor He's house. Zhao Yangzi rubbed his chin and smiled. Oh, that's good news. Hurry up and tell Hua Xiao. Maybe you'll get something out of it. Am I that kind of person? In Shixiang glared at Zhao Yangzi. Would I sell this information? You wouldn't. Of course I would. In Shixiang instantly laughed. He looked down at his phone to reply to Ma Chichi. If I don't sell it now, when will I sell it? TSK. It's rare to see Hua Xiao at a loss. I hope this process takes a little longer, just a little longer. Before he could finish, Zhao Yangzi's face instantly paled. He kept giving In Shixiang meaningful looks, but In Shixiang was still happily replying to Ma Chichi and didn't see his reminders. Behind them, the door to the conference room silently opened. Hua Xiaoheng and General Ji stood calmly at the door. No one knew how much they had heard. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at them and directly escorted General Ji out. He walked quickly, his figure flashing and almost creating a gust of wind that slapped In Shixiang's face hard. This is the first night watch. Today is still the third night watch, begging for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes 8,200 plus night watch at 1 p.m. Today is already the last day, so hurry up and cast your monthly votes, dear ones. Third night watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you everyone for the Major General's 1-year birthday present, moi. Chapter 845. In Shixiang finally raised his head to look. One look, and he almost knelt down. Little Zay. Hua Xiao didn't hear what I said just now, did he? In Shixiang's legs were trembling, and his face was drained of all color. What do you think? Zhao Yangzi rolled his eyes. You should just keep these thoughts to yourself. Why say it out loud? Haven't you learned your lesson from feeding the pigs last time? In Shixiang felt like he could hear the pigs in the kitchen squealing at those words. He wanted to scratch the wall in frustration. He didn't want to feed the pigs again. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng returned with General Ji. He didn't say anything, nor did he look at the two of them. He just walked past them and returned to his office. If Hua Xiaoheng immediately gave In Shixiang the cold shoulder, punished him, or even sent him to feed the pigs, it would be better than ignoring him now. Although Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything, the pressure was even greater than sending In Shixiang to feed the pigs. Zhao Yangzi fell silent and quickly returned to his office to work. In Shixiang stood at the door of the conference room in a daze for a while before finally deciding to confess. He walked to Hua Xiaoheng's office door and said loudly, Report, Lieutenant Colonel In Shixiang, Deputy Chief of the Special Operations Forces, requests to see Major General Hua. This was an official military title. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't ignore him in the office. Come in. A calm voice that was neither loud nor soft floated out from the door. In Shixiang scratched his head and mustered up the courage to push the door open and walk in. He closed the door and threw himself at Hui Xiaoheng's desk, almost kneeling before him. Hui Xiao, I was wrong. Please punish me. In Shixiang looked at Hui Xiaoheng nervously. He was just short of tears and snot. Hui Xiaoheng slowly raised his head from the computer and glanced at him. His dark eyes carried an indescribable pressure that made In Shixiang's knees turn to jelly. He wanted to shrink under the table. What did you do wrong? Hui Xiaoheng looked away and returned to the computer, his hands still tapping away at the keyboard. I shouldn't have gloated behind your back and said those things. I was actually joking. I really didn't want to grow any longer. In Shixiang quickly expressed his loyalty. I'm also worried that Nianji is messing with you like this. I treat her like my own sister. So you think of yourself as my brother-in-law? No wonder you look down on me. Hui Xiaoheng didn't even raise his head as he spoke calmly. His tone wasn't inappropriate, but in In Shixiang's ears, it was so mocking that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground. How would I dare? If I can really become Hui Xiao's brother-in-law, I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams. It's a pity that my mother only gave birth to me. Otherwise, I would have asked them to adopt one from the orphanage. I don't know if it's too late. In Shixiang rambled on in front of Hui Xiaoheng. He was afraid that Hui Xiaoheng would punish him to the point where he wished he could reincarnate and start all over again. Hui Xiaoheng glanced at him again. If you only have this much courage, don't even mention that you're part of the Special Operations Forces. You're still the deputy commander. I think you'll have to retire sooner or later. Hui Xiao, don't retreat. I'll definitely turn over a new leaf. I won't spout nonsense again. In Shixiang said as he prepared to slap his own mouth again. Hui Xiaoheng raised his hand. All right, save some face for yourself. By saying this, he was letting bygones be bygones. In Shixiang had been with Hui Xiaoheng for so many years, so he was very familiar with Hui Xiaoheng's tone and way of speaking. Hearing this, he secretly sighed in relief and didn't dare to act rashly again. However, Ma Qiqi's text was handed over like a treasure. He didn't dare use it to curry favor anymore. Hui Xiaoheng only glanced at it before his eyes narrowed. He Jichu brought Yixian back with him? Yes. I heard from Ma Qiqi that they just arrived at the Imperial Capital International Airport. In Shixiang glanced at Hui Xiaoheng and said carefully, Our people are probably still guarding the customs. It will take some time to report it. In short, it wasn't as fast as Jichu directly informing Ma Qiqi, and then Ma Qiqi directly informing In Shixiang. Hui Xiaoheng grunted and typed on the keyboard for a while before asking nonchalantly, Nianji went to Jichu's place? In Shixiang didn't dare to tease him anymore and quickly said, That's what Qiqi said. Also, with Nianji's personality, she can also do it. If she went, then she went. It's not a big deal. Hui Xiaoheng didn't seem to care at all. Jichu just came back, so it's reasonable for her to go see the teacher. In Shixiang was speechless. However, Yixian is a more important person and is related to several cases. How about this? You go and see what he needs help with. Hui Xiaoheng finished assigning tasks to In Shixiang and saw that he was still standing in front of him. He raised his brow. You're still not leaving? In Shixiang snapped back to reality and immediately saluted. Yes, Chief. In Shixiang left Hui Xiaoheng's office with his car keys. When he passed by Zhao Liang's office, he chased after him in surprise. Big Xiang, what's wrong? Are you okay? In Shixiang waved his car keys and didn't look back. I'm fine. I have a mission. Oh, then be careful. Zhao Liang's relaxed. It was good that he was fine. Gu Yanran had been in a bad mood for the past few days and hadn't been sleeping well. When she couldn't sleep, she would eat. Light cheesecake, heavy cheesecake, tiramisu, apple pie, pumpkin pie, blueberry muffin. She didn't reject any of them. In just a few days, she had gained 5 pounds. The clothes that had fitted her so well in the past couldn't fit anymore. Because she was so worried, she didn't even bother to look in the mirror. So when the specific ringtone rang, she was so shocked that she almost lunged to grab the phone and swipe it open. She was afraid that the person would disappear without a trace again. How is it? Did you take care of Yixian? Gu Yanran asked anxiously. The person on the other end sneered. You still want to take care of Yi Xian? Aren't you being too careless? Gu Yanran was also very tough. She had to be tough. If she didn't, she would really lose everything. Help me this time, and I won't look for you again. I mean what I say. Gu Yanran forced herself to calm down. If you don't help me, I can't guarantee that I won't expose you in my sleep one day. The person on the other end seemed very shocked that Gu Yanran still dared to threaten her. After a moment of silence, the voice from the phone suddenly became high-pitched. Gu Yanran, you piece of trash. Why don't you go die? You still dare to threaten me? Do you know that you caused my death this time? He Ji-Chu went to the United States. He personally went to the United States to bring Yi Xian back. Who can fight him? You caused my death. I'm warning you, if you dare to drag me into this, I'll make your life a living hell. I mean what I say. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a few pictures and let you see what the people I've killed look like. Gu Yanran was so shocked that she took 2 steps back and stumbled to the sofa armrest to sit down. She could barely hold the phone with one hand. What did you say? Lawyer, he went to the United States. He personally went to the United States? When did that happen? Why didn't I know? Gu Yanran hugged her head with both hands and was about to go hysterical. Why? Why? Why does everyone have to go against me? They're all trying to force me to my death. You didn't know? You piece of trash. That's why you're completely standing aside and relying on me to help you. Gu Yanran, you're just a piece of trash that can't be helped. Don't even think about the Gu fortune. Return it as soon as possible. Gu Yanran calmed down as soon as she heard about the fortune. She sneered. Then you want to see Gu Ninji become the richest person in the world? She's just an orphan girl. Does she deserve that? The person on the other end didn't speak again and seemed to be in deep thought. It was so quiet that it seemed like the phone had never existed, and it was all a figment of her imagination. Gu Yanran panicked and slapped the phone. Hello? Are you still there? Did you hear me? I heard you. Stop tapping on the phone. The person on the other end was especially impatient. His attitude was completely different from when they first met. Gu Yanran also felt very uncomfortable. Now that things have come to this, I can only help you this much. The person on the other end sighed. Gu Yanran, I've never mistreated you all these years. You'd better behave yourself in the future. This is the last time I'm warning you. Don't reveal our relationship to anyone. Once someone finds out, Gu Yanran, you won't even be able to live, let alone enjoy wealth and glory. You know what I'm capable of. You know very well whether or not my words are threats. That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself. The call ended, and the beeping sound came from the other end. Gu Yanran still held the phone in her hand and sat on the sofa in a daze. She watched the sunlight shine through the floor-to-ceiling windows and land on her feet. The wheel patterns on the Indian hand-woven wool carpet were like swirls. She felt a little dizzy just looking at them. Gu Ninji carried her laptop bag and waited for them downstairs at Ji-Chu's professor's building. She came early and waited for a full 2 hours. Fortunately, Yin Shixiang also came and waited with her. The two of them chatted and laughed. Later, he called Ma Chi-Chi over, and the 3 of them played poker in the little pavilion in front of the building. When it was almost dusk, she finally saw Ji-Chu's flashy Maserati drive over. This is the second update. The monthly votes of 8,200 plus updates have arrived. Today is still the 3rd update, requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is already the last day. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes quickly. P.S. You can only cast 2 votes for a book in 1 day. You can only cast 5 votes for a book in 1 month. So, dear friends, don't hold on to your monthly votes until the last day. There are no more double votes. Chapter 846. Professor He is back. Gu Ninji's eyes lit up as she left Ma Chi-Chi and Yin Shixiang behind to greet him. Ji-Chu had a chauffeur to drive him this time, so he directly took him downstairs. As soon as he looked up to see Gu Ninji's smiling face, Ji-Chu's cold lips curved into a happy smile. His cool face no longer appeared so indifferent. He opened the car door and walked out to stand in front of Gu Ninji. The car hasn't stopped yet. Don't run around. Gun Yinji looked up at He Ji-chu, her delicate face almost glowing under the setting sun. Professor He, you are back. Congratulations to Professor He for your victory. Professor He is worth 2 people. Gun Yinji's flattery flowed freely. Although He Ji-chu knew she was flattering him with flowery words, his heart still rippled with joy. Okay, I know you're not so excited because of me. He Ji-chu smiled as he patted her head. Yi Xian is in the car. He turned to Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji looked over and waved at Yi Xian, who was sitting motionlessly in the car. Yi Xian, welcome home. Yi Xian's emotions were extremely complicated. On the way, He Ji-chu had told him that if it weren't for Gun Yinji, he wouldn't have come to the United States to save him. It was Gun Yinji who begged him to help, so he helped. He also told him not to thank him, but Gun Yinji. Yi Xian knew what he had done to Gun Yinji, especially when she was in danger in Germany, but it was this little girl who had saved him again and again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's nose cringed as tears threatened to fall. He quickly turned his head so Gun Yinji wouldn't see the tears that almost fell. Gun Yinji couldn't actually see Yi Xian's expression through the dark brown car window, but she still saw it when he turned his head so violently. Retracting her hand, she tugged at He Ji-chu's shirt and pouted at the car. Professor He, what happened to Yi Xian? Is he injured? He Ji-chu glanced at her and knocked on the window. Get out. Yi Xian opened the door on the other side and got out. He took a deep breath and adjusted his collar before turning to smile at Gun Yinji. Miss Gu, nice to meet you. Gun Yinji wasn't used to Yi Xian being so polite, but she understood his feelings. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be in a good mood after being imprisoned in the United States. Hello, welcome back. Gun Yinji nodded at him with a smile. Her eyes were like dots of paint, and her fair face looked even more like flawless jade. Her entire person was generous and radiated with vitality like the sun. Yi Xian knew that Gun Yinji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng, so he couldn't help thinking that the Gun Yinji who grew up with Hua Xiaoheng was much better than when she was young. The Gun Yinji at that time, even the Gun Yinji he chatted with on the internet, had a gloomy personality and often lost her temper. Of course, he wouldn't distance himself from her just because she threw a tantrum. On the contrary, Yi Xian was extremely patient with the people he cared about. For example, he was once like this with Gu Yanran. Yes, I'm back. Thank you for saving me again. Yi Xian walked over and extended his hand to Gun Yinji. Don't worry. I'll tell you everything tomorrow after I rest for a night. Gun Yinji's eyes instantly lit up like the stars in the sky, but she still suppressed the joy in her heart and pretended to be polite. How can I do that? You should rest for 2 days first. He Ji-chu shook his head with a smile and took Gun Yinji's arm. Let's go upstairs first. What are we doing here? His hand slid down to hold Gun Yinji's hand as he pulled her to the lobby on the first floor of the professor's building. Yi Xian stared at their intertwined hands for a while before walking to catch up. In Shi-xiang and Ma Chi-chi watched the entire time and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing the 3 of them leave, they hurried to catch up. In Shi-xiang said quickly, Professor He, you're back. I welcome you back on behalf of Hua Xiao. He Ji-chu had already seen In Shi-xiang and Ma Chi-chi beside him, but they didn't speak, so he pretended they didn't exist. Now that In Shi-xiang spoke, it was something He Ji-chu didn't like to hear. He still ignored them and held Gun Yinji's hand tightly as they walked into the elevator. Gun Yinji was so happy that her heart was about to explode. She didn't realize at all that it was inappropriate for He Ji-chu to hold her hand like that. She only cared about looking at He Ji-chu's face and figure. Worried that he had been injured in the United States, she asked, Professor He, are you okay? What could happen to me? He Ji-chu glanced at her. Do you want something to happen to me? Gun Yinji quickly shook her head. Of course not. But I saw the news in Little Rock Canyon. It seems like something big happened there. I'm worried. Worried about what? He Ji-chu said nonchalantly as he glanced at In Shi-xiang and Ma Chi-chi. The 2 of them entered the elevator like they knew each other very well and stood in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood in the middle of the elevator. Behind him were He Ji-chu and Gun Yinji, who were pressed against the inside of the elevator. In front of him were In Shi-xiang and Ma Chi-chi, who were pressed against the elevator door. With Yi Xian blocking the center position, He Zhichu was even more fearless and didn't let go. Gun Yinji whispered, "I'm worried that you'll get hurt." She raised the hand that was holding He Zhichu's to carefully examine it. It seemed like he was indeed fine, so she wanted to break free. He Zhichu gripped her hand even more tightly and said dryly, "Don't use too much force. My arm's sprained, the muscles in the back of my shoulders are strained, and the tendons in both legs are strained." Yi Xian was speechless. He blushed a little and could only look up at the sky. He didn't expect Mr. He, who was usually very careful with his words, to actually speak so casually. Gun Yinji became nervous when she heard that. "Really? I'm guessing it won't be peaceful." She quickly relaxed her grip and stopped struggling. She carefully pinched He Zhichu's elbow. "What did you sprain it? Do you want to hire a bone setter?" The door of this elevator was a mirror. In Shixiang saw He Zhichu's actions in the mirror and heard what he said. He couldn't help but snort and say, "I only know how to set bones." "Professor He, do you want me to set it for you later?" He Zhichu met his gaze indifferently in the mirror and said coldly, "No need. I'm afraid I'll be crippled if you set it for me." Gun Yinji saw In Shixiang and thought about how he had just said on behalf of Hua Xiao. She actually calmed down and allowed He Zhichu to hold her hand as they walked out of the elevator and into He Zhichu's suite together. After entering, He Zhichu finally let go of her hand and turned to Yi Xian and the uninvited In Shixiang and Ma Qiqi. "You guys sit." He then instructed Gun Yinji, "Go prepare coffee and snacks for the guests. I'll go change." He then walked into the bedroom as if no one else was there. Gun Yinji often came to He Zhichu's suite for classes, so she was used to making coffee for everyone. She quickly replied, "Okay." She turned to In Shixiang, Ma Qiqi, and Yi Xian. "Sit. What kind of coffee do you want?" "Professor, he has cappuccino, latte, black coffee, and also milk tea. I made it myself. What kind do you want?" Ma Qiqi immediately said, "I want a cappuccino." "Yinji, I'll go make it with you." Gun Yinji nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Qiqi." Her beautiful eyes looked at In Shixiang and Yi Xian. "What about you two?" In Shixiang said, "Black coffee with milk and no sugar." Yi Xian had just gotten off the plane and didn't want coffee. "Do you have tea? Give me a cup of green tea." Gun Yinji smiled. "Yes, I'll make it." She walked into He Zhichu's kitchen with Ma Qiqi and found the coffee box, milk buns, and tea leaves to start preparing. Ma Qiqi helped Gun Yinji grind the coffee beans as she whispered, "Yinji, do you make coffee here often?" Gun Yinji was so familiar with the place that she was like a hostess. Of course, He Zhichu's tone when he spoke to Gun Yinji earlier was also very intimate. There was a terrifying tacit understanding and a hint of pampering. Ma Qiqi looked at Gun Yinji worriedly and couldn't help but sigh when she thought of Hua Xiaoheng, who didn't bat an eyelid. The two of them lowered their heads to prepare the coffee and milk tea. Not long after, they heard the doorbell from the living room and the sound of the front door opening. It seemed like someone had arrived. He Zhichu had only just changed his clothes when he saw Hua Xiaoheng had already entered the room and was standing in the living room of his suite. It was the third watch. Today was still the third watch, begging for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was already the last day, so hurry up and cast your monthly votes, dear ones. P.S. You can only cast 2 votes for a book in one day. You can only cast 5 votes for a book in 1 month. So don't hold on to your monthly votes until the last day. There are no more double votes. Chapter 847. Hua Xiaoheng stood in the middle of the living room of He Zhichu's suite and glanced around the entire room. In Shixiang stood behind him and had just closed the door when he saw He Zhichu walk out from the hallway to the bedroom. He had changed into khaki casual pants and a gray pinstripe shirt. The collar was slightly open and revealed a hint of his exquisite collarbone. He looked solemn and bright. He had just washed his face, and his hair was a bit wet. His expression was cold as usual, but when he saw Gun Yinji walk out of the kitchen with a cup of coffee, his eyes lit up and his expression brightened. Gun Yinji looked up to see He Ji-chu and Hua Xiaoheng standing face to face in the middle of the living room. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a general's uniform, navy straight tube, wool trousers, and a brown woolen military jacket. The general's regular uniform was made of wool and had a small lapel that looked as if it had been cut with a knife. It just happened to reveal the first button of the shirt inside. The buttons on the white shirt were tightly buttoned all the way to the top, just below his Adam's apple. Just like that, he stood ramrod straight in the middle of the living room. He was tall and slender, towering and imposing. His deeply handsome face was not as cold and indifferent as He Ji-chu's, but it was not as warm and lively either. He had his usual calm and collected demeanor of a general. "I don't know what brings you here, Major General Hua. Your presence brings light to my humble abode." He Ji-chu nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned to Gun Yinji. "Why are you standing there? Bring out the coffee and snacks for the guests." Gun Yinji replied, "Oh." She carried the tray and bent down to put the black coffee and muffins on the coffee table in front of the seat In Shi-xiang had been sitting at. The cappuccino and honey cake were for Ma Chi-chi. Yi Xian made a cup of green tea with some glutinous rice and green tea dumplings. Gun Yinji made herself a cup of milk tea. Hua Xiaoheng came later and didn't have time to prepare drinks for him. Gun Yinji looked up at him. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and nodded to He Ji-chu. Big Xiong left and didn't come back. "I didn't know what happened and was worried about his safety, so I came to see." In Shi-xiang was so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. "Hua Xiao, you're so concerned about me. I can't take it anymore." However, he didn't dare to continue acting presumptuously in front of Hua Xiaoheng, so he could only pretend to cooperate. He lowered his head and walked to Hua Xiaoheng to admit his mistake. "Hua Xiao, it's my fault. I was playing cards with Chi-chi and Yinji and forgot the time. I didn't call you back in time." Hua Xiaoheng grunted, "Just this once." He then turned to look at Gun Yinji and said, "Don't drink milk tea at night. It will affect your sleep." He then asked her, "Have you had dinner?" Gun Yinji waited for He Ji-chu and Yi Xian the entire afternoon. Because she was very excited, she didn't feel hungry. But now that the excitement had passed, he was a little hungry. She glanced at He Ji-chu. "Professor He, do you want to go out for dinner?" Before He Ji-chu could respond, Hua Xiaoheng immediately said, "So you haven't eaten yet. How about this? A chance encounter is better than an invitation. Today, I'll be the host and treat Professor He and Yi Xian to a meal. What do you two think?" She then said, "Big Xiong and Chi-chi, is it convenient for you guys?" Sure. Ma Chi-chi was enjoying the show from the side. How could she let go of such a great opportunity? She quickly nodded in agreement. In Shi-xiang didn't even have time to object. He gloomily glared at Ma Chi-chi. He only felt that his wife only knew how to hold him back. His eyes were full of resentment. Ma Chi-chi pretended not to see him and tugged on Gun Yinji's sleeve. "Yinji, what about you?" Gun Yinji felt a bit of a headache. She had something to ask Yi Xian and didn't want to go out to eat. He Ji-chu looked at her expression and understood. "I called for takeout. If Major General Hua would do me the honor, we can eat here." Hua Xiaoheng sat down and reached out to pull Gun Yinji to sit beside him. "Since Professor He is treating, I'll have to trouble you." He quickly turned the tables on In Shi-xiang, Ma Chi-chi, and Yi Xian. "Sit. What are you standing for? Professor He is about to go order." As he spoke, he even gestured to He Ji-chu to order. The corners of He Ji-chu's mouth twitched. He was so angry that his body stiffened. He walked into the bedroom and picked up the phone. He randomly dialed a 5-star hotel and ordered takeout to be delivered within half an hour. Because there were quite a lot of people, He Ji-chu ordered a 17-dish set meal from the hotel. Coming out of the bedroom, he sat directly on the sofa next to Gun Yinji. He took the milk tea she had just made from the coffee table in front of her and took a sip. Gun Yinji was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng sat on the other side of Gun Yinji. He was tall, and the sofa on his side sunk deeply. Gun Yinji was trying her best to stabilize her body so she didn't fall over like last time. However, as soon as He Ji-chu sat down, she immediately regained her balance. Because the sofa on both sides of her sunk, she was able to sit up straight in the middle. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him coldly and ignored He Jichu's provocative look. He leaned forward slightly and asked Yi Xian, who was sitting across from him, "Mr. Yi, I heard something happened during your trip to the United States this time. Just call me Yi Xian." Yi Xian felt very uncomfortable when Hua Xiaoheng called him Mr. Yi. This was also the question Gu Nianji had been waiting all afternoon to ask, so she quickly said, "Yi Xian, tell us what happened in the United States. Did the attack on Admiral Laris have anything to do with you guys?" Yi Xian hated this the most when he talked about it. He was even angrier than when he was treated as a suspect in the Vanderbilt family's murder case. That Laris is too despicable. Did you know? He actually directed and acted on his own. First, he had people throw bombs at his convoy to create panic. Then he used the excuse of arresting terrorists to start searching for us everywhere. He even blew up the car Mr. He and I were in. That's ridiculous. How is that arresting terrorists? He's obviously selling dog meat. Yi Xian was so angry that he slammed the table and almost knocked over his tea. Gu Nianji covered her chest with one hand and gasped. He really did that? He's a U.S. Army general? What's in it for the United States? He's a U.S. Army general, but he's a Japanese U.S. Army general, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He reached out and gently patted the back of Gu Nianji's hand to calm her down. This person's actions in the South China Sea were all detrimental to the long-term interests of the United States, but they were beneficial to Japan's national interests. Gu Nianji laughed and discreetly pulled her hand out of Hua Xiaoheng's grasp. She said mockingly, "This is the saying, his heart is in the enemy's camp. Japan should give him the Good Citizen of Japan award." Yes, I just don't know. How could those people mobilize such high-level people to deal with a small pawn like me? Yi Xian shook his head and wiped his face with lingering fear. He picked up his teacup and took a sip to calm his nervous emotions. Setting down his teacup, Yi Xian saw He Jichu's cool and aloof expression and had a look of admiration. However, it's a good thing Mr. He went. I don't need to say much about Mr. He's grace in court. I originally thought that such a small, insignificant case didn't need Mr. He's help. Later, I realized that it wasn't the case that needed Mr. He, but Mr. He was the only one who could take me out of the United States safely. Gu Nianji became even more interested. She said repeatedly, tell me, how is Professor He so powerful? Did he make the other party's life a living hell in court? That goes without saying." Yi Xian wiped the hair hanging down his forehead and beamed with joy. "But I admire Mr. He's skills even more. Nianji, did you know that Mr. He's skills are incredible? I think he's even better than those special forces soldiers and professionals. He jumped up for the ground in the valley, flew diagonally in the air, and fired his gun in the air. It was so cool." Gu Nianji's already large eyes widened even more. She turned to look at He Jichu and looked him up and down as if she had never seen him before. She exclaimed, "Is that true? Professor He, when did you learn to do that?" Unlike Hua Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji had never seen He Jichu train, nor had she seen him run cross-country obstacle courses or use all kinds of combat skills. So looking at the refreshing and handsome He Jichu in front of her, Gu Nianji found it hard to connect him with the heroic image of flying diagonally in the air that Yi Xian had just described. He Jichu looked down at her for a while and suddenly leaned over to whisper in her ear, "You want to see me shoot?" Yes. Gu Nianji's eyes were about to sparkle with adoration. Hua Xiaoheng frowned slightly and reached out to grab the back of Gu Nianji's neck. He turned her neck to face Yi Xian. Yi Xian hasn't finished speaking yet. You can't rudely look away. He Jichu's expression darkened as he reached out to push Hua Xiaoheng's hand away. He said coldly, "Major General Hua, I hope you won't touch Nianji. You're in public, and you'll trouble her very much." Hua Xiaoheng retracted his hand and raised his chin slightly to glance at him. He said dryly, "Same to you." Ma Qiqi was sitting on the sofa across from Gu Nianji. Her eyes lit up as she watched the scene unfold. She wanted nothing more than to take a photo with her phone. Now it was Gu Nianji's turn to stiffen. She gritted her teeth and glared at Ma Chi-Chi, who was watching the show, before turning back to Yixian. Looking him up and down, she asked, Yixian, what happened after that? How did you guys escape? The enemy had mobilized a Japanese-American general as cover, so it wouldn't have been easy to escape, right? Yixian looked at Ji-Chu and smiled. Mr. He had a way. He gestured. Mr. He had a very powerful gun. One shot could cut off the internet, electricity, and communications, so it bought us a valuable night. Ji-Chu closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He had forgotten to tell the kid to keep his mouth shut. As expected, Gun Yinji became even more interested. However, this time she was on guard. She protected her neck to prevent Hua Xiaoheng from continuing to strangle her, as she asked Ji-Chu, Professor He, what kind of gun is so powerful? Is it true? This is the first update. Today is still the third update, begging for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Add updates for Bagel's 16th promotion to the leader of the Alliance at 1 p.m. Today is June 1st. I wish everyone a happy June 1st. The third update at 7 p.m. P.S. You can vote for guaranteed monthly votes now. Chapter 848. Dear friends, you can vote for your guaranteed monthly votes now. This month, the monthly votes will still be 300 plus updates. Dear friends, I will add on as much as you vote. The rewards and updates will also be returned slowly. There will be a second update at 1 p.m. and a third update at 7 p.m. Dear friends, don't miss it when you pass by. Thank you for your kisses. Please vote for the monthly votes. Chapter 849. Ji-Chu didn't move. He maintained his languid posture as he leaned against the sofa. His left elbow rested on the sofa's armrest, and he rested his chin on his hand. The fingers of his other hand tapped casually on his thigh. His shimmering, sultry eyes slanted upward, and he had a soul-stirring charm about him. His voice, however, was incomparably cool and indifferent. He looked at Gun Yinji. That's just a little toy from the U.S. military lab. Yixian didn't know much about firearms, but such a powerful gun could only be an advanced test product from the U.S. military laboratory. After all, the most powerful weapons in the world had all come from the U.S. military laboratory, including the internet, which had become an indispensable part of people's lives. It was first created in the U.S. military laboratory, so he didn't doubt it at all. He nodded firmly. This thing is too powerful, so it must be very expensive to make, right? Ji-Chu nodded coldly. It cost me a lot of money. You know that I have a big family business, so I have to keep something to protect myself when I go out to work. But now that you know about my family treasure, you have to save me some face in the future. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng meaningfully. Especially Major General Hua. You have to be magnanimous and let me go. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and said calmly, Our country doesn't allow private people to carry guns. As long as you don't bring your family treasure into our country, there won't be a problem. Don't worry, Major General Hua. My family treasure will definitely not enter your country. Ji-Chu turned to the side in response to Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji felt a bit regretful. Wringing her hands in front of her, she sighed. What a pity. I can't see such a famous gun with my own eyes. What a pity. Ji-Chu was speechless. Aren't you exaggerating? You call this a famous gun? Ji-Chu snorted. You really haven't seen the world. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed, and he quickly exchanged a look with Yin Shixiao. Yin Shixiao's sitting posture didn't change, and even the expression on his face didn't change. He maintained the same exaggerated expression as Gun Yinji and smiled. It's really a pity. Compared to Professor He, we are all country bumpkins. Yeah, if only I had such a gun. Last time in Germany, I wouldn't have been chased like a stray dog. Gun Yinji was still brooding over falling into someone else's trap in Germany. She still hadn't figured out who the real mastermind was. When she thought about the difficulties and obstacles of the trip to Germany, she couldn't help but think about the psychopathic German murderer, Seth, and the age 3 of 7 they had given her. Gun Yinji's gaze drifted to Hua Xiaoheng, and she narrowed her eyes to size him up. Hua Xiaoheng's scalp went numb from her stare, but with his personality, this tiny feeling wouldn't affect him in the slightest, so he didn't move. He only looked at Yi Xian and said, "It's been hard on you this time, but you were framed in the United States. Have you thought about who did it? Why would they frame you? Also, have you contacted that lawyer?" Although Hua Xiaoheng actually knew what Yi Xian had done in the United States, Gun Yinji didn't know, and no one else knew that he knew, so she still had to use Yi Xian to say it. As expected, Yi Xian's expression darkened, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. He closed his eyes and finally said, "Gu Yanran was the one who set this up. Of course, she wants me dead." Only God knew how difficult it was for him to say that. For the past few years, he had spent all his feelings and energy on this woman. It was so blind, but also so devoted. The feeling of being entrusted to someone inhuman was so real and so painful. Yi Xian's eyes turned red, and he quickly took a deep breath. Looking up at the crystal chandelier in the living room, he was a bit emotional. Gun Yinji habitually bit her lower lip in thought, and 2 tiny teeth marks appeared on her plump, curvy lips. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her bad habit coldly. He reached over and lifted her chin. His thumb gently pressed against her chin to free her lower lip from her teeth. He said, "Be careful. Don't grit your teeth in front of outsiders. It'll affect your image." Gun Yinji was furious and instinctively pushed Hua Xiaoheng's hand away. Her bright eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and lowered her voice to say word by word, "Hua Xiao, please behave yourself." He Jichu was also angry. He sat up straight and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. He said coldly, "Hua Xiao, I just said not to touch Nianji in public." Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Bad habits need to be corrected in time. This is not touching. This is discipline. I'm already an adult. I don't need you to discipline me." Gun Yinji stood up and sat on the armchair on the other side of the coffee table. He Jichu also stood up and was about to speak when he heard the doorbell ring. It turned out the hotel had delivered food. He opened the door and asked the hotel waiter to set the table for him. He tipped the waiter and said to come back in 2 hours to pick up the cutlery. "Okay, dinner is here. If you don't mind my humble abode, please take a seat." He Jichu was in a good mood and politely invited everyone to the dining room to eat. Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't have any appetite, but if he didn't eat now, it would seem like he was throwing a tantrum with Gun Yinji. He was so much older than her, so he couldn't be like her and be in a bad mood just because she was throwing a tantrum. That would be too degrading. So Hua Xiaoheng calmly walked over. He Jichu's dining room had a long Western-style table. The set meal he ordered was also separate. Gun Yinji was already seated. He Jichu sat in the host's seat, and to his left was Gun Yinji. Next to Gun Yinji was Ma Qiqi. Yi Xian sat across from Gun Yinji. In Xixiang was originally sitting next to Ma Qiqi, but when he saw Hua Xiaoheng enter, he couldn't help standing up. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind at all and raised his hand to signal for him to sit down. He himself sat next to Yi Xian. Everyone had a plate in front of them, and in the middle of the table was a 17-course feast. The hot dishes were simmered on a small alcohol stove, and the food was as delicious as it had just come out of the pot. Everyone was eating like it was a buffet. They picked their favorite dishes and put them on their own plates. Although Ma Qiqi enjoyed watching the show, she liked to eat even more and was a true foodie. Now that she saw the 5-star hotel's takeout, she was already eager to have a good meal. She first drank some sea cucumber and corn chowder to fill her stomach, then took a charcoal oyster and put it on her plate to eat carefully. Gun Yinji originally didn't have much of an appetite, but when she saw Ma Qiqi eating so happily, she also took an oyster to eat. There was so much seafood, but she didn't seem to be interested in oysters. She casually ate one and didn't eat any more. She only scooped up a bowl of soup to drink. Hua Xiaoheng didn't eat at all. He only sat at the table with a glass of red wine in his hand and spoke slowly to Yi Xian. His voice was very low, so it was impossible to know what they were talking about. Gun Yinji took a bite and looked across at him. He still seemed angry. He Jichu stopped eating after eating a shrimp. He swirled the red wine in his hand and also spoke to Gu Yinji. How's your thesis going? What about the lawsuit with Gu Yanran? Gu Yinji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng, so she originally followed the principle of not talking during meals. However, she saw that even Hua Xiaoheng didn't follow this principle, so she didn't want to follow it either. She quietly said to He Chu, "The thesis is still a little short. It's only half done, and there are some places that I need to look up." As for the lawsuit, she looked at Yi Xian, who was talking to Hua Xiaoheng enthusiastically. Yi Xian is the key witness. He Chu took another sip of red wine. His expression seemed a little impatient, but he didn't say anything. He nodded. "It's good that you have a plan. If you need any help, just let me know." Gu Yinji quickly said, "I've already troubled you this time. If it weren't for you, Yi Xian wouldn't have come back alive." He Chu wasn't modest. He smiled brightly at her. "It's good that you know." On the other side, Hua Xiaoheng finally turned to look at Gu Yinji and He Chu. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Gu Yinji's stubborn expression, he swallowed his words. Ma Qiqi was the only one eating happily at the entire dining table. After she finished eating, she was so satisfied she could barely walk. It was Yin Shixiang who dragged her to the living room to walk in circles so she wouldn't disturb the conversation. Hua Xiaoheng put down his wine glass. Seeing that He Chu had also finished eating, he said to him, "There's something I'd like to ask Professor He. Would it be convenient for us to talk in private?" He Chu put down his napkin and looked at Hua Xiaoheng coldly. Hua Xiaoheng still looked calm and collected. He didn't show any emotions on his face. "Yes, please follow me." He Chu finally got up and led Hua Xiaoheng to the study. Gu Yinji and Yi Xian were the only ones left in the dining room, so it was just the right time to talk. She looked at Yi Xian, who had his head down the entire time, and said quietly, "Yi Xian, are you sure that Gu Yanran was the one who set this up? This is the second update. It's delivered to the leader of Bagel 16th's April promotion. Today is still the third update, requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is June 1st. I wish everyone a happy June 1st. The third update is at 7 p.m. P.S. You can vote for guaranteed monthly votes now." Chapter 850. Yi Xian looked at her with raised eyebrows. How could it not be her? Pausing, Yi Xian continued expressionlessly. "She first went to my company to make a scene and took the opportunity to throw out the lawyer's address. She knew I would definitely go check it out myself. Who else could it be if not her?" Gu Yinji shook her head. "She set up a trap to lure you to Little Rock Canyon to find that lawyer. But do you think she could set up a trap in the United States and have a 4-star admiral cover for her? If she had that kind of power, why would she have gone around looking for backers to protect the Gu fortune?" Yi Xian frowned. "You mean there's someone else behind her? There must be someone else." Gu Yinji didn't hesitate to pat the table to remind Yi Xian. "She couldn't sit still the moment you told her you gave me the inventory of the Gu fortune. She wouldn't let you live to ruin her plan. But in the Huaxia Empire, what she can do is really limited. If she's not careful, she'll lose herself. So she had to lure you to the United States." Yi Xian nodded and said woodenly, "Maybe." Gu Yinji was a bit dissatisfied with Yi Xian's behavior. "Yi Xian, did you know that after you went to the United States, Gu Yanran pretended to be abused by you? She was admitted to the hospital and got the injury report from the hospital. In court, she used the injury report to slander your reputation and try to make the inventory of the Gu fortune invalid. She also said that the reason you abused her was because she refused to give you the Gu fortune." Yi Xian looked up in shock, his expression as if he had been struck by lightning. "What did you say? I abused her? Gu Yanran? For the Gu fortune? This was the biggest joke in the world. Yes, it's not normal abuse, it's sexual abuse." Gu Yinji's expression was solemn. "She and her lawyer said you were domestic violence, but I replaced domestic violence with criminal assault and used that as an excuse to extradite you back to the Huaxia Empire. However, Professor, he was even more powerful. He helped you settle your case in the United States and obtain proof of your innocence. That way, You wouldn't be extradited back to the Huaxia Empire, but would enter the country normally. It would be very beneficial for your domestic case. Yi Xian was flabbergasted. There's still a domestic case. WTF? Gun Yinji pretended not to hear what Yi Xian said and continued to say, your criminal assault case in the Huaxia Empire should be resolved very easily. If you're willing, I can recommend a few lawyers to you. Yi Xian let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. He closed his eyes. Can I directly sue her for framing me? Of course. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. Why don't you just let Professor He continue to represent you? I don't think Gu Yanran will even have to kneel in court. Yeah, I'll ask Professor He. Yi Xian wiped his face and looked sadly in the direction of the window. It was late at night, and the streetlights outside the window emitted a dim yellow light. Through the curtains, one could vaguely see the shadows. It was too beautiful to be real. Gun Yinji attempted to comfort him. Yi Xian, this is not a big deal. As for your criminal injury case, ask Professor He to submit a few alibis for you, and the other party will have to withdraw the case. It won't even reach the point of going to court. Also, after that, you can sue Gu Yanran for slandering you and tarnishing your reputation. You can also make her suffer. Yi Xian nodded. I'll think about it. Actually, what he wanted more was to tell Gu Yanran clearly and ask her why. Gun Yinji didn't think much of it. Gun Yinji did not think much of it. How could there be so many strange whys in the world? It was just three things. It was either for fame, profit, or love. Gu Yanran was definitely doing it for profit, which was money. To this woman, money was probably the most important thing in the world. She really didn't seem like the daughter of an invisible tycoon. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and continued. Now, I want you to say something. In a few days, the court will be in session again. Are you willing to appear in court as my important witness? Be your witness? A witness in the estate dispute case? Yes. Gun Yinji nodded. This means that you will be standing on the opposite side of Gu Yanran. Are you willing? Gun Yinji felt that she could trust Yi Xian now, but she couldn't let her guard down. She still didn't know Yi Xian very well. Asking him to appear in court as her witness had already taken a lot of determination. Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. Okay, I promise. Gun Yinji sighed deeply. Then I'll see you in court. Tell me everything you know about Gu Yanran, and I'll choose what I can say and what I don't need to say. Everything. Yi Xian laughed. You're so greedy. There are so many things that can't be said in a short time, and it has nothing to do with the estate dispute case. Just pick the important ones. Okay, that's fine. Gun Yinji agreed. How about this? You gave me that list of assets because you didn't want to appear in court to argue with Gu Yanran, right? Yi Xian didn't avoid it and nodded. Yes, I didn't want to argue with her and testify against her in court. That was why he had privately given Gun Yinji the list of assets and didn't mention anything about helping her testify in court. However, Gu Yanran had a guilty conscience and finally forced Yi Xian to the opposite side. Gun Yinji understood the reasoning behind it and felt more at ease with Yi Xian. Okay, then you have to prepare these things in the next few days. As she spoke, Gun Yinji listed the things she needed Yi Xian to prepare in advance. For example, what could be used to verify Yi Xian's list of assets? Bank accounts and deposits were easy since they could be verified directly at the bank. However, other things, such as the major holding companies in the Cayman Islands, would be much more difficult to verify. Yi Xian thought about it and said, I can make an index and list all the evidence I can find, then see what I'm missing. Then I'll have to trouble you. Gun Yinji stood up. Find me if there are any problems, and we can discuss it together. Yi Xian stood up with her and walked out of the dining room. As soon as they arrived in the living room, they saw Ma Chi-Chi and In Shi-Xiang sitting on the sofa very close to each other. Gun Yinji couldn't help coughing. The two of them separated like they were electrocuted. Gun Yinji found it a bit funny and turned to Yi Xian. You can stay at Professor He's place for the next few days. I'll take you to see the guest rooms and see where you'd like to stay. Anywhere is fine. Yi Xian didn't care at all. The two of them were about to look at the guest rooms when the doorbell rang again. The four people in the living room looked at each other and didn't know who it was this time. Gun Yinji stood the closest to the door and looked through the peephole to see that there were actually 4 police officers. 3 male police officers and a female police officer stood quietly at the door. Gun Yinji quickly opened the door and asked in confusion, "May I ask what business you have with me?" "We receive a report that a Barbadian man, Yi Xian, has been arrested on suspicion of criminal assault. This is the court document." The male police officer showed Gun Yinji the arrest warrant approved by the court. Gun Yinji was very surprised. "It's late at night. You guys also work at night?" This arrest warrant was just issued. It was the 3rd watch. Today was still the 3rd watch, requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. You can vote for guaranteed monthly votes now. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.